one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. Hey, that's so.
Oh, yeah. Alright, so compatriots, Nigeria call obey to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom, in freedom.
Hello, viewers. Thank you for joining us this Sunday. This topic is about how yesterday we were having they had a conversation about polygamy, whether it should be made legal, and the idea was that given that all other types of partnership has been made legal. But that of polygamy is still considered illegal and backward. So the idea, the point was that those things that we believe in, you see that generally men, although some men are against it, most men are for it, for making polygamy legal. And you find that the ones that are mostly against it, generally, the ones that don't tend to like it, even if they say they are okay with it, the women are not for it. If you go into many other aspects of our society, going forward, you tend to find that the genders, the different men, women, they have different views of how society should go forward. And so it leads to the question that, okay, is this something we should be, we should look into? How do we, if we are going to go to the future and progress and do things, is it possible that both genders, can see things eye to eye, at least have a ballpark of what direction that their society needs to travel? Is this something that they should think about? But some people will argue that no, that this is nothing. It's like what they would say, that it doesn't matter. Let the men just decide what direction society goes, and the women will follow. I'm not so sure, but I think that argument has been made several times, whether it's a good idea not to have that conversation between both sides, whether it would be better to accept it as a way of life and move forward, and both sides should see their place in the thank you for joining us, Augustine. Both sides should see their place in the whole tapestry of how things fit together, but the men decide what direction things should go, or should we have a conversation already? I don't even know whether it's even what the conversation, but I think it might, because if both genders are not saying things in the right way, you tend to have this divide. Like if in America recently in their election, the way the women voted is not the way the men voted. Many of the African American men decided that they are done with the Democrats, and they moved on. But because the women saw themselves in a special place with the Democrats, they didn't. They maintained their support for the Democrats. and that is not helping, is it? Because you have a society, a community that is divided. And there is also one other example where the Democrats promised what they call it, the Republicans, that's the Democrat promised the women, black women, that they are going to appoint. I didn't even know that was a thing, that they were going to appoint Supreme Court judges. Somehow, they told them they are going to appoint. So, in other words, they are saying that they fulfilled their promise to black women. I don't know. Then it just led to the question: why black women? Why not black community? Is it that they do things specifically for specific genders now in every community? And is it something we should welcome or something we should push back against? And if we are going into the future, and if we are to project ourselves into the future and say, okay, this is the direction we want to go. We want our communities to be industrialized. We want to catch up with the rest of the world in terms of technological advancement, and we want to be able to compete at the highest levels. If we want to do all these things, are we going to remain in a state where we just, are in disarray amongst ourselves? We like to say that as a people, we are not very organized, but as a this is even worse. As a race, it's even worse than that. We tend to be very, very divided in terms of our view on how we see the future. If you go to the UK now, you see how the women are, to the point where the police had to tell Nigerian women not to be calling police for their men, and so that there's a fissure there where law enforcement have had so many women call police for their men that they have to say, stop it, it's too much. We can't keep responding to all these calls. And you see that even in many of our women, sometimes when they talk about our culture, this way you hardly hear Nigerian women talk about our culture in a rich way. That is the truth. That's what I've noticed. They don't necessarily. They will say they love their homeland and all the rest, but their culture, they see it as being oppressive of women. This is something I've noticed in their description of their culture. They talk about how their moms were not happy and they were just quiet. They're not happy at all, that what is happening in the West is how they want it to be. And, my point of view on that is that, in short, you guys are going to hear it anyway. You're going to come and make your own, you're going to come and contribute to it. Because if we are to become secure as a people, if we are to become economically viable, if we are to become technologically advanced, if you are to build a future where our children can aspire to any height, to a point where they can choose to live anywhere as long as they want, don't you think it would be beneficial when we start off from a point where we have commonalities in where we want to go? Because I not feel there's evidence showing that men and women are going in different directions right now within the community. They are going in different directions. If a woman joins this panel, you will see that very, very quickly. Although I have to say that many women that have come to know me are not always against some of my views, but most of them that are not here, they are against the views that men should be allowed to have multiple partners. They're against the view that men and women have different roles. They feel like women should play similar roles as men. They're against the views that men should be in charge of, societal decision making. And, so those are some of the areas of disagreement that I notice during conversations. And the one that really, I feel is something we have to be careful about as a society is the idea some women feel that they are victimized. They are treated as less than in society, that the rules are a kind of made to favor the men. I'm not so sure that is objectively true, but that is how it is coming across. Because if you look at the broad spectrum of all the rules in society, it doesn't necessarily mean it favors the men. It might just appear that way. And this is why these about conversations are important that we have. Because if we are to go into the future and we are going to be able to compete in this world, there has to be an element of I don't like this word synergy, for want of a better word, synergy between both genders, isn't it? And so let me see if I can find some of these footage about what this lady was talking about polygamy. Let's see. This one seems to be a little bit too heavy. Let me take it. Let me take it down a notch. This one is a bit too heavy. They are talking about the gender this thing. I think we'll go to this one later before we start talking about that right now. Let's see this one. What this one is going to say. That is a woman that doesn't see issues with this thing, multiple this thing. Let's see what Muslims think about this. Okay, that's that. That's for polygyny, isn't it? That they call it.
Wolfhound, there's no sound coming out from the video.
Did you say there's no sound?
No sound at all from all the videos you played. There's no sound.
Oh my God. Let me see. How is that even possible? Sorry, guys. Sorry. Oh my God. You know these technical issues. You would think I should know about these things. You should have raised this eccentric. Sorry about that. You should have raised it a lot earlier. I'm really sorry. Oh my God. I just wasted a lot of people's time here. Okay. You know what? I'm going to start this one, then go back, track myself back. I really apologize for that. There is this button you have to click when you want to share screen like this. If you miss it, it's tiny. If you miss it, nobody's going to hear it, and you're not going to know. There's no way to tell you apart from if the audience mentions it. So let me just start again.
Racism, stupidity, or the fact that Black men are accustomed to abusing others. But Black women responding to the disrespect that Black men give them is not what's causing division in our community. Y'all truly want to be like white men. Y'all want to walk around and not have any responsibilities. And when you fuck up, you do not want to be held accountable. And because white women are so accustomed to shutting the fuck up, you all are shocked that we don't do the same. So when your sisters are holding you accountable, y'all act like white women because you want to throw the rock, but then hide your fucking hand. If y'all are that pressed about Black women's responses, then maybe you should think about what you're doing to Black women first. Y'all want to uphold patriarchy so bad and get upset that Black women are not on board like white women are. Because what a lot of you assholes don't realize is that patriarchy and white supremacy is the same fucking coin. So we're doing double the work while y'all standing.
Listen, I have to show y'all this because I came across this and I just was rolling my eyes the entire time. It's like I can count at least 5 times where I was just rolling my damn eyes. Like, it's hard to listen to this nonsense. It's pure rubbish, man. I mean, for a woman to display this type of behavior, this masculine behavior, this aggressive attitude towards men, it's crazy to me. Like, how do you expect to be cooperative? Now, let me ask you a question. Do any of you think that this woman is cooperative? Do any of you think that this woman will allow you to lead? Do any of you think this woman wants to please you in any way, shape, or form? And this is what they present to us, and they wonder why men are like opting out of that. Like, I don't want that. I don't want to fight with you, baby. I want to love you. But you're not making it easy. You're not making it easy for me to want to care for you, for me to want to provide, protect, and be a man. If me trying to play the role of the man in the house is gonna be a combative thing, it's gonna be a combative thing every single day. I don't want that fight. I'm sorry, I don't want that fight. I don't want to get through that. I don't want to think that my woman or my wife, the person that's supposed to be nurturing, is supposed to be my battle. It's supposed to be my biggest battle, my biggest headache. No man wants to come through the door and have to defend himself. I can just imagine having a first date with her. It'd be swell. It will be swell. And this is the problem, I think, with most women. I'm not gonna just label it to race because she said that, right? Because I see other races. I see my white friends, my Hispanic friends. They have a great arrangement with their women. White men are not having combative situations with women. Hispanic men are not having combative situations with Hispanic women. A lot of times I think it's just cultural. Correct me if I'm wrong. I might be wrong, but in my experience, I believe it's very, very cultural to where Black women feel the need to have to be this masculine, this aggressive, and just have that sister girl attitude, man. Nobody got time for that. But anyways, like I would say, if they were finding success outside of the Black race, right, it would be very prevalent. If Black women were out.
In this one, I think we understand what he's saying. There's no point going round about him. The one I played previously, this one is talking about. Let me see.
Please don't bring him. Please don't bring him to this station. Please.
You don't like him. You don't like him.
He's a complete dumbass. I
No, go
found him
ahead,
many
go ahead.
times in Hyde Park, squashed him to the ground. He's a
Go for the
dunce.
play video.
See, it's regarding the
video.
topic. It's not about him. We're not promoting him. It's just so this is.
If it's natural, then why do you think it's ended up the way it is with Islam?
There's no logical principle that says that if someone likes something, that thing is good.
Good point.
Islam attempts to solve communities and society's problems. And so polygamy is one of those ways which we were talking about. Single motherhood can be solved at least to some extent, or the surplus of women on the market, on the marriage market or the sexual marketplace can be removed. So this polygamy or polygyny, because it's actually a man to multiple women. If you look at the pros and cons and add them all up, the family pros and cons, the economic pros and cons, the social pros and cons, the community pros and cons, then there's an aggregated or an accumulated.
There's no volume. There is no volume. There's no
Like
volume.
something, that thing is good.
Good point.
Islam attempts to solve communities and society's problems. And so polygamy is one of those ways which we were talking about. Single motherhood can be solved at least to some extent, or the surplus of women on the market, on the marriage market or the sexual marketplace can be removed. So this polygamy or polygyny, because it's actually a man to multiple women. If you look at the pros and cons and add them all up, the family pros and cons, the economic pros and cons, the social pros and cons, the community pros and cons, then there's an aggregated or an accumulative pros over the cons. So that's the argument we're making. We're not saying that women shouldn't feel negative, jealous, don't want to. In fact, in our religion, if a woman doesn't want to be in it, she can put it in her contract, in her marriage contract, so you're not allowed to do it, and she can stop it. Most women don't want to be in polygamy, and that's natural. That's fine.
If it's not.
Super unpopular opinion. But if I could share my food that I need to survive, my sustenance, why wouldn't I also be able to share my husband that she might need to survive, to sustain not only her life, but her kid's life? I mean, is that not the ultimate form of love? Super unpopular.
That is just one of them. I think there are quite a lot of different areas. Like I said, even with the Democrats in politics, you get that too, where you have, this opinion where they said, Democrats have fulfilled their promise to black women. Or that, but is that not supposed to be to the black community? Why is it to the black women? And is this more pronounced within our culture now? And is this something that is heading towards Africa? Because this is the reason why I put it in the title, that do men and women see the future the same way? Because right now, if you look at the leading women in our communities and in Nigeria, where you have, like, if you don't have a lot of money and you are not the leading woman in Nigeria, generally you dress like an African woman, you carry your African woman hair. But the moment you become powerful and rich African woman, they go, Nigerian women, I will not say Africa, Nigerian women, they go wig. They go straight off the wig and start looking different. It is in Lagos specifically, you tend to see that a lot. And it tells you something about the way they perceive the world. They are perceiving the world differently from the way the men are perceiving it, because the men are reigning back. They are still traditional. They are still doing their own traditional thing. Yes, they may not be upstanding citizens in terms of defending their country and making sure their country is growing, but they are not, definitely they are traveling in different directions. So that's the topic. And if you have noticed any other areas where you think, I've not mentioned today, you can let me know. And how, most importantly, because this is not just to talk about the differences, it's to see how we can understand each other a bit more. Because we are the men here, most of the women are not here. So what we think about the women, if they are not here, maybe we can do certain things to make room for them to be able to, so that we can see eye to eye. Because the last thing you need is, you want to do something, one part of the community doesn't believe in it, and chances of succeeding in that stuff, you have a problem. So, and that is why I'm looking at it from this point of view, that anything that will enable us to work better together is a conversation we should be having. So, eccentricals, I'm sure this is something, you've seen in America. Jagon, I thank you for coming in. I think you've had some of all this stuff in the UK too. And AY, as always, thank you for joining us. It's something we've seen in Nigeria as itself, including Edo. So Jonaba, thank you for joining us, and Chim, I appreciate you for coming in here. So Senegas, you go first. Give us a breakdown on the kind of things you've observed in the US community that seems to imply that the men are traveling in different directions than the women. I'm not saying by and large that's what is going on. 70% of the time we are going the same direction. But the areas where we are not going the same direction, please highlight some things and just share what you know about it. It doesn't mean that you know everything.
So I think I kind of understand your point, because there's this movement of men. There's this movement started by Samuel. I forgot his last name.
Kevin Samuel.
Yeah, Kevin Samuel. Right. It's about the Manosphere thing. Right. Yeah. I don't know. I think this movement exists online. It's not real. Like in a real. So this is the thing, right? This is what I believe. Most of the things that we say we don't actually do because of how our left brain and how our left brain misconstrues who we are, right? I think we have an idea of what we want to do, but we don't do it, in practice. Like there's a lot of manosphere thing, especially in the Black community. Like they want a submissive woman. They want a woman that's submissive. They have this traditional woman role idea in their brain that comes out of a white patriarchy. You know what I mean? White patriarchal society, right? It's not, and like when they talk about the ideal family, that's how they describe a white patriarchal society, white patriarchal family. And then they generalize that. That's how a family is supposed to be. But, there are cultural differences. Like Africa is like a partnership of cultures, right? There are differences in culture and like how people organize family, right? There are, of course, in Nigeria as a country, even as a country, there are differences in like how families are organized, right? That, how women perform their roles, men perform their role. But I think, with the, with the advancement in the society, right, where we move away, societies have moved away from agrarian society, from the agrarian way of doing things, right? Women can actually work, in most marriages, women actually work the same hours as the men, right? I see couples who, go to work in different shifts, you know what I mean? So it kind of, it limits women from performing the traditional roles of like, staying home, raising the kids while the man goes to work and come back. And we see a lot of that in Nigeria, right? Because of this, the economy, the way economy is structured. I mean, right now with things the way they are in Nigeria, things becoming hard. A lot of the mom and dads are working, right? The two parents are working right now in most societies, right? So I think there's a connection between traditional role women performing in a family and the economy, right? So let's say if we have an economy that actually give like families a break, right? Like where one parent's paycheck can actually take care of everything, right? I don't see any reason why one of the parents can't stay home and perform the traditional role. Like I said, the woman stays home, decided to stay home and not work because the man is making enough money, right? The woman can stay home. It could be an arrangement, but I think this whole manosphere thing, trying to go back in time, they're not considering a lot of things that actually work against that kind of a structure of a family, right? Where the woman performs a certain role. Because I think of course the concept of liberalism, right? Liberalism kind of liberalism has a way of defining family, right? And I think it affects families in the United States and of course the rest of the world that adopts Western systems, right? In the liberal system, right, women are more freer, right? Women are more freer, they will have more rights. Prior to that, like there was a time when women couldn't vote. Women could not even smoke. It was kind of like a rebellious thing for women to come out and smoke. And women could not vote before the civil rights You know,
But do you think it's liberalism or just mostly economic
it's both.
difficulty?
I think it's both. You know, it's both. It's just also liberalism because like in like people come from an extremely patriarchal society, like in the Middle East and Africa to America, and they somehow kind of like the women, right, kind of takes up the role, takes up they imbibe this liberal family system, and you know it encroaches into their own traditional way of doing things, right? Because let's say if you're someone from a very extremely patriarchal society where women perform a certain role and they're not allowed to talk and all that, and then you come like let's say the United States of America, how would you enforce that rule, right? In Nigeria, we know how family, like, you know, when you talk about like spatial abuse, right? That's how like men in like most Nigerian families, right? They use violence to enforce spatial, you know, they use spatial abuse to enforce that role, right? Like let's say when the woman is not doing, like when a woman talks back, right? And like most of us here probably have seen examples of it, right? We've seen examples of it where your dad raised their hand on you know on your mom, on your mother, right? Like me growing up as a little kid, right? I remember hearing, you know, saying my mom, you know, my pops fighting. Like it gave me nightmares. Like I'll be awake at night, you know, a little kid. Like I remember that. Like it's part of my memory. You know what I mean? It's I think it's wrong. It's really wrong because you know you it could affect how, you know, it could affect, of course, the kid's psychology. Like me, for instance, right? Being awake all night, hearing my mom, you know, either crying in the room, you know, with my dad, you know what I'm saying, and hearing fight going on. You know what I'm saying? Like it's something that was normal then, right? I don't think that should be normalized because of the effect that it has, you know, in the psyche of the children. You feel me? And I think there should be a balance, right? There should be a balance. Like I believe that one of the major role of a family, right, would be in raising the children, like raising the kids, giving them a lot of time, right? Putting time in raising them and helping them with their schoolwork and whatnot. It shouldn't be a role one person should perform. You know, there should be some kind of equality in the performing of the roles, right? But economically, the economy shifted in a way where, you know, the man work, you know, most of the families, the man actually makes most of the money. I mean, it's not really that prevalent in Western society right now, but most men makes most of the money. They work most of the hours.
Okay.
They work the crazy hours, right? And yeah, so the roles is changing, and the changes is what this manosphere is fighting against. They are rebelling against the change. But the change is it's part of the society, it's part of the evolution. Everything evolves. Family evolves, relationship roles evolve, humanity evolves, right? You know, we are evolving, right? We cultures can evolve as well. You know,
And you see it as a positive thing.
Positive, negative, that's our own personal judgment. I believe that it's a natural cause, right? It's going through its natural evolutionary process. Everything evolves, ideas evolve. Family will have to go through evolution because you know, we are not, families are not separate from the society, right? A lot of things, there are a lot of aspects of the society that affects family, you know, how families are structured. Like, for instance, in the agrarian society, right, when there was polygamy was necessary because, you know, if you marry many women, you can have a lot of children that, you know, farm the land and whatnot, right? And then it became a symbol, a symbolism thing. You know, it's a symbol of a wealth. You know, you want you know, different women to perform different roles because one role was enough. You know, if you're rich and you have a big property, you need women. You know, like you need to marry a lot of women so they can take care of, you know, a lot of things for the men, right? In a patriarchal society, and then if they have a lot of kids, that means you have a lot of workers. You have a lot of army. You know, people that could do your thing, inherit your property and whatnot. But right now, we're not in a greater society. You know, that has changed with the advance of technology, right?
Okay, let's try to this thing. Let me go to Jagun so that it can go around, then so that I can come back to you. Maybe we're all gonna pick up something by the time it goes through Chim. Jagun, so yeah, thank you for that, Centrica. Jagun, what do you think about this in terms of the future? You know, how should we be aligning ourselves between the genders so that we can be able to, you know, travel more
Cohesively.
cohesively. Yeah, that's a good word there. Nice
Very
one.
good. I'm ready for you, brother. Welcome, forefather. We appreciate you. I hope that you were listening to the Rudolph platform earlier, the Rudolph show, because I think there was a lot there that can still be entertained in this segment based on film and storytelling, even in the subject that we're speaking right now. I have a lot to say on this, and I'm happy for it to come back round. But in the first instance, I would like to say that there is big pressure in the planet and a lot of manipulation going on over the years, historically. And if we have been watching carefully, we can see how confusion is being laid in our land. Confusion at all levels. A lot of the time we will speak about homosexuality and the LGBT stuff, and we won't understand the level of attack that we are under as people who believe in what's the word? One man, one woman, well, man and woman. I've forgotten the term. In terms of conjugals. Now, I'm saying this to let us know that within the Black community, there's been a lot of manipulation over the years, especially in America, more so than here, where Black women are concerned and lifting Black women up and dropping Black men. There's been a lot of political machinations along that line. Here in the UK, as somebody who, I'm quite eclectic when it comes to women, but I have to break down, I prefer my own women. And when I break it down even further, I prefer my own African women, then my own Nigerian women, and then I'm afraid my own Yoruba women. That's how it is with me. So as we break these things down, we have to come to an understanding that you have to understand that it's only our parents' generation that entered into the, what is it called? Is it monogamy? Monogamous space as opposed to polygamous space. When we go to our grandfather, my grandfather on my mother's side had 9 wives. My grandfather on my father's side had 14 wives and many children. And he controlled the family without all of them living in the same house. But everybody know who their father and grandfather was. Everybody knew. It was clear. So, we in the West, we enter into a lot of confusion, unnecessary confusion in my estimation. I believe that I won't talk about myself personally in terms of marriage. But me, I'm not monogamous, and I'm not monogamous based on my own reasons. I would prefer actually to be monogamous, one man, one woman. I'll prefer that. But that's not the life I've lived. And I've drawn down children from that. And in that, I know how to manage them. Because I'm not confused, you see, when it comes to me being masculine and what that masculinity means. It doesn't mean I don't have soft traits or I don't have feminine traits, as they like to say here in the West. I'm a very amenable person, but I'm structured and I'm real, and I'm not taking nonsense into my household. I'm just not accepting nonsense. Simple. A lot of us are confused as men, Black men in the Western world. We don't know how to behave. It was said earlier that a man is watching his father beating his mother or them fighting better. And me personally, I think that's natural. I don't think it's unnatural. I don't believe in all this nonsense that it's woman battery. No. It's natural for people who live together for 25 good years, for them to come to a point where speech is not enough for them to get their point across. As foul as there are many people who go throughout their lives, they've never had a cross word. Never. Their relationship is lovely to look upon and to be in. But there are those of us who, no matter who we married, have challenges along the way. We have challenges. And it depends on our personalities within as to how we handle those challenges. Now, I'm saying all this based on the fact that, again, the African and Black family around the world has to really get a grip. We have to get a grip. We can't have something that is in the States, and very much here in Europe and England particularly, where we have a pipeline from the school straight to the prison of our men. We can't be having that. We have to stand up against such a manipulation. I would say we're on side of the women. that for everything that we may want to blame them for, and I have my levels of putting the blame in their court, there is no blame more than the blame of men. And if we don't get to grips and understand that we are ultimately responsible for the blame, we as men are ultimately in the position where we can fix things. We are the men who are supposed to step forward and let our families come behind us, come with us. This is the bottom line. Pointing the finger and blaming women is not sufficient, my friend. It's not sufficient. Thank you.
I think you are right there. I think men are ultimately responsible, but you did make a controversial point about, the fighting between couples, and that it's not something that should be taken as necessarily a concern. But there's a safety aspect there.
Yeah, let me put it
Man should
personally.
not be
Let
doing that.
me put it personally, as my brother did before me. The women in my family, they're not easy. I don't care what no one's got to say. The women in my family, they'll fight you physically, and it's not going to be easy for you. As much as you think, I'm a man, I'm strong, bruh, come and fight my sisters. They'll break you up. I'm not kidding. I'm not joking. Go, come and challenge them if you feel that you can. I've seen my sister beat her husband over the head. And me, I wanted to defend her. She didn't need any defending. She didn't need any defending. I've seen my mother and father go at it. And my mum is not a joke. She's not a joke for anybody. And it came to these points because people do have frustrations, natural and real. People do come to the point where, you know what, you're taking a piss. You're mucking around. You're playing with the dignity in me. And this happens across the board. If somebody thinks that it doesn't happen and we want to become European, go away with that rubbish. Like we haven't lived life. Go away. Because I'm not taking it. I don't want to fight. I've never laid my hand on any woman. Never, ever in my life. And I don't believe I have to. Because why? I've got skills of negotiation. I can speak to women. Women, they normally, once they've calmed down and I'll come back and speak to them, what they have for me is an apology. Because they owe me one. Because they've been off key. And I'm pointing out exactly where you've been off key. I'm not shying away from it. I'm not pretending with anyone. I don't know why we like to enter into the game of pretense. Because we have knowledge. Because we read all these books. Because. But we're not dealing with anything natural. We're not dealing with anything that is of the aspect of what it is to be a human being. And this is where we have complexities in being a human being. And we have to be able to navigate these complexities if we have brain at all. Otherwise, all we're doing is complaining all day long. How do we act? How do we have agency? How do we perform magic in this life? With me, it's women that I perform hardcore magic with. Magic. You don't even understand. I don't want to commit or have magic with any crusty man among us. Or more. When there's lovely, luscious women to be dealing with. Nonsense about incredentiality, whatever that means. Thank you.
Yeah, that view is very controversial. That last view, we'll return to that maybe later, because if, let's say, we are going to march forward and we say a man's role is to defend and provide and all these things, then that, applying that ability to defend again then to your partner is a violation of that cardinal principle. So you wouldn't want to have a home where a man is raising their hand against a woman only in self-defense, and if they have the opportunity, then they leave that environment. That is what I would,
I suppose might like this based on what you just said. I've learned parenting. I've learned what it is to be a man. I've learned what it is to have dignity. I'm telling you, from my family, from my mother and father. And they have been lovely parents to me. They've been harsh at times. Sometimes I found them extremely unfair to me and to my mindset, how it's different from theirs. I found it unfair. However, I can never take away what they have given and taught me, because they are serious people. They're serious people. I can't dismiss them and what they've given me and my siblings. And I will say that for anyone on this platform, I don't need to know your family. So long as you have that accent and you be Niger, I know that you've lived it the way I've lived it. We're not here to pretend to ourselves. We can't afford it. So for whatever wrongs they have done, and we can put it to one side, we have to look at the majesty that they have given us. You see, me as an individual here in Southeast London, I have always performed above my peers. And the only reason why that's happened is because of my family, because I wanted to be a irresponsible individual. That's what it left to me, or I would have been the most irresponsible person alive. But because of the steering and the governance of my parents, I am far better than I ever expected of myself. That is what I'm saying. So with this structure, I don't need the West. I don't need a million stupid books. I don't need all these things that we are clinging on to for dear life to pronounce who it is that we are. I need that. I got it from my parents. Thank you very much.
Sorry, thank you. Yeah, this my audio keeps going. I need to find a way. Let me just hold on. Let me do some experiment. It's not working. It's all right. AY, please. I'm trying to learn how to mute this thing automatically and bring it on automatically. It's just a little bit tricky. AY, so what do you think about this? We've had some quite interesting views. We have to be able to match cohesively. I think that's the right word. If we are going to move into the future, sometimes you see that there's a little bit of one side is going this way, the other one is going this way. In Africa now, you hear the women when they want to talk, they want to take over from the men. They want to take over from the men. And historically, if that was going to augur well for societies, you will see that women create nations. You see women create revolutions, but you don't see that when it comes to all the major strategic decisions in the world. Men are the ones at the forefront for some weird reason. I don't know why that is. Maybe because we have a way of thinking that amplifies it. I don't know. But if our women now are saying they want to take over from the men, you can see that may not augur very well for us if we are to make strategic moves in the near future. But please go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Only Jago took half an hour, so.
That means you wasn't listening. Eh?
Oh God! Why?
I don't want him to interject me anyway.
I won't.
Yeah, it is a very good topic. So, I want to refer to one thing Jago said. Right, there is an attack in the family structure. To be honest, if you pay attention deeply, you understand it is actually an attack. One of it is the LGBTQ community. So the essence is kind of to reduce production, if possible, eliminate production. The other thing is this, I call it the negative feminism, where women think they are competing with men, where women think they are the same level with men, where women think they are equal to men. So in the settings of a man and woman, I don't usually call it, I kind of tell women this is not about equality. It is, I call it complementary. I believe a man and woman in the family structure, they are complementary. It says that it's just like having complementary angle, where for you to have a whole of it, you need to bring half from here, half from here. It's just like left hand and right hand. You could say, yeah, right hand is more useful, but still, if you see somebody that is using left hand can be more useful. So you basically need both hands to wash very clean, right? So in that sense, both hands are important, right? That is one of it. The second phase is we live in the world of confusion today. Confusion in the sense that both men and women, we don't actually know our role again, right? So you hear naturally, like our mother, our grandmothers, they used, even in America, even in Canada, even in America, I've spoken with even the white people I used to work with. I was surprised, like in Canada in the 50s, women don't used to go to work. They used to stay at home. the day I heard that, I'm like, what? He said, yeah, that's the truth.
Wow,
So
I'm surprised to hear that even today.
yeah, that is a fact. Confirm it. So now where the confusion is coming in, we used to have the traditional role for women, a system where the men will go look for what the family to eat, protect the family, provide for the family. You know, the women are going to stay at home, take care of the children, do the cleaning, do the cooking. Of course, we move away from that. Today, is more, these roles are kind of evolving. And where today, even the women, they want to do 8 to 5, right? As the men. Especially in the West, even in Nigeria, of course, even in Africa. So obviously, that is where the confusion comes in. Today, you want to talk to a woman, you talking to a man, like, okay, what is your kind of thing? The Gen Z is even getting more worse. They don't want to take responsibility at all. People don't want to take responsibility in marriage. Like, you don't feel like it is your duty to cook at home. It is your duty to take care of the kids. It is your duty, even for the men, they are also guilty of this, to take responsibility, like the financial responsibility, and those kind of stuff men used to do. So men are also pushing their duty to the women. So this is where the confusion come in. So is why the reason why it's very confusing is if you can define, you say you want to get married today, you sit down with a woman and have like a proper discussion. What kind of woman are you? Do you believe in traditional role, or you believe in the where we are today, where you have women are also working, contributing to the home? Is that what you want? Some people don't want to take a position. They just tell you, no, I don't believe in anything called role. I don't believe in traditional role. Then who are you? So for me as a person, I remember when I wanted to get married, my discussion was, to be honest, my mindset, just like Yago said, even if you are making $1 billion, I'm not going to stop you from work, but here is my truth. My truth is, I want you to understand that I'm going to help you to do all the stuff at home when it's very necessary, take care of the kids, cooking, cleaning. I don't have problem with those stuff. But I strongly believe that's my position. It's not my duty. I tell you, you as a woman, if the family demands that you resign from your work and stay at home, will you be able to do that? Because that's not my job. I don't want to do that. I still strongly feel my role as a man is to take care of my family. Financially, I should be responsible. If my wife is helping me pay for bills, she's just happy. I don't think it's our duty. I want you as a woman to have that mindset too. If I'm helping you to cook, it's not my duty. I'm just helping you. This is my whole mindset. But there is a big confusion. Of course, if you live in the West, it becomes really difficult for you to say a woman should stay at home and be doing all that, especially when they are working. You can't really say they will be the ones to cook, they will be the ones to do this. No, you can't do that because it's very difficult here. The settings is very hard, right? Your wife will definitely need your help. So you kind of like have a balance, except you are really capable of saying, stay at home and be a wife. That's what I want you to be. I'm going to take care of your bill. I'm going to take care of everything you need. I'm going to give you allowance. Then you have really to say, you know what? I'm not ready. I'm not helping you at home. You got to clean. You got to cook. You got to do whatever you want to do. You got to take care of the kids. But that, again, is difficult. It's probably like 5% of men in the West that can do that, right? So that's the reality. So today, Even the men, they are so guilty of a lot of stuff. Some men are living on this women's sweat too. They allow the women to do all the mess work. They stay back and be watching. You allow the woman to suffer, to go work, to pay the house rent, to pay the mortgage, to pay the bills. You are looking. Then you still want to be, you still have to have the privilege of the so-called leader of the house. So there is some level of hypocrisy. So it is a we are in a confused state. I think it's going to get worse with the Gen Z getting to marriage, because the Gen Z, they don't want to listen. Some of them, I've seen most now, my friends, their relation. The women are not even interested in cooking. They order food. Very soon they will be ordering food from Amazon. These people don't care. They don't want to even leave their house. They don't. Some of them don't want to work. So it is. We are gonna see the worst with the Gen Z, but we are in a confused state. But I strongly believe, in general, men should be men. You have to take your role as a man. You have to take leadership. I strongly believe a home that you will say, oh, woman is the leader, you have a lot of problems, to be honest. Men should learn to lead, but not lead with too bossy, be too oppressive. You gotta lead with the support of the women. You gotta listen to them. You gotta work with them to build a family. Especially the state we are today, where the women also have financial power. You push them too much, they have a lot of benefits in the West. They can call the police, they can have free house, some of them have money, they can take care of themselves. Our mothers are beginning to take the reason they were lawyers, our grandmother, our mother. It's not that they were different. The thing is, some of them they didn't have second address. So when you push them from their house, some of them, even their family will say, no, where are you going? Go back. So things have really changed. So I think the men will need to adjust a little, but you still have to be a man. Thank you.
Yeah, I think what I take from that is that it seems to be quite significant is that we are in a confused state. And I think it is true that the men are not always doing what they are supposed to do. And in the greater society, I think the men too are failing. We talked about how the budget was reducing. Who is doing that? Is it not the men? They are the ones creating that terrible environment. We are not doing what we are supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
And then when the woman go and work, what do you expect to happen? When you are the one supposed to be working, and I think this is not only our community; it's affecting the entire world now. You see Asian women where in Asia women are scarce, like in China, women are scarce because there was this bias towards having men, so they have less women, and even the women, they are struggling to find men. That is how crazy the whole thing is. So Jonaba, thank you for joining us. This thing, it's a subtle conversation. Personally, in the challenges that we have, in terms of charting our path in the future, it sounds as if it's not an important one, but it might actually be more decisive than we like to think, because if the woman standing next to you is not on the same page with you, you could be in trouble. So yeah, what do you think about the conversation so far?
Good afternoon from this and forefathers, Cedric, Jago, Neway, and Chim. It's nice to be with you guys. Um, you know, too many things have changed in the life of African and African men since the dominant culture was struggles of capture of our ways of life, that we have lost ours, whether the traditional marriage way or the religious, whichever religion you belong to, Islam or Christianity. So many things we have been struggling and being in a state of confusion. Of course, other ethnicity may also have their challenges because the world is evolving and change is what is most constant. And as we migrate from one place to another and see most likely some of us that our children born in the West, uh, you can still instill in them what you think is the most valuable way. But in that aspect, uh, women do most of that because that is how it is designed naturally. So we are all product of our environment, especially whether a single home or home that both parents are together. Uh, there's a say that train a child the way he should go, and when he grows up, he will not depart from it. But in the sense that I was brought up in Africa and have a different culture, and now have my own children here, there will be a conflict between the way I see life from Africa and the way my children see life in the West, and influences their judgment. And in the bigger picture, I see that it's going to it's a systematic problem that going to affect the black race if we do not take it serious. And I think we are having conversation with open-minded to how to redefine or define ourselves to our original roots. And those are a very rich culture we have. Nothing wrong with it. I believe in a woman role in the family. In terms of money, every family is structured differently. Some women may make more money than uh, their man, and they still be submissive. And some, and it all depends on how you find yourself, what is more important to you, and who have more time in terms of spending more time with the children, and then impart them. But I believe we're all unique. Women have their strength, men have their strength, and it's men, even if it is to compete, it should be in a healthy way, but to complement each other. But my fear mostly is the conflict, the bigger picture of I am better than you. It's still rooted from sometimes the way the guests today simplify it, that I can put it. Uh, your religion is better than mine is better than you. When you come to family settings, sometimes people claim, especially if you marry across your other tribes, uh, people play that. But if we are nurtured and brought up in our own African traditional way, apart from this way we are trying to, in the confused junction we are, I think we will do well with the respect if your parent bring you well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Janaba. So yes, Chim, what do you have to say? Not necessarily only about relationship, maybe the politics of the future too. Because if the men have a vision for the future, which I doubt our men, especially in the context of Nigeria, whether they even have any feature that they paint for the women, like just be a side chick and be a traditional woman. Other than that, I don't know whether they have anything to paint for the women. So if you don't have any vision that you painted that says, okay, your children are going to be kings, your children are going to aspire to the future. This is how are the women supposed to work with you? So this question about that the men too are part of the problem, because we don't seem to have a vision for our women anyway. So why should they follow us? Why should they not want to strike out, given all the mess up we've messed up all this while? So it's not only about relationship. It seems to be moving to leadership too, where they want to take charge because they feel like these guys are just not serious people. Please go ahead.
Sorry, guys. There's a bit of a noise in my house.
Hey, what is going on? The party or something?
Somebody turned 13 today, so all her friends, and there are about 20 of them in this house now. So I had to go and sit down. So I'm sure you can hear some of the noise. So I'll try and be quick. I hope they don't drown my voice out. So it's a very interesting topic, and it's exciting. The topic is coming today of all days when we initially had that other traditional / religious conversation at the earlier segment with Rudolph. Unfortunately, I couldn't stay back to do some follow-up questions and push back from the speaker, so because I had to go out and go and get a few things. But quickly, so I think, I'm not in support of this whole fluidity generation we have become. Everything is now fluid. You understand? Nobody knows their roles. And by the way, eccentric, later on, please, you try and help me. You said something about the Western patriarchal system. I'm trying to understand what you mean by that. But later on, if you could help me explain what you meant by that, because it was quite confusing for me. I didn't know that the Western world had their own patriarchal system, separate from general patriarchal system that we all have across the world between male and female. Now, what I want to say is this. I've always been of the view that we should define what we want as human beings. I mean, like you rightly said, forefathers, what exactly do we want? Do we want to build better, stronger societies? Because my perception about society is that every generation should be a better image of the one before it, advancing gradually, improving in things, technology, advancement, whatever it is. It seems to me that the more we are learning intellectually, technology, the more we're failing in terms of how to manage society properly. We're failing in that regard. And that's where we begin to see all this whole, because I've been reading comments also on the comment section. Personally, I grew up in a home where my parents, occasionally we have disagreements. Nobody beat anybody, but they had disagreements. And we would hear it. Like Jago said, there's nothing wrong in it. These are human beings. Conflict has its benefits. Actually, in any society where there are no conflicts, society doesn't evolve. So when there are conflicts, it helps people to go and say, okay, what do we improve? The conflict they've had in the last election in the US is going to see them improve one or two things later on going down the line. Maybe the way they will vote, maybe who should be able to vote and all those things. Same thing ditto to Nigeria. Our conflicts should be something that helps us evolve. Now, when it comes to the male-female relationship, in a good place where the two good heads, when they have conflicts, they shout, they quarrel, they go away, then they come back and say, come, what exactly are we even fighting about? Help me understand your perspective. Let me see where you're coming from and see how I can meet you better. But what I'm seeing is we're having this Me Too feminist era where people are just bandwagoning things and not thinking things through properly, just imbibing whatever they see happen anywhere in the world, and it's causing dysfunction for us in society. I believe in roles. In this particular forum where we are today, you are the lead person. That's your role. You're the one moderating. It's a role. You understand? So, and I would personally frown at anybody coming to hijack the microphone away without you giving them permission. It's the same way when it comes to male-female relationship, family, and all those things. There are roles. But I frown at some people who don't want us to have those roles. They want us to have a fluid system. That fluidity has led to fluidity of gender. It's led to fluidity of in education. And we're just getting confused day and night. People can't even sit down and define who a man is or who a woman is anymore. It's up to this nonsense fluidity. Now, the other thing I want to say is this. There is a place of the man, but the man, in playing his role, needs a help and support from his wife. She should be willing to do it. And I've always argued that anything two adult male and female sit down and agree as the way they want to run their affairs, I'm a Christian, is acceptable in the sight of God. If two of them sit down and say, you know what, we want to be able to raise well-balanced children. We can't raise these well-balanced children if two of us are out there chasing dollars and chasing pounds or cash or naira, whatever it is. We can't do it. You know what? It's either I work 3 days, you work 2 days, or I go and do working, you stay at home and manage the resources. I will compensate you for your staying at home. Part of the income of the house will be for you to be able to have your own allowance and do what you want to do with money, while the other percentage is what we use to run the family in general. So you stay home, help, and make sure that these children don't go astray. I've seen families where this is done, and go and see how healthy the kind of children they have. Because the woman knows the man didn't cheat me. It's an agreement. Sometimes I've seen where the woman was, maybe their careers are starting and the woman seems to be the one to have a better career prospect. And the man says, you know what, you go ahead and go and do it. I will do other hustling. Maybe I'll go and do a side business that gives me more time so that I can drop the children in school, pick them from school. When they are back from school, there's an adult at home to stay with them while you do. And when you see an appreciative woman who understands it and knows that this is a sacrifice, that it is not the norm for the man to stay at home. But when my husband is saying, okay, you know what, I can see there's a better prospect with you. Maybe the woman has a better job that is going to bring more income. And the woman is ready to play, because you see again, sometimes when you see people do that, you find out that when a woman has a better job, and I've seen this also, it now becomes the platform for her to now say her husband is lazy or bring disrespect to that person, without realizing that for every agreement, somebody is making a sacrifice. And it comes down to, when it comes to our leaders also, there is nothing wrong if our leaders say, you know what, we want to be able to have our women involved in politics because we want to have the feminist angle of everything. So it's not all National Assembly, all men. You come to the executive, all men. We want to have, women also involved. You can choose to reserve seats for them and say, for everything, let's reserve this amount of seats for women that they will fill. That's an agreement, because we want to have a balanced society, because we want our system to be one that is functioning and improving. So I think until people begin to see this, there's one, like I said, I'm a Christian, I'm not going to run away from it. There's the book of Proverbs. What does it say there? There's Proverbs 31 that talks about the virtuous woman. I've told people, I've challenged people to go and read that again. When you read that scripture, everything spoken about that woman in that scripture are natural things that a typical man does. Everything there. They say the woman wakes up, takes care of her family, she does investment, she does this. These are things that you will say ordinarily are supposed to be done by men. So it is not a wonder that the person who wrote that Proverbs sarcastically said, a virtuous woman who can find. In other words, he's telling you this is not common to see. You're not going to find that most women are going to exhibit this character and trait. So when you see lady who is exhibiting this character and trait, give her her flowers, give her her praise, because it's not common. Most typical women are waiting to be taken care of. Most typical women are just laid there, let the man do everything and all that. It's just that's the norm. It has nothing to do with Africa. It has been something that has over generations, whether it's the Western world or it is in Asia, it was like that across most of the world. However, like I keep saying, when the society comes and says this is what we want, define the objectives of what you want to accomplish, then you can begin to set roles. You can begin to say, okay, let the woman do this, let the man do this. The men are naturally physically more endowed than women. I don't know anybody who wants to argue about that. That's why in the olden days, it is the men that go to war. Society accepted the fact that men should defend and protect their wives, defend and protect society. And that's why it was the men that were enlisted more in the army. There is nothing misogynistic about it, as people may want us to know. No. But that was when society was heading in the right direction. However, since we began to see all this fluidity, we are starting to see all manner of. In fact, somebody just said the other day, there are what we have now right now are weak men as leaders in society. Whether it is in the US, in France, the UK, we just have weak men running society. And so we need to sit down and redefine what exactly we want. Until we define what we want, we will be making mistakes. Lastly, I will say this. There's a saying that when purpose is not known, abuse becomes inevitable. And every time you've seen there's an abuse anywhere in society, it's because people don't understand what what they're supposed to be doing. People don't know what role anybody's supposed to be doing. If you go to an organization, I don't think there's any business where you go there and you just find everybody just doing the same thing. No, there are roles. You have an accountant, you have a HR person, you have the lawyer. You don't see the lawyer trying to do the job of the accountant and vice versa. Everybody knows their place, plays their role for the team cohesion and to be able to accomplish goals. For those of us who watch soccer, it's the same thing on any sports, especially soccer team sports. You have a goalkeeper. The goalkeeper is not going to leave his job and go and be trying to play the striking role. That's a recipe for disaster. That's the clearest. In fact, they will concede many goals. Before the guy runs back, you'd have considered like 10 goals and all that. It's the same way. So I always struggle when I see people, struggling to accept this. I grew up as an only son in the family of 3 children, 2 girls. But you not believe it. I wasn't treated like I'm the boy or single one. I can cook. My sisters cook. My sisters change plugs. They when their husbands are not available, they fix things. But they have careers also. They are professionals in their fields of endeavor and all those things. So I don't think there's anything that says that that because you're a lady that you cannot do certain things or vice versa. I take care of my children. My wife is out now. I'm the one with all these girls. My child is a girl right now, and all her friends who have come for the birthday is all the girls she invited. She's in a mixed school, but she only invited the girls to the house, and they're at home. I'm the one here with them receiving parents. So all that time you've seen me raise my hand and run out is to go and open the door for somebody ringing the bell to come in and all that. But I'm here. My wife has gone out, so I said I will stay indoors today and take care of them and all that. So it's. I just think society needs to wake up and appreciate that roles have been given. Let everybody accept their role. Whatever your role is, you're the husband, play your role. You're the wife, play your role. But play it, know that you're not playing, you're playing a role that is going to be impactful in the life of those children, in the life of that family, in the life of the society. Because remember, when we don't raise these children well or raise our families well, we produce the next set of dysfunctional leaders. All these men and women you see stealing and robbing us blind in the corridors of power. It's poor parenting. It is poor parenting. Let's forget about either they had no parent at all or they just didn't have anyone to raise them at all. Of course, many of our leaders in Nigeria had no parents, so let's not even go there. They don't even know who their parents are. So who's going to even tell them that robbing an election is wrong or snatching ballot paper is wrong or doing anything that they're doing is wrong? Nobody. There's nobody. So I just want to, say that at the beginning, and then maybe later on I can add up and contribute to the conversation.
Yeah, I was tempted to ask you a few questions, but I just wanted to allow Ike to have his say first. There was a lot of temptation.
But please don't forget the question, though. Write down the question. I'd like to answer it.
Okay, thank you. Ike, thank you for joining us.
Somebody asked you for link.
Okay, yeah. Is it the fault of the men that the women are now thinking, you know what, these guys are losers, man. We need to get past them and do the job that they refuse to do? Because there's this Akpoche lady that is a senator. She seems to be doing very well for her people, though. She became a senator. She has spent more than half a year fighting the case. They took her to court. Men took her to court. And then she won the case. And now she has done so well with a short period of time. She has been a senator. I didn't know senators can do so much in their states, but she's done that much. And I think Adiola highlighted that. Maybe I will play the video later on. So is it that the men are failing? That is why the women have to step up. So please go ahead, Oga Ike.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. Whenever we are talking about women, AY is always interested because even if he's not going to be in any program, he must be in the program where they're talking about women.
Yes, so
what assignment you have with women? But you have to take it easy. Everything that glitters are not gold.
Yes. Oh boy, they don't do comedy for you now.
Yes. I go listen. The beautiful ones are not yet born, so take it easy. Well, Father, I don't know from, because I think if I have to contribute my opinion in this, you and AY and Dr. Damages has to pay me, because this is I think this is part of my area of life, you know. So if I have to be part of it, you have to pay me. If whatever contribution I make, you and the AY has to pay, you know. But anyway, listen, I want to. I was listening to Chim. I want to, because I don't know what you brought out, Senator Poti or whatever. I think, are we talking about the relationship between a man and a woman? Because I think if it is, that is what it is, maybe it is from there you move up to the issue of Senator Poti or whatever, the responsibilities that women are taking right now in our society, right?
Yes. I think it is more broad how we can move forward. You know, how do we see the future together? Yeah, it involves our individual relationships, marriages, politics, and healthcare, everything. You know.
Okay, but I think all of us should be able to understand that without family, there is no nation, there is no community without a family. So everything starts with family, right?
Yes.
For me, I will use myself as an example. When I started growing up, at a little age, I was fascinated by intertribal marriage. When I see people, Igbo man marrying a Calabar woman, or Calabar woman marrying an Igbo man, or Yoruba woman marrying an Igbo woman, vice versa, So I was fascinated with that kind of relationship. And I happened to grow up with that mindset that I said that I'm not going to marry an Igbo woman. And by the special grace of God, when I met my wife many years ago, that thing came back to me, because I have to let my mom know that, and my family saw in me that I'm always interested when I see people that get married from different tribes, So when I begin to think that direction after school, I decided I'm not going to marry an Igbo woman. I want to marry from other tribe. But, as time goes on in life, I had the opportunity to, travel out of Nigeria many years ago. I think my first travel out of Nigeria was in 1982. And I met my wife in a supermarket in Amsterdam. She came to the supermarket with the family, and they were walking past me. I was coming in, and I saw the young lady there, and I was attracted to her. And I just went back where they were parking their things in the car. And I said, please, can you excuse me for 1 minute? She turned around and she walked. As she was walking towards me, I was going away from the parents. So I told her that, listen, I'm a Nigerian. I just came in Holland for about 1 week now. I just came in to buy something, and I saw you, and I was fascinated by your beauty, And she laughed, right? And that's how we by then there is no internet. It was you go to Nitel to make call, or you write letter, you post letter. That's how we started that relationship, right?
Sorry, hold on there, hold on. Is hold on. this one, I thought of that guy here. First of all, the Oyibo man, the Oyibo lady, is he Oyibo or black person?
Yeah, probably she is from this island. Probably she's not. They are Caribbeans, So you can
Okay,
find
Caribbean. Okay,
Which island is
white.
that, please, my brother?
You can find white. You can see black. It's just of a mixed
so in
race.
front of her
Normally.
parents, you approached her in front of her parents.
No, I said I moved away because I greeted all of them. Then I moved away and I asked her, "Can she excuse me for a few minutes?" And she said she looked at me and as she's walking out from the car, I was moving backward, so that
Wow.
you understand. So
you have to respect a man when he's just encountered the lady's parents and still hell bent on going after the woman. I have to respect that. You have to respect. Well done. Go ahead.
So from that perspective, it was a long distant relationship. But what I'm trying to say is that we build that relationship in between the cultures of Africa and the understanding of the Caribbean people about family and relationship, right? And when she visited Nigeria for the first time, I took her to the village where she was able to understand the 1 month she spent in the village, or to understand the cultures of my people, the little part of the cultures of my people, and trying to understand the role of a man and a woman in the home. And also being a Christian home, being a son born into a Christian family, because my mother was an evangelist by the special grace of God. God bless her soul, right? So, she came and she saw the way, maybe what they used to hear, but now she saw it. So, at the end of the day, we ended up getting married in Nigeria. We got married and we began to build family. So why did I make this small story? Is for you to understand, first of all, what do you want in a relationship? What is the foundation of that relationship? On what basis was the relationship built on? Right? Because if that relationship is built on material things, or if it is built on who has more better job, or is built who has more money, or is built on an interest that I'm looking for an interest to travel out. I was looking for documents. I wasn't looking for documents because I've been traveling. So I do not need no documents. So there are so many things that come into play in that relationship. And that helped to, stabilize my position as the head of my family, being a Christian. Her coming from a Christian home, I never know, but she is from a Christian home. So the understanding of the role of a man and a woman, we both of us understand that, right? So at the end of the day, by the special grace of God, like Chim said, I want to let you know that there is no perfect marriage anywhere. The perfect marriage is when you make mistakes, or when you realize your mistake, you ask for forgiveness. When the other person realizes or recognizes his or her mistake, you ask for forgiveness. And we find a way to, move on. And from every mistake that we make becomes an instrument to build a better relationship between myself or yourself with your wife. So in that case and in that regard, we have had a wonderful relationship, a wonderful marriage with kids and grandkids. And that's why I said to you, and as a pastor, I am more or less a counselor. So that's why I say you got to pay me, but I don't want to go deep. I don't want to go deep into it. But the issue of, that's why yesterday when we were talking about, if you don't know why you are into that relationship, or if you are into that relationship with an interest, that is something that you are expecting, but you are not expecting to build that thing together, most of the time that's where there is a problem. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
there must be an interest both of you agree on in a relationship. It shouldn't be based on material things. It shouldn't be based on financial things. It shouldn't be based on your position or your academic qualification, right? Because
Yeah.
at the end of the day, today, my wife works in government, is a top government official, but I work in a company. But I am still the man in charge of the home, right?
Yeah.
And I am still the man that is in charge. Why? Because based on what was the original foundation of that marriage, understanding the original intentions of that relationship, it doesn't take anything away from me, and I don't take anything away from her. I give her her due respect as my wife, because she's my helper, like Jim said. Her
Yeah.
decision, when she makes her decision, at the end of the day, today, if you ask my wife, even though if it is her own opinion or whatever she said, if you ask her at the end of the day, it will tell you it was my husband's opinion. It was my husband's idea. She never said I was the person who did that for how many years that I'm into that relationship. So that is the point. So on that basis, she works in the government office, and her salary is double times bigger than my salary. But it doesn't take anything away that I am still the husband. When I opens my door and come into the house, she knows that I am the man in charge, right? So on that basis, she has the opportunity, because she's working in the government. I have not stopped her from growing. I need to encourage her to continue to grow.
Yeah.
I am not worried what her position is. I'm not worried how much she brings in at the end of the month. But my concern is to make her to be happy, that she loves the job she's doing, and I am making every necessary sacrifices to make sure that both of us succeed. But the greatest part of it is that our kids are grown up. None of them are with us anymore. So we have the freedom of the world to be able to build a more solid and better relationship. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, so in her position now, if she says she wants to aspire to something else, I'm not going to stop her from doing that, and I'm not going to be jealous of she wants to be something, because I already know whatever she becomes the governor of this island tomorrow, she will still be the wife of Brother Ike. That she will still be my wife. So I think that masculine idea of most of us who come from Africa and went into the Western world and begin to be our children and begin to develop another reality, we should be able to also build that relationship based on knowing where you are coming from, right? If your wife to be or your wife now doesn't know who you are, your culture, your tradition, the position in the house. That's why yesterday when we are talking about electricity, was asking a question. Why do we? Is it people from polygamous family are the men that live in the street in the Western world? I told him that you know the truth. You are just trying to pull everybody's leg. You know why men are living in the street? Because women are power to take over the home. If a man divorces in this Western world, she'll kick you out of the house. And if you don't have any sort of income, you live in the street. It's just as pure as simple. You understand what I'm trying to say? Yeah. So, such relationship, that relationship, I don't believe is a relationship. I believe that it is attached on material, it is attached on someone's security or protection or cover.
Yeah.
So your home should be the home of you and your wife, right? Like, so I sincerely believe that the position of women today in the society, like I said, men has given the women the tool that the men are not ready to do the right thing. And I think most of the time, if you can be honest to yourself, most offices where you see women in charge, they are disciplined, they do the work, they do the job. Their productivity is high, right? So I think when John Abba was speaking, he was talking about, I don't know if it's John Abba or Chim, he was talking about trying to say, okay, we're going to have 10 women in the National Assembly, in the Senate, or in the House of Representatives. No, you shouldn't say we should have. They should be given the opportunity to be there because they are part of the society, like as is obtainable everywhere in the world. A Nigerian man, a Nigerian lady now is the opposition leader in Britain as prime minister in waiting, right? He had the Margaret Thatcher of his own days. Now in America it was Kamala Harris, and in the House of Rep and Senate you have a lot of women in a political positions in the developed world, like in America, for example. You have a lot of powerful women in a very powerful sentencing position everywhere in every part of America. So I don't think that when men fail, the ladies should take over, because we have shown that we are more concerned about, a title and the name calling and the chief doctor, professor. That is what we are more concerned of. But the ladies themselves, they feel that if they're given the opportunity, they can do better. And I have seen some of them who has really excelled in their professional life, in their family life, in their marriage life, in everything, right? Because like when we are training our kids together, like Chim was saying, it is a sacrifice everyone has to make sure that your children, you give them a better life. You understand? If it sacrifices me to work only 2 times in a week, for me, yes. If she has to work 3 times in a week as government officer who works in government office, they are more flexible than when you work in private organization. So, but all those things come say that at the end of the day, every work, whatever you're doing, at the end of the day, you're doing it for your children, that they can be able to be a better society after you. And that is the joy of every one of us who are married, that have kids, and those who are hoping to get married, that your children will be better than you, and your grandchildren should be better than your children. That is the prayer and hope of every one of us, because that's how we make a better society. That's how we can be able to create a more acceptable society where everybody will flow and flourish together as people.
Thank you. Yeah, see, I think there's quite a lot of possible questions to come from there, but I will allow Tone to go ahead before we, get a bit more fluid conversation. Tone,
I think John Abba was raising his hand.
No, it's not so much of anything. You were able to remember who 1982 when you met your wife today, but when it comes to who quoted women and to be allowed to Senate, you don't remember that. It was your brother that said that, not me.
Okay.
Again, before Brother Tone comes in, I was just reading the comments, and we are 8 men here. It was AY that asked, "Where are the women?" And this is really what I mean. You see, if women don't represent themselves, I'm not going to represent them. Women have to learn to represent themselves, not just stay outside in the outside and have their view there. This is why the only reason yesterday there was a woman show on. I looked at that. I just looked at it. There was, apart from the host, there were no other women. So I'm not quite sure how women are looking to blame men for their own failings. I'm not accepting none of that. I'm not accepting any of that. Continue, please.
Yeah, Tone, thank you for joining us. Regarding the conversation, and I think the point Jago is making, because there's an element of if this conversation is about men misbehaving and doing some stuff, you will see a lot of women coming, and especially when another woman cheats with another man and all this stuff, they will be interested. That's where you see the women. Because if you go to like this, there's this Nigerian woman in UK Whenever she's making any of these topics, you see them. It's all women. And whenever the men come in, the men have to be like they have to be like so pro women that otherwise they will censor them and all that stuff. So there's an element of that. They don't want to engage where the men come with their own opinion. And this is why this conversation is important, because they seem to separate themselves to have their own conversation, and the men have their own conversations, and then in the middle you have this fissure where the direction we are traveling is different. So that's why these type of conversations are important. Tone, please go ahead. Welcome. What do you think about what you've heard so far?
Good stuff. I believe in a balanced a society, and if you look at the breakdown of what is going on all over the world, I'll use the UK as an example. It is always about family. If you go to my brother here, Jacob, can testify. If you go to some states where you have got a lot of single mothers and no father figure and all that, I'm not trying to, what's the word now? I'm not trying to label them disrespectfully, but sadly, that's what our society has become when there's no man in the house, because um, it's been evidence have shown it that we need men, that we need a man and we need a woman, but the government do not want to accept it. The government wants to run down the family unit, but whereas when you take a very careful, cursory view on the middle class in the UK, again, I'm talking about, I don't know much about America. Those guys, the way they bring up their children, they don't mess about with their children. They even smack their children when they step out of line. But yet, the rest of the society, you can allow them to do whatever they do. So I think family is very, 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 very important. But sadly, um, a lot of our black ladies, our black sisters, have just lost the plot, because submitting to a man does not mean you call him master, master, master. Submitting, there are many ways you can submit. I submit to my wife, and she submits to me. I mean, she's not. I mean, well, I've never looked at tribe anyway. I mean, from my military background back then and all that, most of the people in my of my classmates were didn't, because you're exposed to different, because you're posted everywhere. You're exposed to other women from other ethnicity. So the chances of marrying somebody outside your ethnicity was there. So I, I my wife is a wonderful Yoruba lady. I know that. So I don't see tribe. I see the person. Today in the UK, there's this thing about being independent, woman power. That you want to be independent. Don't allow any man to. What man is riding you? See, when you carry yourself respectfully, you find a man that will go all the way to die for you, to even walk, they will even lick the very floor that you but when you have an attitude, you can't be spoken to, you cannot say I'm sorry, even when you don't need to say I'm sorry. That word I'm sorry had caused a lot of divorce. A lot of divorce. I mean, if you look at a lot of divorce cases and all that, it doesn't make sense. Maybe it's something that will have been solved with just I'm sorry. And sometimes I'm sorry does not necessarily mean that you're the guilty one. It's just because you respect the person and you cherish the person. You want the peace of mind. A lot of people have ended up just ending up on their own, and they'll be wondering what happened. See, let me tell you, every woman cherishes and craves for a man in their life. Anybody that tells me I'm happy, I want to be alone in my life and all that. Again, like I'm saying, this is not disrespect for people, because life happens to people. Life happens to different kind of people for different reasons. But because of that pride, that's ingrained pride. Yeah, my husband, he cheated. So what? He cheated. If he cheated, so what? Why don't you forgive him? Find out why he cheated. And then, because The latest thing now, there's even a case that is even going on that I know the people. Then the wife now goes out and go and bang another person. God, it just like, to me, it's just like drinking poison to hurt another person. Now you poison go kill now. Now the whole thing is scattered. The man actually cheated. The man is, you actually cheated on me. You actually went to, because a man has a pride. Let's just get it. We have our pride. There's something that is built within us. We can handle everything, but we cannot handle the fact that you picture that another man is sleeping with your wife. That is one thing. Except that man is a she-man that does not have sense. Now, the thing is that he says he cannot trust her, and that's the end. And when these people got married, it was one of the most lovely and beautiful wedding. For years there was, but this guy stepped out. Something led to the he got drunk with some icon association and all that, and stuff happened. See, these are the typical issues that we have. But this is where we need women. We need our mothers that would really be mothers that would actually nurture and advise our ladies. But most of the time, the ladies we have today, they don't want to even listen to the older generation. They think they've got it. Once they've got their degrees, they've got their nice jobs, their nice cars and all that, they're fine. And they say, listen, I can live alone. I can even go to the spam bank and get myself pregnant. But listen, deep down, they are suffering emotionally. So it can still be remedied. I believe it can still be remedied. And we, like Jagon was saying, how come we don't have women here and all that? It's not easy for them. On the other hand, it's not easy for them as well. They are going through a lot. I mean, like a woman, she has to, at some certain time of the month, she has to go through all the craziness in her biological system and all that. They deal with stuff like that. They deal with the complexities of living in the modern world that we are living today. But all I can say, and this is an advice for every man here, all I can say is, for women, I think it's being very, very patient with them, because sometimes women need patience and listening to them and just really sitting down and giving them a chance. And when you give a woman a chance, and sometimes you can retrieve. Some are just too far gone that you can't do anything. Thank you.
Thank you for that. This is interesting. Everybody is giving quite a reasonable, and women, I hope you are hearing it too. Many of them are in the chat. They are not coming on to come and defend their fair gender. What do they call it? So, but that said, Loco is here. I wanted to open it up so that it would be a bit freer, but Loco decided to join. Obviously, he picked that time clearly. He was listening in the background. He saw that I was there to make it free and flow. He thought, okay, let me
I'm waiting for your question, though.
No, Loco just came to ruin it now. So, Loco, are you there?
Tim, he's still having to go in line. Oh, don't push in, Tim.
Loco,
no, now Jaguar, he said he has a question, so I'm asking
you. Hold on, sir.
No, I'm with you. I'm with the whole show.
Hold on, sir.
Yeah, Loco, you are looking like you are enjoying your time away from from the internet. You look good. Thank you for joining us today, Loco. So what do you make of all this conversation?
Let me put trouble. Is Loco a patriarchal man? Look at his hairdo.
Don't worry, Loco is going to bring us into deep confusion now.
He's going to start fighting with everybody soon.
What was the conversation again?
The conversation is about whether the men and the women, whether we see eye to eye, and it's very broad. It's not only within the home, there is also societally. You see that the women they feel like they can do better than men now. And one of the things that really hit me in America recently, where the Democrats were saying they fulfill their promise to the women. I was like, you mean to the black community, not to the black women? And it's like, the two sides are completely separate. They are living different lives, and they don't. And if we are to go into the future, meet the challenges of today first, then succeed into the future, how do we get to see eye to eye? Because it appears we are traveling further and further apart. So that is the conversation. It starts from the home, because most people have talked from the home here, and there's an element of societal aspect too that seems to be showing up more and more. They feel like they need to take masculine roles now, and all those things, and not necessarily fully understanding the ramifications, the consequences of all those things. And if we have to go on to prosper in the future, it makes sense that we are better, we are more cohesive, if to borrow a term from jargon, more cohesive with our approach. We have to have some common grounds that we all agree, okay, this is how we are going to go forward in terms of the home, society, and how we approach the world entirely. So please go ahead.
Hello guys, how you doing? Happy weekend. Nice to be back again after a long break.
Welcome.
First thing first, yeah, men and women, they see eye to eye. If both of them are mature enough to see eye to eye, they do. It's like, and this category of women we see these days. Um, don't get me wrong, we still have good women who are still stuck to the old school way of doing things, who see men as their master, their lord, their owner. They reverence them, they respect them. They still see them like, yes, no. Once the man speaks, everything flows. They don't argue. They give him the respect and love. You understand? There are women like that because they see that as that's the secret to have their husband, because they know sometimes loving their husband is not enough. They want to respect their husband, give them the maximum respect, to adore their husband. That's the only way they feel they can, have whatever they want to have from their husband. So we have such women, you understand, but it's just that we don't see them, they don't speak out, they don't even come to social media to even say
Madam.
anything the way they do their stuff. But it's so fortunate that the kind of women we see on social media these days are the ones that we think they're everywhere, but they are not. We still have good, decent ones, but they're very, very few. But from the topic, if men and women see the future the same way, no, they don't. From creation, they don't even see it the same way. It was beginning from creation, they don't even. So it's not even possible. But the thing is, how to live with them, understand them is what's important, and also for the women too, how they can understand men and live with men is also what's important for them too. So they can say eye to eye, and they can, if only they can, women mostly can respect men and be loyal and be, respectful and see them as their lord, like it was said in the Bible. Your husband is your lord of the house. So if the women can, stick to that and do what's necessary, I think they can see eye to eye and nothing will heaven will not fall. That's it.
Thank you. I wanted to ask Chim about, this thing. Did this start from when they started a kind of reducing the wages of men? By this I mean, like in the 60s, 70s, men used to be able to earn reasonable salaries to sustain a home. So some rich people decided that, you know what, maybe we can get cheap labor. We don't have to use the men. So, and we can also reduce their salaries slowly. And so that now we say that the women can go out to go and work too, as a way of making the home richer. But in reality, because both of them are earning less and less, it has resulted in a situation where you have the men disempowered. Because if you couple that with the fact that women by default are hypergamous, as they describe them, in other words, they prefer to marry men that are more successful than they are. They prefer to, respect men that are more successful, that they can learn from, and so many other aspects. That they understood to an extent that is going to lead to this fissure. And from what I gather, during that time, there was also a debate about population growth. So if you get the women out of the home, going to work, they have less chance to be procreating and having children. So it's another way of controlling population. When China came out and said one child policy, the West didn't do that. They did it through another way, by a kind of creating this lopsidedness that most of the jobs the men do now is not sufficient to sustain the home. The women have to go out also. So do you think that's where it started from? Where this misalignment between this, because if they say, okay, let me try to flesh it out. If they say men roles, I've had the argument already made here today that men's roles are not necessary anymore. I don't understand why we say that, because the men's role was to protect, isn't it, and provide. That protection and provision is still required, because some of the earliest threats to humanity is not even by other men, it's by other things in nature. And many of those things are still present. So maybe society need to change in that direction, to channel men in that direction, to deal with threats that they are designed to do. But instead of them becoming feminized now, sometimes I actually cringe when I see the way some men behave now. And they are raised to become feminized. And even in the black community, if you watch the online video, I don't know whether that is real on the ground, you see the men, some of them are gay, some of them are trans. It's like, where did these people have the time for this? With all the stuff ahead, with the stuff, police is killing you, and you have time to be raising children to be doing all these things. So do you think this is something that was intended in the first place? And do you think there is some truth to that economic lopsidedness that ensued after the 70s, that meant that the women have to go out too, that led to where we are right now, where men are struggling to maintain their masculine roles? I don't know whether I made the question clear enough.
Yeah, I understand essentially where you're going to, and I mean the straightforward answer is yes, but to flesh it out a bit more, I know a lot of things. The word conspiracy has been abused and bastardized, that sometimes we tend to don't believe that there are certain groups of people who sit down in certain quarters and are plotting on how they can, control the world. It will always be there. There's always those group of people who constantly want to mutilate the world, and call it a conspiracy. I don't have my exact hard fact, but those people are there, and they're the ones who are trying to turn the tables upside down, and it's not as if there's anything wrong if our ladies in good faith go out to work. But my advocacy is simply sit down with your spouse and organize and agree on how this thing will work out well in such a way that, I'll give you an example. When I was before I got married, my wife was working. She was earning way more than me.
Your forefathers, it's my turn. It's my chairman has already.
Yeah. It's your turn. I just asked him a question. That's why he's answering. Okay, Chim, try to keep it brief, as you can see.
Okay, let me go ahead.
It's more flowing now. It's not turn by turn anymore. You can ask questions, you can speak. And
Eccentric, please just allow him to finish it. They can come back to you, please.
Okay, so thank you very much. So I think essentially what has happened is that, like I was saying, the male and the female should agree on what will work for them. But you made a valid point. At a time where they began to put financial pressure, because listen, however we want to deny it or say it doesn't exist, or say, oh, any man who feels that way is not a good man, or is not a secure man, or whatever, it's like a lion. There are certain things that makes a lion a lion. And if those things, even though animals don't speak in such a way that we'll understand what they are saying, I can bet you that the lion does not want to feel any less a lion. The lion wants to feel I'm the lion. And that's in the world of the jungle. And every animal knows its place. In the same way, if once a man is unable to provide and fend and take care of his family, he begins to have ego issues. And there is nothing wrong with your ego. What we are saying is that people need to have a healthy ego. But to say that a man should not have ego is wrong. That's to make the man less of a man. But it's just to have a healthy one. So when a man is not able to provide for him, he's going to be worried, because he knows that this is his responsibility to do. And now he's unable to do it. And if he has let me just throw this in. If he has a woman who's, I mean, a video circulated a few weeks back. I saw it, I stumbled on it. I'm not sure whether it was Facebook or somewhere, where a lady was being asked why she divorced her husband. And she said the guy lost his job. That's why she did. And everybody was like seriously? So what happened? And she said, yeah, he couldn't provide anymore. And since he couldn't provide anymore, I had to move on. And then they asked her what happened to for better, for worse, in riches or in poorness or whatever, and all those. And she said, well, as long as he's not able to provide anymore.
He be like, you know, Tim, sorry.
I don't forget that. You don't think now I go that Look, cut me slack now, I beg. So and this was a black American lady, and they probed her, and this woman stood her ground and said, you can't provide, then you're useless. So you see that it's not just it's something that's ingrained. So, but when men began to lose that empowerment capacity, he began to expose the ladies. Some good ladies wanted to
based on what you said, so I'm gonna interject on that. There are many ways a man can actually provide in the family.
But I'm not finished now. You can hold the thoughts when I finish, and then
it's an open floor.
I think let's make it like we are discussing.
Okay, no problem. It's not an argument. Eclectic, don't make it look like a fight. I was only saying I hadn't finished.
No. Hold on. Let me. You said something. I'm trying to correct that. Right. The role in the family it isn't defined. There's no defining. There's no document where the roles are defined. Like a man can perform the role in the family in so many other ways, not just by providing financially, right? Like for instance, like my kids, I teach them mathematics. You know, their mom can't. You know, I teach them math, and I teach them in the area of the sciences because I could do that. I can do that, and I believe that it's a value.
But that doesn't make you their father. Anybody can teach your children mathematics.
That doesn't, whatever. I'm their father biologically. That's what makes you.
But that doesn't make you. That doesn't define the fact that you're their father. That you can teach them mathematics.
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what your definition is in the system itself. The system knows that I'm the dad. Therefore, if there's a problem,
the system doesn't know that you're dad. That's why, yes, if going by your argument, your children can be sent to a foster home.
Why would they be sent to a foster home?
Well, the society can choose to send them to a foster home at the slightest chance.
No, that's not how it works. The kids get sent to a foster home.
If you scream at your children in the society where I live,
if the environment's not, I don't know, society where you live, it's Canada. It's Canada. It's not far from where I live. It's Canada. It's in the back.
Sorry, hold on. I'm not saying it's not far off. That's not the point. The point is there are certain things you will do, and you bring the attention of the government and social social workers, and your children are taken away.
That's not true. If you don't have a job, if you're out of work, the social worker cannot take your kids because she don't have a job. That's what kind of society is.
But that is not. He didn't say job. He said there are certain things you would do that in normal societies that they will say, okay, that's a father is doing those things, but now you could end up in the hands of the authorities, and they would take your child and put it in the hands of authorities. That is the point he's making. He's not saying that.
No. He's using that as an example. He's saying like he's making an example. Like there are situations where your fatherhood can be stripped away. I'm just trying to tell him that there are roles that you perform as a parent. It's not just providing, paying the rent, paying for groceries and whatnot. Like this is why
you're breaking it into nitty. You're breaking it into.
That is true though. That is true though. Like when a man now, let's say there's a dispute between couples. Guess what happens? The man is thrown out of the house. That man will struggle to see those children again for a very long time. One of the experiences I've had, I was minding my own business, walking in a park here. A black man walking towards me, just broke down in tears and started talking about all this stuff. Now, I didn't ask for anything. He just broke down in tears, started saying that he cannot see you. I don't know what happened. Maybe he did something to cut it and all the rest. But his complaint was that he couldn't see his family anymore. He lost contact with his family and all the rest. Like he doesn't see any point of living anymore. And that is
I
not
think,
the first case. I've seen many cases of men like that have
it
almost
happens.
their life have lost meaning because one, they separated them from their home. And remember, when they separate them, it's not as simple to come in again or see the children again. They are cut off. By and large, it's very, very difficult for them to maintain good relationship with their families, this is their children anymore. So that is what he's saying. It's not like, acting as if there is no flexibility. And he said it himself now that there are situations where the men have to adapt and do some things. So please go ahead if you want to. Eccentricals.
Huh? So
No, if you want to say something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay, so there are, like, family is very complex, right? This roles that we're talking about, it's not written in stone. Like, it's not written in stone. The dads, you as a parent, right? You're obligated to provide for your kids, right? You're obligated to provide, but your provision depends on the economy. It depends on a lot of things. It's not like you can magically stop, making money appear from out of nowhere. You have to actually work to make money, right? And I believe that personally, this is me personally. I believe that like if you bring children in the family, one of the main, I think the most valuable role to play in their life is to actually, to mold them how you want them to be, right? And it's not. I mean, you can provide food, you can provide a shelter for them and all that. But if you don't have a concise goal, like me personally, I didn't raise my kids in religion deliberately because I wanted to have I don't believe in a liberal way of raising children, right? The kids can become whatever the hell they want. You just got to let them, go about it. That's not how even in Nigerians, that's not how we do it. That's not how Asians do it. I follow their method. You can mold your children how you want them to be. You know what I'm saying? You can mold how you want it. Like my son, he has interest in astronomy, and it all started when he was 2 years old. He's asking me questions about bees and all that, and I started teaching him earth science, and he was so interested in that. He loves that. I believe that's like anytime he's around me, we talk about sciences, and he's building rockets.
But how does that affect the dynamics between the different, like your spouse or you being a man? That doesn't mean you are any less masculine because you are teaching your children.
Yeah, I believe that's a role. That's a role. Yeah, we have to pick up roles. Like the role that his mother is playing in his life, I might not be able to provide to play that role, right?
Okay, so if I may, I think you're missing a point. There are certain roles that have nothing to do with your gender or masculinity or femininity. If my wife knows better of sciences and my children are showing interest in science and she picks up that role to teach them, that's fine. But there is a role that being a father, male figure, plays in the psyche of the children. Your wife, no matter how strong she is, will never be able to feel that. It's never going to be possible.
I don't know if that's I don't know if that's a deduction, because we've seen families where single moms raise people who.
But the child will not be the same. If you go speak to that child, the child will be honest enough to tell you there was something lacking. Even Obama was raised by a single mom. Even Obama said so. We don't need to tell willingness. His father wasn't there.
LeBron James was raised by a single mother. A lot of people in history, if we start looking at it, right? If that's not the scene, I'm not making a point against family, against the dad being in there or whatnot. All I'm saying is, like, for instance, I mentioned something about patriarchal system in the Western style of patriarchal system. The Western style of patriarchal system is enshrined in Christian religion. So most families, like in Africa and all over the world, where Christianity has, taken dominance, practices this Western patriarchal system, and they believe that this is traditional. This is how traditional family is supposed to be. But I'm here to say that it's not. Families are structured based on.
I disagree with you. Sorry.
I think eccentricals. I don't understand what you are saying here, because I think maybe I think we are misunderstanding each other to an extent.
There are books written by experts. I don't have access to those books because I'm not prepared for this.
No, eccentricals. Okay, can you get me one nation that was founded by a woman?
A nation founded by women? I mean, there are nations founded by women.
A nation founded by a woman.
Okay, nations are founded by family. Okay, now let me give you an instance here. So in a hunter-gatherer society, there's one hunter-gatherer society. There are probably many of them existing in Africa right now. There's one that's like everyone, have their eye on them. They're studying their ways and everything. You're not contacts are allowed, but it's not.
You're not answering the question.
Right?
The reason why that is.
I'm answering the question. So in this hunter-gatherer society, right, the mother stays home. The kids go out to hunt, right? The reason why the mother stay home is because the mother is like carries the womb of that tiny hunter-gatherer society, right? If those kids get killed by lions, she can produce, members of that society, right? That's the role that the mother plays. Without that mother, you're not gonna have that society. The society will be gone. If you kill all the women in that hunter-gatherer society, it's a wrap. You've destroyed them.
Well, do you know what you just described? You know what you just described is the point. Is the point we are trying to make, that that mother you're talking about is in a way kept away from danger.
Yes, so the mothers, is kept away from danger for a reason, right? In that small society,
for a good reason, right? And that is the role that we're talking about.
No, right now,
that mother, hold on, let me finish. That mother now wants to come out, and upend that equation. You see that mother, that example you just gave, that mother wants to come out and upend the equation.
No, you're taking that hunter-gatherer society and then you put it in this society that we're in right now.
No.
Those dangers doesn't exist anymore, right? Those dangers exist.
I beg.
Fundamentally,
I beg, forefather. Can I respond to this, please? Because again, my brother accepted.
What are you responding to in particular? Like,
I'm responding to you particularly. If you can allow me, you're here. You will hear.
You don't seem to allow people to speak.
Not leaving me because he's got a really strange way, but he's an American, so we have to forgive him. You see, the thing is, my friend, your way of reading things and your way of communicating to me is obtuse. I don't dislike you. I've got nothing against you. But when I listen to you, I can hear your reading, but I cannot hear your point of view. And I find this very distracting. You see, to castigate Christianity in the way you have. I'm not. Wait, my brother. Wait, let me land. Wait, let me land in. With your big teeth. Let me land.
Come on, man.
Please don't disturb me, is what I'm asking. I'm asking, don't disturb. What I'm saying is that the way you constitute information and then share it, it is obtuse in my ears to castigate Christianity in the way you just have. I'm not Christian, but that is a bad characterization. That is the characterization of the Black American, basically, who wants to come against Christianity. They just parrot all this rubbish without actually having any consciousness.
Christianity that was so offensive, though, I don't know.
It's no. The thing is, you see, to say that that we in the Black world, on a one woman, one man basis or polygamy basis, whatever, to say that we are concretizing that all around Christianity is failingly wrong. It's so bad. It's so bad. It doesn't need airing. It's ridiculous nonsense. And I don't want to come against you like this. But the more you talk ridiculous nonsense, the more I'm going to come against you. You understand? Because I'm not allowing it. I'm not allowing that kind of rubbish. African American rubbish that you want to bring to the table.
How can you say that the patriarchal system, that's why I keep wondering, is a Western world?
Absolutely, it's nonsense. Just a trope. It's the kind of communication that comes out of fear and ignorance.
Christianity came to our African society,
imagine
the men were in charge.
You are suffering from fear and ignorance.
We have our so patriarchy, right? There are different patriarchy is based on cultures. The Western patriarchy is not the same patriarchy as our patriarchy. Their own toxic patriarchy. It's not our patriarchy. That's not our own form of patriarchy, right? It's not. Look, if you want to learn about Western patriarchy, you need to learn about the like America, for instance, in the 1800s. The women were not allowed to vote, but in our history, you've heard about women's right, right? And you saw how the British reacted.
About women's right happened.
The British were shocked about it.
Listen, bro, don't quote what you don't know. Don't quote what you don't know.
But you're not listening.
No, but don't quote what you don't know. Listen.
Put
about women's rights in context.
Listen,
women, hello,
listen,
bro, no.
You're not
We need
paying
to correct
attention.
certain, no.
What
I
are you
was
trying to
talking and
correct?
you spoke ahead of me. I gave you
Okay,
space.
Seneca,
Remember?
just let him have his say, then you can go. You see how the others are quiet. They are there, or they're just listening. So they too have a right to share.
Exactly, I agree
AY,
with
before
you.
you start having a go at me, you are free to say whatever you want to say, because AY will come down and say, I didn't let you speak.
AY, quickly before you go, somebody posted on the comment section that she said, I think it's 2YK or something, that we shouldn't force two adults to stay in a toxic relationship. Nobody here, I haven't heard anybody who says two adults should stay in a toxic relationship. I don't think anybody has said that. So I don't even know where that other conversation is
Jim,
coming
don't
from.
mind that guy. I don't know what program he's watching. He's just making some off-key comments. Don't mind him.
So Chim, why are you directing it to me though?
I said, please, before you continue, let me just clear that. I wasn't directing that to you.
Okay. Yeah. Usually, forefather will not let me speak now.
You see that? He immediately comes up with that. That's exactly what
But let me finish the point I was trying to make about different types of patriarchy, right? Like for instance, there was about women riot, and we saw how the British reacted over that, because we're not used to seeing women do that. Take a position of power. Like,
That's
if
false.
you go to
Eclectic. That's false.
that's fine. You have to show me a proof of it. You have to rebuttal my point with a proof, with actually a proof. Hold
I
on.
would have loved to do that, but you've broken the equation by interjecting. My belief is that let people finish, then you come in. But since you started doing that, I said, okay, that's the way we want to go about it. I also have that kind of capacity.
I think we can actually. Sorry. Let me just. Seneca, let me say this. I think we can actually have conversation where somebody interrupts you, and that person should be generous enough to keep it brief and let the other person carry on. Another person, you can exchange like that without it getting out of control. You can do
That's
that.
what I'm trying to do, but he's not trying to listen to my point. Okay. He's saying that I was wrong. He's not even providing any sources about women riot, right? Shows that, okay, like for instance, if you go to in Igbo land, right? I'm familiar with Igbo land. There are different cultures there, right? There are communities where women have their own organization. It's called Ndi Ada. Ada is the first daughter. If you look at our family, they're not structured like the Western family, where you have first son, second son, third son. No, we have titles. We have Ada, which is the first daughter. You have Opara, which is the first son, and then you have Olo. These are governments, right? The Ada form their own government, where only the first daughters in every family form a government. And
you just contradicted yourself right now. Did you know that?
That's fine.
You did. You see, because you were against the concept of roles, and now you start talking about Ada, Olo, and all those things. Those are roles. Did you know that?
No, you're making a false inference.
He's trying to draw between the Western and the traditional.
No, but the point John Abba is his beginning this divergence was that there is nothing like no roles are cast in stone. That's
fine. No, you make that point. You make that point. That's fine.
I didn't make that point. You said roles are not cast in stone. I didn't say so.
Okay, that's fine.
I heard you clearly.
Let me finish your explanation. To be fair, there's the Ada, right? The Ada are the first daughters. All the first daughters in the community form a government. They can actually enforce rules. They can enforce laws. Guess what? I've seen one of them. I've seen them enforce a law, and I've mentioned it here before. And then the first sons, they have their own government. They can enforce rules. This is in Igbo land, right? Where this patriarchy does not match the Western patriarchy. It's in our name, like the titles that we give our children. My daughter's name is Adure. I just Ada in her name because I'm trying to maintain a culture. This is a very beautiful culture. It's different. It's probably not the same thing with the Yoruba's culture. I don't know. The first sons and the daughters have government, and they are that in some.
But does it matter the type of patriarchy, as long as it's patriarchy where
it's a different form of patriarchy.
The role of the men remains the same.
No, it doesn't remain the same.
Okay, how does it remain the same? How does it remain different? I mean, how is it different from what you're talking about? The men are meant to protect and provide. Either way.
To respond to him before we go too far away, you see, and I'm sorry, I don't mean any ill, eclectic. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. You see, what you're doing now is just like what our Black American brothers do. They don't know the depth of a thing. and they just carry it and they just say, hey, they just start. I see Black Americans say something.
Absolutely, 100%.
Let's not do that.
Why not? He's right.
The reason why I'm saying that, because some of the most advanced conversations I've had in our community is from the Black Americans.
Okay, let me explain myself. Let me explain myself. So I understand their excitement when they get in touch with Africa, but they don't understand certain things, nuances very well. And that's what Eclectic is exhibiting right here. When you're telling me about women's riot, Umuada, Para Orlo, I'm an Igbo person, for goodness sake. There is no, hold on now, there is no multiple government. What we have are roles. Umuada are a pressure group within a government. They are not a government. They're just a pressure group. And you have them in Yoruba land also. They are
no, they are not. They were never a government.
Imagine you're allowing this. Imagine you're allowing this. When he broke down, when Chim, right? Chim, hold on, Chim, calm down. And I know I'm with you 100%. When Chim, I mean, I can't even imagine this eccentric ass character explaining to him.
Man.
Wait. Let me finish. I called his name. That's respectful. I don't know how.
We cannot sit around and you guys will be talking.
John, hold on. John Abba, please hold on.
After Jagun, then the people that haven't said anything should be given a chance to come into the conversation. So
okay,
Jagun, just finish and try to be quick, brief, please.
It's fair. This is not my turn. I'm just supporting Chim. I don't believe in hearing all.
Turn, you can make your point.
Why are you disturbing me, John? I really disturb you.
Right?
Do not disturb me, John. Don't disturb me. I'm not here for you.
Right?
I'm not here for you, John. I'm not here for you.
You don't want to be here for me.
Well, be quiet when I'm speaking. I'm always quiet when you're speaking.
Let's not let this get out of control. Jagun, take your 1 minute. Then this in Jonaba.
When he finishes, you give me a chance to clear my point very well. I haven't cleared.
Yes, I'm taking away from Chim.
But we have to
all I'm saying, I'm taking away from Chim. Please.
Be allowed to have their say.
It's only 3 people that are talking.
Oh, dear me. Hey, why? Do you know when to be quiet?
Jagun, take your 1 minute, please. Take your 1
minute.
Very
good.
Can you hear Jagun? Can you hear Jagun?
I can hear you. Thank you. I'm saying.
Remove you now.
Please, come on. It's not always comedy. Let's just land. I'm supporting Chim. I'm supporting his point of view and on the African American aspect. I fail to see how forefathers feels that the African American has more intellectual rights than anybody else in the planet, because I don't believe that. I don't suffer that. Meanwhile, we have our friend Eccentric talking exactly like an African American, missing out all these salient points, and he's trying to teach Chim. You're trying to teach Chim how to be Igbo. Incredible nonsense. Incredible. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Okay, let Jonaba come in then.
Can I finish my point, please?
You have to talk to each other now.
Please.
You see, Jonaba, so you allow him, you allow Chim.
Yeah, please, Jonaba, please.
Oh, you see, Jonaba, it's okay.
Oh, Papa, don't do this. So the point I want to make is this. In Igbo society, you have Umuada. Umuada are women actually married elsewhere, but they form a group in their paternal place where they were originally born. They form a pressure group. Their job is to hold their husbands, when I mean husbands, I mean their first sons who are now leading the society. That's why you say Umuada. For instance, when a person is getting married, the Umuadas play a role. You have to buy them certain things. When there's a burial, the Umuadas play a role. And now back to the Aba women's riot you're talking about. Women were being overtaxed, and they responded out of that. It had nothing to do with that the white man didn't understand that women could, no. When you push people to the wall, they would respond. And they responded in that instance to say, enough of this taxing, you're overstretching us, we don't accept this. It had nothing to do with this, your patriarchal thing you're trying to explain. In the Igbo society, the men,
He clearly didn't understand what I said. He clearly didn't understand what I said.
So I don't know where you're coming up with this, and you're telling me somebody wrote it. Who wrote it? Which knowledge did he have? Where did he go? Who did he speak to?
Let somebody else talk, man. You're not making any sense.
Thank you.
I mean,
Joraba, please come in, and so let's allow the middle row and the bottom row to speak. Please, Joraba, go ahead.
You see, my concern when we have this kind of conversation, it deep down to what we believe and what we think about each other. Everyone is entitled to their view and the way they look at things from whichever way they look at it. No more is the fact that you have Igbo as American accent or whatever their accent sound like does not make any other person more Igbo than the other. Eccentric is an Igbo man. If it's an Igbo man, it's an Igbo man. And if he's been invested in going to Igbo land and you stay in wherever you stay for years and you never even visit home, he can learn more than you if he's interested. And if I'm interested in Igbo culture, I've seen Igbo people who are they are interested in African culture than even all of us here, and they invested so much in it, and they can talk about it. Knowledge is everywhere, and anyone that depends on your interest. So we should not talk about, oh, I'm pure, I'm this and that then make other person look otherwise. That is not. You can't defend Igbo man more than another Igbo man. You are all Igbo, period. So the issue of knowledge...
that was for nothing.
People know who they are. That's all. Please, can you mute Jagun where he is? He's smoking and I can hear him. So mute him, please.
Look, my friend, if you smoke,
don't worry about it. Don't worry about me. Don't worry. I'm
Carry on now.
Carry
on. I'll go back. See, carry on with your submission. I put you back so you don't have to exchange with him.
Yeah, the role of as I just going to summarize on this note on all of that. Every culture is different, and every people we are all brought up in a different environment. We are talking about in a larger society that if I do my own part, you do your own part. We can raise a family and men can still remain relevant. Someone like Lokopi cannot marry from my family because my people, they don't look at it that way. They don't look the fact that their husband, they can respect their husband. They don't look at they are not a human being enough and they're not going to disrespect their own husband, but their husband cannot just macho over them. That's not how we are raised. We make sure that the role of women is to protect, provide, and also nurture. It's also almost similar to what is naturally applied to women. We all have a different role, but it's all the role, end of the day, is to put the puzzles together to bring a better tree in the family and make it colorful. The only thing is that, like, for instance, they say, let us allow women or let women do this. Women have to represent themselves. Sometimes they want us to feel like we have to represent them. And when we were representing them, they feel that we are oppressing them. And so we can't have it both ways. They have their own area of strength, and they play a vital role in where we are, even as a man grown up from what we receive from our mother. And sometimes as the society, as like we always used to say, that what change from time to time, constant change is the most constant thing. So we are all trying to look at the way, what do we do better that we're supposed to build on? And what do we let go as the society change? Even when you are found in different area, what is the Africa culture that is there to hold on to not to let go? And what also to compare with other culture, whether you call it Western culture, that even the Westerner, there are many things they envy about us. That, oh, this is African people. This is the way who they are, that they hold dearly. And those are the things, this is how society
function, what we're gonna go in history to know African for and African women for. But now that sometimes we call more of the Western mind and we just want to let go of everything we are, I think that is a sellout of oneself. Thank you.
Thank you. AY, please go ahead.
Finally.
Can I quickly say, I beg your pardon,
No.
I've got to say this, because many times John Abbott is calling me out for smoking. I've
It's
made a serious
okay.
effort. No, it's not okay. It's me that he's talking to. You can't tell me that it's
Not
okay.
now, not here. You know that now, Jagon.
Okay, hold on,
You said
guys.
that not here, Jagon. You can put in the private chat. You can put it elsewhere. We'll deal with it, Jagon. You will be heard. Okay. Put it in the private chat. Please go ahead, AY.
Honestly, I just feel this topic was very stressful topic, but the organization is very poor. I'm not gonna lie to them.
There's nothing wrong with
I feel with this guy, Seth, it's not getting too much for him, man. So I think this topic, they should allow people contribute to it more. I'm particularly happy today, at least Uncle Hike, we are on the same page today on this topic.
It turns out that
I
Uncle
know
Ike is guy man. No, he didn't even wait
so
for the
we are
parents to leave. He just
yeah. What I actually want us to know, right, as regard, essentially, we're kind of different today. It's okay. It's okay. The truth of the matter is, the leadership in a family must be recognized. To be honest, for us to have, otherwise, the family structure will be broken. Chim rightly said it. If you don't recognize leader, not even in a family, in every setting, it's just like on this platform now, like if you don't have a leader, you don't have somebody that is moderating, controlling the panel, you got to have issues. You have more issues, trust me. You have more issues. So it's always important that we recognize leaders. Those women who think that no man is their leader, you allow them to man up and be themselves. Man up. You don't need a man. Just stay and be yourself. Man up. Because unconsciously, no matter how a woman is strong, how a woman is intelligent, they look for that thing in a man they don't have. Like, okay, you might need something that needs to be done. You feel like, oh, I need a man to get this done. That, like, men generally, God just created men to protect. Go to Ukraine and see the number of soldiers, the number of men that have died, and compare it with the number of women. In Ukraine, since they started that war, they lost over 600,000 men. So that tells you the importance of men. You need them to kind of like, they are the rock of society. But that doesn't mean women, they are as important. It's just that their role is kind of different. This is what we are refusing to accept. They are as equally important. Of course, it's women that carry baby for 9 months. Men cannot do that. So they have a lot of importance. That is why when I spoke initially, I said the role of men and women, they are complementary. It doesn't have anything to do with equality. Complementary is the right word that shows the importance of women in nation building. It can't be overemphasized. So their role is well acknowledged.
And AY, in agreeing with you, because even today, as much as we like to think that there's a lot of fluidity, there isn't that much really. In most of the most dangerous roles, it's still men that are doing it.
It's
And
men.
the most dangerous roles, the men are still handling it, and the easygoing roles are the areas where women, in terms of danger, physical danger, that's where the women tend to still be. If they want to go and take it, I think this feminist movement, they've not really got the rough side of a man's life.
Yes.
If they truly experience it, they will not envy men at all. Men's life, I think that debate in our context in Africa is something that we really need to have, because many of our women truly believe that the men have a better deal. They think the men have a better deal. That somewhere along the line they are being cheated, and I don't know.
Yeah,
They are not. That's what they feel. They feel they are being cheated somehow. So, and they don't know that in reality, men are the one that are actually getting a raw deal on all fronts. Most men, they don't even make it. They are not worthy of being partners until they make they can earn a living, proper living. Women don't have to. And they have to go and do all those hard jobs that nobody wants to do. How many people are so keen on being Nigerian soldiers today? But because life is so hard that they have to provide for their women, they volunteer to put themselves in those danger. Do you know how many soldiers die a day? Do you know how many police officers? So all those things they don't know. And I think that is why this conversation is important that we are having. See, let me just say this before we carry on. The women in the chat, you see, what I tend to find is that Madam Luke is saying we are polygamists and all the rest of it. What I think I'm representing here is a more balanced argument, because this narrative that our men are getting a better deal, they are being women are being maltreated and all the rest is not true. We have to look at the world for what it truly is, instead of buying what Western media sells to us as as if we don't know that we are being brainwashed. We are actually being brainwashed. Let's make no mistake. They literally have a report on it on what they call it, Wikipedia and all the rest. Our women are heavily brainwashed. But please go ahead.
Oh, yeah, women got better deal. That's just the honest truth. Look at it. Go take statistics. I know the percentage of married men that die before the women. Take statistics, then you will understand what the men are passing through. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of pain. They cry eternally. They take all the risks. Why do you think? I mean, our body system is the same. Why do you think they die more? They die way earlier than the women, most of the women. So this is just a reality because we pass through a lot. So for me, I really believe in the gender role. I strongly believe it, but I also believe, especially with the kind of society we that live in the West, women needs to be there to kind of like give that support to women, especially like housework, take care of the kids, stuff like that, because the women can't do it alone. Like in Africa, it was kind of different where you have family support, you have all that. But it is at the level, understanding also comes in, just like what Chim said, like you can have a wife, there should be a plan. Okay, the focus on the kids, right? Okay, you can work 3 days, you can work in the evening, you can work so that you have some family, they don't even care. Everybody is looking for money, The man will go to work, the woman will go to work, their kids, they barely know them, be with them except weekend. So we gotta look for a way to, the men need to also wake up. I think we are sleeping most times. We need to wake up and take our role, because there are men that actually take advantage of the women too, in form of like allow the women to take charge, to be, especially like allow the women to be the breadwinner kind of, then they go sleeping. Yeah, but you have to look for something to do, look for how to better yourself, I know it can be hard. There are families with
Can we
challenges.
approach this topic from a little bit more intellectual point of view? Like, I think we're saying the same thing over and over. Like,
okay, let Tone
Yeah,
add
you
to
wish.
it. No, you forget that this is not necessarily turn by turn anymore. It's a kind of
all you lot has been just been talking.
approach
So
to be
what I
able
just
to
wanted to
mix it
say,
up.
yeah, forefathers, what I just wanted to say very calmly.
because there's
Before
a
I
lot of
came
anecdotals.
in,
There's a lot of
huh?
anecdotals, right? There's a lot of anecdotals, right? Can we like when we make a statement here
Let
that's
him
faulty
just say.
generalization?
I think he wants to add. Eccentric,
No,
just let him
hold
say
on,
what he
hold
wants
on.
to say. Take
Before I came in,
interject.
it was kind of flowing somehow. You see, my brother is eccentric. I understand where you're coming from. That's your understanding. But let's just not bash everybody, anyone. He's saying from the place of how he understands it. Not that he's right, not that he's wrong. Chim may understand even better than I do because he probably had a better upbringing from the East. I know that I don't know much about the Igbo culture, to be quite honest, and that's the truth. I'm not proud about it, but I'm still trying to learn. And this is for Adama. Please, you need to check people that tell you, egg you on, and telling you on you should ban this person, you shouldn't ban this person because they don't like them. That is wrong. There is a moderator, there's a sitting moderator. He knows what he's doing. Allow the moderator to do his job. And my dear sister Tope O, don't use your
I think we've said that we shouldn't be doing
no,
this
wait,
now.
wait. It's
Let's
important we
maintain this
address
thing.
this.
Now, we
I'm
shouldn't.
not,
No,
listen,
it's not
no.
that important. We do it on stage. We can do it somewhere else. That's
All I'm calling
agreement.
for is peace. All I'm saying is peace. We shouldn't be doing all these little things, because the discussion was going fine. I was enjoying it. I was learning some new things. I mean, I know, yeah, Jago got off it and all that. We've put him backstage. I'm not trying to defend Jago. I'm not coming here to defend Jago. Jago messed up. They put him backstage. But please, the people in the comment section shouldn't egg that on and try to put more fire. Let's just make it peaceful.
Can I just say this? I wasn't off
Thank you.
keel. I just don't like when people refer to me smoking as though it's the brand new thing in the whole planet. I detest it. And this our man, Abba. Wait, let me finish. Let me finish. This our man, John
Hold
Abba.
on. Let's not go to talk about processes today.
Wait, he said it to me. Wait. Please try and listen.
No, there is no wait, Jagon. I will put you backstage.
That's very bad. That's very bad.
You already have this agreement. You have to live by agreements. That's what
Which
men are
agreement?
supposed to be about.
Which agreement, please?
The agreement is not to address these things on stage.
Bro, it's happening now, and it's never going to be addressed.
Address it here.
It's never going to be addressed. It's never going to be addressed. Why didn't you? Okay, let me ask you this. Let me just ask you, Forefather.
Address it. So let's not address it here.
Okay, Forefather, let me ask you a question, please. My question is
not about incidents.
No, my question is, when I was speaking and I said to our man, electric, I beg your pardon, I'm not saying your name properly. Yeah, Electrica. When I said to him,
eccentric, not electric.
Eccentric, I beg your pardon, thank you. Eccentric. When I said to him, an ad hominem, you cautioned me. When John Abba spoke me out about smoking, you didn't caution him, you threw me off. Very good. Very good. I love it.
Let's stay focused. You know I like your submissions. Let's stay focused, Jagon. Come on. Do better than that. Okay. I think let's add and allow the they say we should not be using the word allow. You know, when we allow all these women to speak, I don't understand why they don't take.
Who said that? Who has been talking? Can I finish, please?
Okay,
Can
please
I
go
finish?
ahead. But let's not go on about
no. All I'm trying to say, all I'm trying to say, all I'm trying to say is Tope has no right to be egging people on as a responsible person, using £10 to sponsor abuses. He's saying that Jagun was talking shit. This is somebody that's supposed to be.
Let's not do this now.
Come on.
You
know better. You can't do better.
Let's not do this. Let's not do this. I
It's
will start
about
putting people
peace.
backstage. I've been quite nice about this. We are men here. If we cannot handle ourselves, then what are we talking about? This is exactly the problem, isn't it? We cannot even stick to a simple rule like this. How are you supposed to protect?
Can I say something?
Mada is here. Let Ada speak.
Can I?
Please go ahead.
Can I say something?
No, wait. Fafa, no disrespect. Can we talk about
Let's allow him to speak now.
The difference in patriarchy between like the Western patriarchy.
I hear what you are saying.
You see, that is the thing that gets
that point. Eccentricals. We'll deal with that eccentricals. Let's Oga Ike wants to say something, but except Tone, you want him to say, or you want to finish?
Okay.
All I'm trying to say is that however way you choose to bring up your children that you think is best for your culture, go on and do it. It doesn't mean you're right. It doesn't mean you're wrong. Even if you tell your kids that there is no God, that it's only about science, fine. All this one that we are talking, whether this person is wrong or whether this person is not doing the right thing, I think is just totally unnecessary. That's all I'm just trying to say. Nothing else. I'm not here to to war or with anybody. And at that mark, by the way, I don't greet you since, you know, you just the front from since.
No. Greetings to Nigeria. I'm sorry, am I not allowed to talk? This is your segment, so I don't want to feel like I'm taking over. So
You know, AY, has to grant you
No,
permission.
women first. So for me, women
AY,
first.
you have to be allowed to speak.
Yeah, according to Fumi,
Please,
according to
please,
Fumi.
bro. You are the bravest so far. I think she's won the award of the bravest woman to come on stage. So you're
no,
welcome.
I just want to say greetings. There's something I want to remind our panelists here, and Tunisia did the same thing yesterday. We have people like Jago Local P with their camera off. If your camera is going to stay off, please keep yourself backstage. We are trying to maintain. No, Jago, please. You don't interrupt me when I'm
Jago,
talking.
please don't talk to me in
Jago, you
space.
don't interrupt
Why are you allowing
when
this?
I'm
Why are you
talking.
allowing this?
Hold on. We shouldn't be addressing this type of things on live show. You can raise it in
Yes,
backstage. That's what I was saying.
yeah.
Nobody should be
I'm
doing.
just trying to let's understand something. Tone is doing the same thing he did yesterday, and you are trying to caution him. Please, this is a segment. I came in to comment about the women. You know, we're having a conversation, but this is the thing you guys do not realize as men. As women, we are watching at the background. You guys are coming across aggressive. It's not relaxed. You guys are not having a conversation where you're inviting us to come in so that we can express how we feel without feeling like you guys can't even agree with each other. It's like one person says something, this person is against it. Like everybody's speaking on Eccentricus. Eccentricus is an Igbo guy. He may not be as erotic as any one of us like Chim. I was born here, so I'm not as egotic, but I'm a damn. I know what he's saying, but I do. We need to respect people's opinion. And to Nigeria, in regards to what you're talking about, the women role, the men role, this is one statement I think we all need to realize. Strong men who are successful are not intimidated by women who are successful, like women who have career. I put my family first before any other thing. So this thing about the notion that women are working more, like men, you can never. I love a man. Why not? I love them. Why not? I cannot stay without them. So for those people that say they don't want men, for me, I love them. But all I want to advise all of us is make this conversation inviting for us who are in the comment section so we can come in and talk. But you guys are so, the masculinity, the testosterone is too high. Just tone it down a bit. That's all
Yeah,
we're
Fumi
saying.
Atope to join us. Fumi
No,
Tope join us.
Ewa, you know, Ewa, you started what you. Ewa, don't start this.
You are tired
like
of
this.
me.
Why are you like this? Ewa, I'm number one. Let me talk first. So when I talk,
Okay. I
let
forgot
me
you are my number one. Okay.
let me talk. So, Fofana, you're having a good conversation. I'm going to join, but all I'm trying to remind every one of us is tone your masculinity down. Listen, real men don't question their manhood. They know their position. They don't care. They can go for CEOs, surgeons, doctor. For a woman like me, Jago doesn't like me because he feels I'm a strong personality. Trust me, my husband loves it. He eats it up. And guess what? We are successful and we build what we have because of a woman like me. So guess what? We're here to stay. We ain't going nowhere. So tonight, I'll be right back. Thank you.
Thank you for joining. So let's try to keep it civil. I understand what you're saying, Eccentricast, about the types of patriarchy. Later on we can address that, but let's allow people to let Tone finish. Django, you need to hold on.
I'm
Tone,
putting my hand up
what
too
you're
for you
saying.
to tell me when it's my
I've
turn.
seen it.
I've
Yes,
got
I will
things
let
to
you know.
say.
I will let you know exactly when it's
Don't
your
let it
turn.
be. Don't let it be strong.
I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Okay, you're done. Voila.
I don't want you to feel wahala. I want you
I
to be.
want to say something since so great.
Let's allow Ike wanted to say something. Let him finish what he wants to say. Then let's try to keep it relaxed. I can't believe we have to learn how to self-regulate here. because we'll have better conversations like that. I don't know why somebody wants to talk forever. Just say your pitch, the other person add, before you know it, you'll be surprised how productive the conversations will be. Let's not have bad faith conversations with each other.
Can I add to that, please? Can I please add to that?
Not now. You see, that's exactly what I mean.
No, I just want. I'm asking. Okay,
thank you. Okay, go ahead. Thank you, Jagon.
I step out when you people were. I don't know where the conversation is, but the only thing I wanted to say is that, just like what Adama said here, we all know that they have a new rule in this platform. If there is anything that is happening here you don't like, or somebody says something you don't like, I think they used to post an email where we can, make a complaint. So I'm only trying to appeal to us that we can do that without, if John Abba is talking, there is a way you can, interject in what Brother John Abba is saying. He's not going to get offended. He will understand that it's a conversation of two people.
Exactly.
But it's only when you want to interject on Brother Abba and you take over his mouthpiece, that's where he will get irritated and say something else. So that's what we should also try to control. When you want to interject on somebody, remember that person is on the floor, right? You can interject 1 minute, that person will always understand, because sometimes you yourself want to interject. But it's only when you say you want to interject, you begin to remember what happened yesterday, what AY did yesterday, and jump from the particular conversation to something else. And that brings a lot of, unnecessary, name calling and talking. It's not helping anybody. We're having the first wonderful conversation we were having before I step out, because like I said, I'm working today, is Sunday, I'm working, I'm not in my house. So I need to step away from the office and see what is going around where I work. So yeah, this is what I just want to say. Let us try to remember that there is an email where we can always make our complaint, so that people that are watching from outside will know that we are all responsible men. We are heads of our families, right? Whether you are married or not married, you are the head of your family, right? So whenever there is a problem between husband and wife, they lock themselves in the bedroom. If they have little children, I don't know how many years the children of my brother John Abba is, but that is the way I trained my children. When there is conversation that I don't want them to hear, I ask them to go to their rooms, all right? And we talk it over in the bedroom. We don't shout on the sitting room or in the kitchen where the children will know that we are disagreeing. It is a process that we train for so many years for us to keep away the children from trying to know that we have misunderstanding, right? In the morning, everybody come out from the bedroom smiling, and that's it. It doesn't mean that there is no problem. So there's something here. Let's know that we all, can you imagine? It doesn't mean that there is nothing any of us. We don't have any other thing we can do today that is Sunday. But we are here. I mean, the time we came here, we can use it to go out to, take a sightseeing, walk on the hill, just do something fun for yourself. But you believe in this platform, and you believe in every conversation we have here, there is something each and every one of us gain from one another. So please, let's be,
Yeah, and I think we are also going to learn how to be able to speak to each other, even if we are interjecting, and that is a skill that we need to build up. Because if we do that very well, you'll be surprised how far our insights can go. All right, so
can I say this, please?
Okay.
Thank you. First, I have enjoyed this conversation and the conversation before as it began, and I saw nothing wrong with it. Somebody came and swiped me for no reason, as far as I'm concerned, and it's not the first time he's done it. Meanwhile, I've never ever echoed anything towards that person, because I just let him talk and let it pass off my head, because I don't believe that person has anything relevant to say. So fair enough. But he wants to come and disrespect me. Out of your mind. You're out of your.
We just talked
Wait,
about
let me continue. Adama, my dear, I do not dislike you at all. Actually, when you came on, I thought you were that person that I do dislike. I saw, and it was you, Adama. I've seen you grow
Jargon.
in your. Wait, let me just say. So people have spoken about me,
what you are doing now.
But people have spoken about me, bro. You didn't stop them. You
That's
didn't
a
stop them.
moderator that
You
came in.
didn't stop
I don't
them.
think he spoke about you.
No, bro, she did. She did. And she was wrong. And that's why I'm saying I don't dislike her. I've told her already that I've seen how to grow face to face. I've told her that. But she only remembers the bad part that's her dislike of me is what makes her think I don't dislike her. And that's unfair. That's not how to grow in this platform. Wait, let me finish, please. I won't be long. I won't be long, bro. You've our man just done what I'm doing now. You didn't say let's go on to the topic.
No,
You allowed him to finish. This is unfair. This is the unfairness that irritates the hell out of me.
See, I know you consider it unfair, but I am trying to keep a panel going without us always having to have these conversations.
Let me end like this. Let me end like this. That your complaint email or whatever it is, nobody has it. Nothing in there is the same way that they said take it to court in the recent elections of Nigeria. That is exactly what this panel is doing, and it's an affront and it's a shame.
The moderators, please share the email. Just share only the email so that people can see the email clearly. Don't put a lot of text around it. Just the email. Complaint at this in have your say 24/7 at let's just do that so that everybody will start understanding.
Father, I really enjoy the way you do this thing, and there are others that I don't even like. Sometimes they do the job very well because I don't believe it to be easy. But just like you said,
let me just add this. What I'm going to be doing is, if you have a complaint, I'll make 5 minutes out of the show after the show to hear your complaint out and look at how we can address it, so that we don't have to be.
You see, that in itself is not bad, and that's the kind of flexibility. It's not necessarily optional, but at least you're considering because I don't see that we're being considered here. And the fact is, the panel make this show. The panel has to be given some level of respect. For somebody to come on board and unction the way you are doing your job, I think that's very bad of the management. Why should a manager come and say that there's too much testosterone? We're men. Men have testosterone. We're not going to become women because you want this Western world where nobody knows what sex we are. Nothing like that. Obtuse comment, obtuse thought.
I think I wanted to ask Adama that your men, the man you are married to has testosterone, and I think what she's basically saying is that we are not very well behaved. But I don't know how a man can behave. If you want to contribute around men, you have to be able to know how to talk to your men. And most men are like us, the real men, the real the real men are like us. We talk like this. So we have to be able to. This is why the conversation is important, because we have to learn to see eye to eye. You see the image of this topic. The men are just looking at each other, and the women are thinking, "No, you are different," and the other one is thinking, "You are different." So we have to find a way to be able to relate. After all, we can come to women's platform. We don't say, "Oh, this place is full of women's." What is the women hormone even? Too much women hormone here. I'm going to drown in it. We don't do that. We have a conversation with women, and the same can be said for the women to reciprocate the same.
Let me ask you, my brother, if this is fair. On the women's platform, which I don't go to, everybody's camera is off, and if their camera is on, they'll be asked to turn it off by force. I don't go there because I think all their rules are just rubbish. However, here somebody came on and said that somebody should turn their camera on. I mean, how obtuse is that? Doesn't that person need to be slapped? It's terrible. It's ridiculous. You on your channel, you ask everyone to turn their thing off. When I turn my thing off here, it's either I'm eating or I'm bunning. You understand? So I'm trying to keep with the rules. Otherwise, I'll be doing it open because I like hearing and like being on the show. I don't know how we as Nigerians operate fairness. We don't have any sense of anything fair. We have men like Leeway who will be joking all the time, but he doesn't know how to stand up like he's got a backbone. Ridiculous.
Let's go back to the topic.
See. Honestly, hold on. We can't move off. Hold on, Fofana. Give me 30 seconds. You see, the truth is we are not well behaved. I don't know how you want people to say this. We can be different and speak to each other respectfully. Jagu that is talking, he's consistent in this bad behavior. We should stop petty stuff here. It's
Thank you, my brother.
consistent with every moderator. We should
Thank you.
stop bending it. That
Okay,
is what
thank you
it
very much.
is.
That's the way you
Does
see
that,
it, and I'm clear.
hold on. Does that mean if somebody is different from your opinion, you can't have conversation with them? How are you going to be a leader?
Fair
If,
enough.
for example, you are a president of Nigeria,
No,
where
you said it. You said it. You can go on.
Let him finish, Django. Let him
for
just
example,
finish.
you
He's
are a
not going to take
president of
anything away from you.
Nigeria, where you have to deal with different tribes, different religion, different background, people with diverse opinions. Are you not going to sit on the table and talk to them? You got to understand. You got to listen to people. People behave sometimes based on their experience. You must be willing to sit on the table and have discussion. People, you can't. Okay, somebody will speak. You say, "Oh, you're talking bullshit. You're talking." No, you got to listen. You got to listen and listen very well. Don't think you know everything. You learn from, even when you speaking with a mechanic that never been to primary school, you will learn something from there. That is their feed. You got to have this emotional intelligence. We should not pretend we are not misbehaving. We are misbehaving. Today, Rudolph took you out of this panel because of how you were misbehaving. Forefather, you are fighting with him. If electricity come now, you're fighting with him. We should not pretend. We need to learn how to deal with each other and respectfully. Come on, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Some people are saying we should have a break. Let's see what a break looks like here. All right. I hope that has calmed everything down. Now we are all in sync again. Everybody, but you see that
Great break, bro.
that point that I made about, we men are able to join the women conversation. Why can't you join ours? We didn't ask you to have male hormone before we join. Why ask us to change our hormone? Isn't that why we are having this conversation? We have to learn to meet halfway. Okay, women, you have to join, otherwise you're cowards. Period. I'm just saying, it's a joke. Let's not take it seriously. Joraba, please go ahead.
Thank
tourism said it best.
Thank you once again. It's always a pleasure to be here and to hear our brothers and sisters. It has never been of any disrespect to anyone intentionally. I don't do that. I may joke. When I was talking, I don't know whether Jagun was aware that he didn't mute his mic, and it was coming up. That is what I respond to. That is it. So there was nothing like, in as much as he does it frequently.
Have we moved on?
No, wait.
I thought that break was for a reason.
Wait, now. I just, because it's not you. I'm
again.
talking.
Let people
we all
speak.
have people who listen to us, so that because some people will wonder what
my brother Abba, I'm just wondering.
Wait,
go ahead,
when you were
please,
talking, I do not interject. This is my own issue. When you were talking, I do not interject you because I get distracted easily, and I don't want to misbehave here because we all have that in us. Just how we just discipline ourselves. But in whichever way, I want you, just like the way you don't like to be disrespected, and once you cannot take it, use a kind of word that it's not appropriate, but that is who you are. You may not that you mean so much to it, but that is the language you use. And people can be in a different part of the world that they're not going to be offended in it because people understand. But in another word, to keep this platform rolling and more interesting, we all have to be more disciplined, and something to whom much is given, much is expected. If you're going to call me name, be respectful and let us talk like a matured people. I don't. So that is all I can say. And if I have said anything that offended you, I apologize, but I never mean anything intentionally to disrespect you, and you should know better. That's all I can say.
Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. You see, this is so manly, isn't it? This is only men that can do this. We are so great, aren't we? Where are the women? I'm just kidding. I'm gonna be. You know what? I'm gonna be having a go at women on the sidelines here. Welcome, eccentricals. Go on about the types of patriarchy that you were trying to address.
Yeah, so I actually experienced this firsthand, and I said it. So I'll be a primary source of it. I saw women in Uturu, in Abia State. I saw the first daughters. They enforced the law. This Chim was saying that it's just they help, prepare for marriage and all that. That's not true for every single. And Igbo culture is not homogenous as people think. There are differences in the cultures if you go to different regions. So if you go to Uturu, all their first daughters, they adopt, right? They actually enforce laws. And it might not be the same thing in the next proximity. If you go to a different community, nearby, it might not be the same thing. They enforced law. They actually kicked out a man out of their community. They kicked him out, right? Because he desecrated a young woman. They kicked him out the community first by, they took him around the whole market, right? They took him around the street, showing him off, kind of disparaging him. That's part of it, right? And then they kick him out. They destroyed his home, kick him out the community. It was the women. There was no man came in and they interjected. There was no first sons. The Abara people did. Government didn't come in and say, "Hey, you can't do this to the men." Their rules were respected, and I think that mirrors what happened in About Women Riot. About Women Riot. He's saying that it was taxation, something, blah blah blah. Like I didn't know. I knew it was about taxation. It was taxation on the men as well, not just the women. The British imposed taxation, and it was excessive. They were not used to that. People imposing taxation. This is a Western model. They brought it in. The women did not like it. They protested. They were shot at by the men, right? They were shot at by the by the police, right? I forgot what they were called. That the British set up, right? Because the British were not used to stuff like that. They were not used to that. They're not used to women standing up like that. And we see that like in the Middle East. This community, it's a huge community. They live in the border regions. Their women actually they have a military with just women. They were fighting ISIS like a few years ago, probably 10 years ago. They were fighting ISIS, and they were whooping ISIS butt. And these are women. Like there are instances where women actually perform roles that we traditionally assign to men in different cultures. Like some cultures are extremely patriarchal, right? Where the women, they've enforced that patriarchy, right? And that's what I was saying. Like the Western patriarchy is the form of patriarchy that we are used to, because we watch movies and we see all that form of patriarchy, and we think this is how it's supposed to be, because we are conditioned to believe that anything the West does is canon, but that's not true. We have I actually like our own form of patriarchy. I like it. I try to, I like that patriarchy. But the thing is, there are a lot of books written on this. Like I was saying, like how the families are structured. The reason why this method still exists is because it's structured in the family. You have the Opara, you have a son, Diolo, and then you have the Ada, right? It's in our family. That's where it's written. It's written in our family. But we need extensive work on this whole systems, right? The different forms of patriarchy, in Nigeria, the systems of family, how they are structured, and like the importance, right? Like people are saying, men perform a certain type of role. There's a reason. Like we need to realize that there are reasons why these are done. Like in the the people that did it in the past in the hunter-gatherer society, like I mentioned, because I was trying to show there was a purpose for them to actually have that their form of patriarchy where the women stay home and cook, right? They will bring in I forgot what it is. I've watched their videos, right? The women stay home and the men go in and hunt. You know, they go in there and hunt for games, and they bring it back for the. They eat some of them there, and then they bring back for the woman to cook for the little kids, and the women to
Yeah.
eat, and the rest of the family.
I think generally that has been the general formula. The formula is keep the women and the children away from danger.
Yeah. So the family,
keep the women and the
society,
children away from risk.
yeah, the society evolved, right? You know, as society evolves, the rules changes, right? Like in the society that we have right now, where the advent of technology makes it possible for the men and the women to work, right? It wasn't like that like in the early 90s, right? There was women were not even like the job of teaching were done by women because they, the in America it was believed that teaching jobs for lame people. It wasn't a job with honor, right? That was the old form of patriarchy. We didn't, the women were not allowed to do some certain type of job. Only they could teach, right? They could stay home, take care of the kids. And it got to a point where women started to rebel against this, patriarchal systems. Women start, like for instance, a woman was not allowed to.
Yeah, but hold on though. Like I said, are they actually no, let me ask though. Are they actually succeeding? Because society still remain in a way functionally in terms of the roles that people play in that patriarchal. The men are the ones involved in the most risky roles, and like vastly much more involved in those risky roles. So the only area that has seemed to have changed is the rules that balance the home.
Yeah,
that's the one that seems to have been upended.
Yeah, so when it comes to like assigning roles, right, in workplaces, right, there's an aspect of gender to it, right, and like when it comes to family, right, roles changing in family, those, like I said, those rules are not written in a book. There's no law in America that says a woman has to perform this, a woman has to cook, right, or a man has to, like, I like to cook, right. I feel like I'm a chef, right. I feel like I'm a chef, right, to myself. I'm not a chef, right. I'm not a certified chef, but I could cook. I could cook, right. I have spice. If you go to my kitchen, I have a lot of spices. I have all the herbs. I like to collect herbs from different cultures, from Afghanistan. I collect herbs from anywhere, from Palestine, whatnot, right.
So you cook any Nigerian dish?
I cook Nigerian dish, man. I cook Nigerian dish with what I have, right. Like I use powdered
you know how our men are always proud to say this. And I was having a conversation with African American men some time ago, I think a few years now, and they were saying that this is how men are supposed to do now, changing napkins and all the rest of it. And I was like, are you sure? Maybe you'll be better spending your time defending your community and ensuring the prosperity of your people than worrying about changing napkins and all the rest. Because I worry that we have somehow bought into a narrative that disarms us from elevating ourselves to a point where we can actually become sovereign. Especially when we copy other people that are already sovereign. And that is, we have to be careful.
So
when we believe in these things.
What's wrong with changing napkins anyway? If you have to do it, what's wrong?
No. If you have to do it, if you have to do it. No, hold on. My point is that you should be able to defend your community more than just as much as you change napkins. But our priorities seem to have shifted to changing napkins and doing all the things that are domesticated.
If I can say, one sensible thing that I learned from Eccentric today was that maybe this thing is an online episode. It's not real life. It's we that's taking it on too far. You see, I don't believe we should get ourselves ensconced in the African American way of seeing things online. I believe that we have to maintain ourselves as men, as taught by our parents. Full stop. I don't know why we're entering into confusion. I'm not confused. Why are you confused? Have you forgotten your parents bringing you up, that you had to now go and speak to African Americans as to say what it is to be a man? Come on, man. Stop all that, please. We're men.
I think the reason why we have this conversation because we know there is a crisis, and when there is a crisis, everything should be up for questioning. Because if you don't, there's a reason why all those things were not sufficient enough to get you out of that crisis. So that is why these conversations are being had. And I have to ask our men, because when our men say these things, that they're copying, let's say, Oyibo man, and a few metrosexual men out there, they forget that those people have done their due diligence. The Chinese man took all the risk and ensured that they are nuclear powers. The Indians did the same thing. The Arab world, they are fighting tooth and nail right now. As we speak right now, they are fighting tooth and nail to liberate themselves. And by and large, they have already done that. Where are we in this equation? We are busy signing up to what other people that have done these things. They've done their essential part already before they have the luxury of saying, let's do femininity stuff.
No. Look, so the changing structure of the family, right? Even though I said Western patriarchy, it's still part of the whole Western order thing, right? The whole liberalism, the liberal ideal, and family liberal ideals, right? Which we see in the families where any little infraction could lead to divorce, right? Because this is based on liberal ideology. If you read the books by I forgot liberal fathers, I forgot their name. It just evaded me. This thing comes from this liberal ideal, which comes from the West, right? Families. I believe that if there's a child in a family, it's important for the two parents to be together to raise that kid, right? Even for Black people, right? It's almost like a revolutionary thing, right? It's a revolutionary thing for the two families to be together to raise their children, right? Because we can't overemphasize it, right? Two families together, two income, right? You could survive in America better than a single family, a single family home. Two families, the two parents working together, putting the money together. You can live in 2-bedroom apartment comfortably because you're sharing this task equally. I believe that if you live in the West, the best way that you can form a family is by creating partnership, right? And separating due to minor infractions, it's not going to help anything, right? And that's the liberal way of that's the liberal. This is a liberal family structure ideas, right? If there's a little bit of infraction, your man did this wrong, your woman did this wrong, you should separate the family. It's not. It has negative effect on the child. That's a fact. It has a negative effect on the child and all the family structure. Because like when you separate, like Tim mentioned, there's a divorce. You have to pay child support and all that. It messes up the finance of the family. You're not able to build empire. You know what I mean? Like families need to stick together so you can, like in Igbo land, children inherit their parents' businesses and their properties, right? If you separate the families here, that inheritance thing, you've destroyed it. You've destroyed the ability to build an empire, the family to be an empire, right? So that's what we need. We need to consider both, and I consider both ways, right? The extreme patriarchy, and of course the liberal part. There's a middle part. You have to have a goal. You have to have an objective. The objective would be, hey, if you're raising a kid, let's raise kids together. This is a revolutionary thing. As a Black person, let's work together. Families have problems, right? Like someone said, a man could cheat and whatnot. Some people go to the extreme. They say nothing should make families separate, right? But I believe that if you're married to someone, you should marry. Putting your hands on your spouses and whatnot. That to me, that's extreme, right? And those things can be passed on. Like if you watch your family do this, you can carry out. You might think this is like the proper way of doing things. This is what makes a patriarchal society, a patriarchal family. That shouldn't be, violence in the family. It's not. Shouldn't be ideal, right?
I think that is, you are right there 100%. I think if we can make it a very, very strict, one of the highest rules, especially for the men, if you want to call yourself a man, and when your primary role that has been assigned to you, evolutionarily and culturally, and is to protect, why turn that power to protect against the people you are supposed to protect? It should be the greatest perversion of
the men's job
a man's role. Yes,
the men's role
the
should not be to
perversion.
protect. The men's role should not be protect. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we infantilize women, women should not be protected. You know, we shouldn't do that in a society like right now. Women, your job shouldn't be to protect your woman. The society can do that. You have the police, you have all that, you have the court. We shouldn't
hold on. You are saying a man's role is not to protect. So send the women to go and go to war now. A man's role is not to protect. Do you know that after that man goes to war, kills a lot of people, why do you think he bleeds into the homes? Because there is no grounding on how to make sure that doesn't bleed into the homes. The lifestyle of men is often involves a lot of violence, a lot of risk, a lot of dangerous things. Hence, you can see how easily they can just lash out from the point of view of being violent towards their spouse, their children, and that's something I'm saying should stop.
That's what led to Emmett Till. Remember Emmett Till? You know, the lady had her brothers or boyfriends kill Emmett Till because that's infantilizing women. That's part of Western patriarchy. We should not. Our job in the family
just because you protect somebody. So hold on, are you saying because the military protects society, they are infantilizing the population?
No, that's not. No. I mean, your white blood.
What is wrong with protecting the women? Hold on. Because this thing, I think you are sounding like a metrosexual man by saying those type of things. Why? Because you are saying protecting women is infantilizing them. So a woman, if a woman cooks for man, hold on now. If a woman cooks for a man, she's turning the man to a child. Is that it?
No,
for me, that just sounds like platitudes. You can't just say that because we are protecting women, we are infantilizing them. Okay, so the woman wash my clothes, she's infantilizing me. She gives me food, she's infantilizing me. Come on, man.
If you give a man the power to protect you, you become the man's servitude, right? It's like a servitude type of relationship.
No. I think you are mistaking the protection. What it means. It means that your role
in a relationship because you want a man to protect you. That's not how. This is.
So essentially, I think this argument is kind of dumb. The man's role is to protect. You have to protect your family. It is part of your role. Come on, what are you saying?
If a burglar comes into your house, you throw the woman in front.
If armed robber comes into your house, you expect your wife to go attack him?
No, the police.
He's gonna push her. Go ahead. Go and take them out.
Yo, why don't you call the police? You live in America. You live in Atlanta.
This is what the guy
organized society. That's why we have to like society.
Oh my God, you don't understand.
My brother, I think this is what you'd say when an assailant comes to your house, your wife is there, and the assailant is attacking your wife. You say, but I'm doing the cooking.
When they're inside the house, they are
I'm doing the cooking.
Why they are attacking your wife? They are calling the police. That's what you want to do.
Did you see the event where that involved Will Smith and Will Smith's wife, right? Where the comedian said something about her alopecia, and then she looked at him a certain way, and then he went out and slapped him. Slapped him.
Yeah,
right?
That's what
that right there. Yeah. That's a picture of it right there.
What's wrong with
you guys
that?
are arguing that's the role of the man. No, that's infantilizing the woman.
No. You see, that's your problem. Then you didn't answer the question. If a woman cooks food for you, is she infantilizing?
It's a bad example.
If a woman cooks food for you, that's gratitude. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, that's good.
So protection is not gratitude. Saving somebody's life doesn't deserve gratitude than feeding them.
Hold on. Let me ask you this, etc.
No woman can cook better.
Hold on. You go to the mall with your wife. Man is attacking your wife, like physically. Yeah. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do as a man?
You're gonna call the police.
If I'm on the street with you and we're walking somewhere, and someone attacks you,
you're gonna call the police. I'm gonna fight. Beating his wife like crazy.
I'm gonna fight.
You're gonna fight.
If a single person comes in, attacks my wife in my home, if I have a gun, I'll shoot him. You know, because there's a law that protects me for that.
You're gonna shoot.
Or if I'm being attacked and she's there, and she has a gun on her hand, she'll pull out and shoot.
Yes, she might pull and shoot, or she might have the chance to call the police.
Not a might. She will.
Don't throw her in front.
Can I just come in real quick? I just had I've just had a feeling, and my feeling is to say, I want to celebrate Adana, Bumi, Madame Luke, the mother who used to come on board from time to time, even though I never agreed with her, Mama H.O. I liked her boldness. Who else is there?
Isimiri, but she's not.
Yeah, and the woman that used to wear the big glasses before.
Ngozika.
No, big glasses like this, fair in complexion. I'm saying
Ismiri, that Ismiri.
okay, yes. I'm mentioning these names.
You can't miss Ify now. You can't miss
And
Ify.
I'm mentioning these names.
Yeah, Ify too.
Because yes, Ify, therefore, definitely. I'm mentioning these names because these are brave women. These are women who stand for themselves. These are women who have something to say. These are women who aren't asking for our permission to come and speak. These are women. If you are not this type of woman, then I beg, go and sit down nicely and watch television with us and entertain you.
Exactly.
Because you have to represent yourself. It's essential if you want to be included. I don't vote, and they say that if you don't vote, you're not included. Rub nonsense. Don't vote. Every person I've not really voted for, I've been included and I earned money under them. You understand? But I'm not voting for them, giving them permission to put their horrible foot on my head. I say the other way around. Women, don't say you are being oppressed when there's nothing oppressing you apart from yourself. Please, I have to say that. Thank you.
But you men here, hold on. You men here.
Let's get back to the question.
You men here actually attack these women when they come here, oppress them, attack them.
Oh, come on, man. We allow them to speak their mind now.
The respect I think we should give to them is to respect them when they come here, allow them to speak without yelling at them, without bullying them.
But that's what forefather is there. Forefather is very protective.
I don't think they bully those women, though, do they?
No, forefather is very protective of them.
Some people, yeah,
on the chat maybe, but not on the
people
panel.
Attack them. So I think the respect we need to give to them.
Yeah, AY, call their name now.
I don't understand what AY is saying again. I don't understand what you're saying, bros.
Forefather, I have a question for you, Forefather.
Okay, let's get back to this thing. Eccentricus, please go ahead with your question.
If you have a girlfriend and she lives like, let's say, a few miles away from you, right? And she gets in a fight. She gets in a fight with someone, a woman, a man, or whatever. What would you do?
She gets into a fight and
she calls you and tells you, "I got in a fight with the lady, with one of my neighbors." What would you do? Like, what would you do that would make you a patriarchal strong?
Eccentricus, look, emphasize your word. Have a fight.
No, Black Beauty. Most definitely, my brother. Sorry.
See, your word, having a fight, right? Having a fight, that means it's a 50-50. There's no one person beating the other person, right? So they are having a fight. It might be argument. It might be just face to face and all that stuff. So if it calls for fathers, there's nothing for fathers can do other than to create peace. But if one person, which I think the question you're asking, hold on. If one person, which I think the question you're asking is, your girlfriend is being pounced on by somebody else, either a male or a female, what will he do?
What would you do?
So if you say
like
fighting,
miles away from her, what would you do? Would you like cock your gun and get in the car and drive over there to shoot someone? What would you do? What would you do?
No,
you
don't carry guns. Protect simply means protect.
In that scenario,
it has different forms. Like, this is not a hot situation, and if an incident like that has occurred and she is not capable of calling the police and all the rest, my role is to make sure the law enforcement is called in. If I find that the law enforcement will not solve the problem, I will take it on to myself.
She can't call law enforcement. She cannot.
She can call law enforcement too, but most women are, from what I gather anyway, most women are not always comfortable dealing with law enforcement because
You have
other
a
men
date?
too.
You have a data? You have a citation for that statement?
Oh dear.
I'm gonna
Give me
look it up.
citation. You are
Leave him.
yeah,
It's just
it's
like,
a
oh
fact
dear.
now. Women don't like to
Ridiculous.
deal with all these things themselves. You hear about it when they talk about rape cases all the time. You know this already. I don't know why you're acting as if you
It's
don't.
very strange.
So
Bro,
and
I
it
beg,
goes
I
to the
beg,
same.
forefather, I beg your pardon. Can we please change the subject as though, because we were all in agreement on this particular subject to a large degree. Now, what's happening is that eccentric is going to turn into a woman and start speaking for women. So let's change the subject. Let's change the subject, right?
No, don't do that. Don't do that. I think it's
The
coming
man's
with
job
a
is to protect the
metrosexual
woman.
point of view. It's coming with a metrosexual point of view.
The man's job is not to protect the woman. That's what you know what I mean? Like you gotta be.
Because I think you use some of those terms that came with this Me Too movement that says, "Oh, if you protect women, you are infantilizing them." It's just like
Which Me
there's
Too?
no
Which
merit
Me
to
Too?
those.
Which Me Too? I don't.
No, but
No, that's not true.
but if you had thought about it twice, you know that statement doesn't have merit at all. You have to
It
understand
does
that
have merit.
people have rules. There
Do you
is a
know
reason
that?
why.
Do you know that
When you're
the
walking on the sidewalk, right, and then you let your girl walk on the other side of the sidewalk, that kind of things that we, those things that we do to show that we protect our
Yes,
women.
so you want to be
That's
standing
corny.
there.
That's corny stuff.
no,
Oh my
that's just
God, this guy!
well, there's a
I
word
don't
for that. It's
understand
called what's the word for that? It's got a name.
What's the word for that?
Huh?
I don't know.
There's a
chivalry or
chivalry. Chivalry, I think it's called. It's not a bad thing to be chivalrous of a woman. It's not bad.
Very, very
You know what I
important
mean?
trait to
It's
have.
all
You never know
it's
when
just
you need it.
for them. It's nice for us. It's okay. We don't have to bring it to the polity like it's going to change anything. However, what was spoken today in Rudolph's segment about film and the stories that we tell, both on this subject, I think we need to broach that idea. I don't know if you saw any of that, forefather, but I'm telling
I
you,
didn't see it. It sounds like it was an
it
interesting
was
session.
proper. It was a proper show, man. Proper. I was impressed.
Oh, okay. You see, the thing about the question that Eccentricat is raising is that the way it works is that some things, like to be chivalrous towards women, there are reasons why you do that. You don't endanger women needlessly. Men are more expendable in society, and all these metrosexual men that like to say they are metrosexual, they pretend as if they care for women. If anything, they are cheapening women. If you go back in time, you'll be surprised. Most of the songs that they sing about those days is all about women, all about praising them and talking about women. Like, men are so worshipful of women. Today, try that nonsense. They said you go to nightclubs, men are barely there. They don't want to date women. They don't want to go near them now. And these people, the people like eccentricals that pretend as if they care about women, they are actually cheapening the role of women because they want women to be like men, and without even knowing it, they want them to be like men. And by the time all that is done, women are not valued anymore. They don't have much value to offer because they want to be like men. They don't want to have children. They don't want to be taken care of. So why should a man care about you?
Believe it or not, women actually in this society where we in, that we all live in, women actually work. They make money. They actually take care of themselves.
They do that now. They do that, but at the same time, the society is dying. In terms of they are not procreating anymore, the population is declining. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oga, thank you.
I'm knocking off from work. Just to say blessing to everyone and a blessed week for all of us. And I hope to see us. God give us life by weekend. But before I leave, I want to tell eccentric. He asked a question. If you saw your girlfriend is living one pole away from you, and she got in a fight.
Who sent a message?
I just want you to know that is what we are talking. That's why this conversation is very important. That girl who is your girlfriend supposed to know the kind of a boyfriend she had before she would get into a fight in a street. That is the pure true relationship. If she knows the kind of a man that she has as a boyfriend, she cannot get into a fight in the street.
What if the fight came to her?
What I'm coming. So you, as the man in the house, you have to build that trust. You have to build that trust in the life of your girlfriend or your wife, not to get into a fight. so that whenever she leaves home, she will remember that the eccentric is not a man that needs problem. And if that problem comes, she's supposed to know what to do. That's your job, to tell her what to do. Like you live in America. I don't live in America. Everything is all about police. Call 911, right? You call 911, right? That's what you do. But just know that every one of us, our responsibility is to protect our wife and our girlfriend. It's our job.
That's not true. That's not true.
Oh, leave him alone, please. You're arguing everything for no reason.
It's not a responsibility. It's not a responsibility. It's not a responsibility.
Oga Ike is one of the most gentlemen. You want to start arguing with him too now, yeah?
I love Ike, man. I love Ike. I love his insight.
When God created man and put man in the Garden of Eden, he gave a man the power to oversee every other thing he created. And when Eve disobeyed and eat the fruit, God was not angry with Eve, but God was angry with who? Adam.
That's too deep for him.
God believed that Adam's supposed to have that woman to understand that she's not going to take that fruit. God was not angry with Eve, but he was angry with Adam. So, I mean, that's a simple mathematics, whether you believe in the word of God or you believe in God or not. But it's just a simple mathematics that for you to understand that it's not just you didn't make it yourself. It's just a blessing for you to be the head of your family. It's a blessing. It's not a curse, it's a blessing for you to take control of your family, to take hold of your family. So it's a blessing.
Brother Ike, you are trying very hard for him. I'm not sure if any of it is going to balance. I applaud everything that you said, and I would just like to move on again, forefather. If I may, I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. Eccentric, I beg your pardon, brother. My brother, take good care this week.
One love, say.
One love, brother. It was mentioned just now by.
That's why I leave women alone. Don't go after women.
Well, that's another 2 months.
Okay, Hi. Greeting. Good night.
It was just mentioned, forefather. I'm not sure if you read it by Femi O, who spoke about rape. And I was going to make mention of this. This question about men's power over women and the fact that men can rape a woman. I come to the point where I have to think about this thing called rape. And I've been doing so for a while. Because me, as somebody who has been offered the gift of the beauty of women, and in that offering, it's just a wonderful thing to be offered. And it's the only space that one can conduct himself as a man, I believe, sexually with joy. I don't know how you're able to do that through rape. For a man, I want us to, looking at men to see if they can give me any consciousness on this. How do you enjoy sex through rape? I can't understand it. It's beyond my reckoning.
This is YouTube, man. We can get banned for that kind of topic, man.
Forget YouTube, man. Forget all these people, man. We're here speaking.
Okay, so the original topic was about how we can, find a way to be more cohesive, the men and the women. I feel like in Nigeria, they are traveling apart. And I'm glad most of the conversations we've been having here, most women, okay, they may not like polygamy, but they are also fine with it in the African context, which is very interesting because I thought most of them would be like, no, it's LGBTQ to the end of the earth, but they are okay with that. That's a positive, isn't it? So, but the men too need to step up. It's one thing to say you should protect women, but do you look like our men are doing that? All those men in the House of Assembly wrecking the country and having their women live like men. You need to see the conditions of women at the hospitals, the health care that they are being provided, the schools their children have to attend. Then they have to endure kidnappings and getting married off to bandits and all kinds of nefarious characters.
Imagine.
The men too have a role to play. It's wanting to demand these things of women. But maybe if we're playing our role, we wouldn't even need to demand it; would just be there.
This is it. I mean, eccentric. I don't want to come back to you. I mean nothing against you, my brother. I just want us to look at things in the plain light of God. I know that we're living in a very modern world, but imagine that the world is just stricken back to the ages of the past, where we don't have all these technologies. How do we look after our women? How do we create families? How do we do this? You see, when you don't balance things away from the modernity that we live in, and we think that the modernity has always been there for all our lives, saving us, then I'm afraid that we've got everything upside down. You tell me, because I'm speaking about Greek, as they want to call it. I'm speaking about that from the perspective of, imagine that there is nobody to defend a woman's honor. What do you do? What I mean, right? Where you coming from? I throw it out as opposed to grapple with it. I prefer you to tackle the position of how do you defend the honor of your sister if somebody wants to take it by force.
Let me share people like the other. Sorry, Sendikas, your point of view where it tends to lead. You know, this is the wall. This is why I say some of you that talk like you support women, you don't necessarily support them. The outcomes are not good for them. Let me just share this video quickly.
Leave us alone! Get the hell out! What the hell does the world come to that I can't even go into my place of worship, Home Goods, without being cornered by a man? I go there to get peace and quiet from the world. So why, as a man, why are you bothering a woman in the candle aisle at Home Goods? That's like the one place that y'all should not be.
I was reading a post on Reddit yesterday, and a woman was asking men, do men just not approach women anymore? And she was given an example when she was out and made eye contact a few times with somebody, smiled, they smiled back, but it never went anywhere.
This video is so funny because men are always like, I'm just done approaching women. Thank you. If I want you, I'll approach you.
I hate when I think a man's good looking and then I look at him and then he doesn't approach me. Like, did you not see me just look right at you? Like, that was your sign. Like, that was me shooting my shot. Like, I looked right at you. Like, I looked away pretty quickly.
No personality.
Ooh, you know, but like, that was your sign.
I am so fed up with this new generation of men. They literally don't want to get you no flowers. They don't want to take you on no dates. All they want to do is ask you what you doing all day long and tell you lies. Like, I'm over it.
Okay, I am not by any means saying that I'm a Victoria's Secret model, but I have to say, being a decently attractive girl or like cute girl, hot girl, whatever, professional, whatever, men never hit on me or approach me in real life. They will like me on dating apps, sending me the roses, blah, 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 but like they never want to. Or a lot of times people will reach out via a friend, like, oh, I'm interested in her, give her my number, instead of just finding me and DMing me. And I ended up asking, I was like, honestly, when guys walk past me, like, I was assuming they're making fun of me or something. I don't know why they stare at me.
Which I do appreciate men approaching, because honestly, it's rare nowadays. I appreciate when men can go out of their way. It takes a lot of guts. And I said to him, you know, it takes a lot of guts and courage to do this. So I really appreciate it. But yeah. The other day I went downtown to meet up with some friends, and as I'm walking home by myself, this man ran up beside me and he's like, hi. And then I kind of kept walking and I was like, hey. He goes, I saw you back there walking and I thought you were cute. And to start this off, he's wearing sunglasses. Anyway, even with the sunglasses, he was just not my type. And also he looked a lot older than me. Like, I don't know anyway. I then said to him, I was like, oh, thank you so much. That's so nice of you to say. And he just kind of kept talking. And I said, it was so nice of you to come up, but I just wanted to let you know I have a boyfriend. And his answer made me...
And I don't know, like, I personally never get approached. I never. Maybe something's wrong with me. I don't know. But like,
Well, father.
I feel like that, whenever I like talk about it, everyone's like, oh, well, they want the girl to like go up to them. Like, what? When did this change? When did this change? Because I want a man. I don't want to be the man.
He's eccentric as
Someone come up to me. Anyways, I just feel like there's no.
Can I just say something as soon as this finishes?
I just.
You always say something.
Every guy.
You should learn AY.
Come on.
Because you know that your head is big.
No,
and
you
empty.
talk too much.
Anyone
I
knows
talk too much. Someone.
family men still exist, let me know. Or if I'm the only one that thinks they don't. I don't know. Someone needs to let me know if I am the only one that has noticed that men are not like how they were when our parents were growing up. I grew up like the man is supposed to take care of the woman. The man is supposed to go up to the girls. Like the man is supposed to have drive and initiate everything. Like I feel like now it's so hard to find guys that like even just in general have drive in life. Like I feel like it's so different.
I think we got the gist now. There's no need to go on too far. We got the gist.
Bros, I hope you can I just say something real quick, please? I beg your pardon, everybody. AY, it's not. I'm not against you, my brother, but you seem to have some.
Let's come on now.
No. Wait. I'm just saying. All I'm saying is I'm not against you.
I don't just like how you misbehave. You can't keep misbehaving.
Okay, so who wants to say something? I think I've made this clear now. It's going to be zero tolerance. If we keep doing this, we're not going to have the conversation. So who wants to say something?
All right. So like in Igbo land, right? If you want to get married if you see a girl you like and you want to get married to her, you tell your family. Your family goes to her family, and they will initiate the whole thing, right? They will tell them, "Hey, my son likes your daughter," and then they'll bring out the daughter, and he would say, "Yep, that's her," and then they will talk. And if the mother will go in and ask her if she likes the man, the parents will tell them, "Hey, look, she likes you. This is what we need. This is our tradition," and then it goes on from there. Right? What that last lady was explaining is that Western patriarchy stuff that I was talking about. That's what it is. Men don't. Okay, if you're a woman, if you're walking in the alleyway, would you want, like, at night, in the evening, would you want a man to accost you like that? Like, it's kind of creepy if you see a woman walking along.
So now men are creepy.
Hey, I think you're pretty. It's kind of scary, man.
If people like you that have made it so sterile now that men cannot interact with women, it's only through apps now.
No, that's not the point. Most people that we meet, there's something called proximity effect in psychology. You can learn this in social psychology. Proximity effect. You meet people date people that are in the same environment as them, right? You meet people from work, you meet people from your church, you meet people from the same social media group. You can meet people. There has to be some kind of proximity for you to meet someone, right? You're not just going to see someone. You see someone at the bar and you go, "Hey, you look great," right? There has to be some kind of proximity. It could be at the bar, of course. There's a proximity there, but there should be some kind of proximity to meet people. People meet people based on some kind of proximity. You know what I mean? There should be a proximity.
No, but proximity is not the discussion. The issue is that they are not getting approached. And the men don't have drive because they're not seeing men as like the same as them. They're like, "Oh, you should approach me. Why should I approach you?" They are confused now.
It is on that level.
There are dating apps.
Our society, the society we live now, we're so very protective of our space, our personal space. And when you even invade someone's personal space, even in the tube, right? When you even went on a good day, when the tube is packed and all that, you start seeing some ladies when you're very close to them, your body is very close to them. They'll start giving you some attitude, some kind of look as if it's your fault. I mean, hello, can't you see it's a packed tube? So why are you giving me that kind of look?
Why are you rubbing me like that? Before I sue you for sexual assault.
I'm telling you, bro. I beg, make I.
No, I've had that kind of situation. And she was just going on and on and on. And my woman was on the other, she didn't know we were together. She's just told her, "Will you shut up? That's my man you're talking to." That was when she realized and all that. She said, "Whoa," and all that. So we live in a very weird world.
Very weird. Can I say this, guys? This is what I wanted to say before I was taking off. In my old days, man used to play around nicely, up and down, almost. There was a party I went to, and as I entered there was one fabulously gorgeous lady in the party, man. Fabulous. Me, I was lost, but I had to draw second gear, almost. So from there, I began speaking to every woman and avoiding this woman like the plague. I just avoided her, blanked her until the end of the night, bruh. That woman ended up giving me all her details. She just did not know why I should speak to everyone else and not her. That is the psychology of women. They play stupid games and think that we can't play games better. These things, the way women are generally, they live a very privileged life in comparison to men. A very privileged life. They sustain love throughout their life, throughout we as sons of our parents. The love and affection that they give us as boys ends by the time we're 12, 13. By the time we're growing older, we're being taught how to be men and how to be self-sufficient and stoic. That's what's going on. But women, they get all the muddy coddling and they carry that into past their adolescence into adulthood, and they balance on that privilege all their life. For me, it's obtusely unfair, and I don't follow it. There are men amongst us here that I know are following all that logic. It's upside down logic. You people who are, what do they call it, Gen Zs, I feel sorry for you, because largely the women have all the rights and they will trounce you in a public court of law, given the way things are today. So I'm asking, as you spoke earlier about the future, I'm asking for men to redress themselves. And the first way to redress yourself is to be on point. You have to be on point as a man. You have to have knowledge. You have to look after your physiology. You have to have clean thinking before you even thinking about engaging with women, because that's when you get dusty and dirty and your whole ethic begins to change. That's what I want to say.
Yeah, I don't know what Madam Luke's issue is. Madam Luke, you don't have to join. You could just donate. Just to make your point that you are the she boss. See, point is, for somebody that understands men, I think Madam Luke holds views that most men will find actually to an extent almost like masculine views, which is not a problem. So why are you having issues coming on the panel? I would have thought if you cannot come on a panel where men are speaking with your boldness, I don't know, man. Women don't have hope then, because you are one of the boldest women I know on all the platforms, and somehow you cannot come on this panel. I don't know. We have a problem there. That said, the point is still remains that all this stuff that you say you love about this eccentric as I'm addressing, that I say he loves about this thing. You saw what Jago said about when they take you to court they win. Because of that trend that women win or society seems to favor them, then the men too are adjusting by treating the women as if they are some kind of threat, some kind of thing that they need to keep aloof. They don't want to approach women because they're afraid of being me too'd. All kinds of barriers are being put in place one after the other. I don't want that to happen with our community, because we are not in a place where we can afford that. If we put barriers between ourselves, these barriers start showing up in Africa, because Africa doesn't have any filter. We are consuming the internet as if it belongs to us. And we have to be careful, because if some people are already saying that in Nigeria, most of our youths behave like they are Gen Zs. They're like Western people. They don't act like African children. I remember, I think somebody said that Nigerian government banned foreign cartoons in Nigeria because of this. That the children are behaving like Western children too much, that they ban foreign cartoons. So this could be a problem it's a time bomb that we are watching, and we don't want it to get to a point where it actually becomes a bomb. We have to diffuse it now. We don't want to get to a situation whereby you start having our men, create barriers against our women. No. I think that would be very dangerous for us. We are not we can't afford it. We don't have that. We don't even have that option. We barely can survive now. Not to mention doing Me Too and all this metrosexuality. So yeah, welcome, Adama. Clearly, you are more brave than Madame Luke. I don't know how. Madame Luke seems to she seems to hold.
Excuse me?
It appears that you are braver than Madame Luke for coming on here.
I Topper too.
Listen, forefather, if you go through medical school, you'll be brave. So that's the thing I have to tell you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So I want to understand, what is the video all about? So why you wind up about this Gen Z video? So what is surprising you in regards to their videos?
The video is that men seem to be a kind of keeping themselves away from women. They are not approaching women the way they used to before.
Okay.
And in Western society, you will see a lot of women complain that men are not. They are just not there. But the men are there, but they say they are not there. And the men too are saying, "Oh, I can't be asked. Why should I bother with women?" I've seen things here that made me feel like, oh my God, this generation, they can't be bothered. The women can't be bothered with the men, and the men can't be bothered with the women. That is not going to be healthy if we as a community on the continent embraces that type of behavior. And they are already paying the price. And this is why they are bringing so many Nigerians to the UK. 141,000 just last year to the UK, because their population is declining. They're getting old. Nobody wants to marry. Nobody wants to have children. Women are struggling. So this is the issue that is being raised, and those women are talking about it, that the men are just not, they don't have drive, they don't approach them, on and on. You see that it's all over the internet, and it's also in the real world. Let's not make no mistake. It's not only on the internet. You go to the dating apps, you will see it. Thank you.
Okay. I get your question. Now the question I have to ask you is this: how many of how many of us in the platform will say, if we want to be realistic, we take on our women on the dates on a weekly? So let's not say on a weekly, 2 weeks. So for those of us that grew up here in the diaspora, most of us here and other people back home, my dad went to school here and back home. My dad, in his early 80s, still washes the dishes, does everything. Much love to him. He's suffering from Alzheimer's, but my dad is a romantic man. He kind of gave me the idea of the man I wanted to see. My mom, educated, working, wasn't intimidated by my dad. But one thing my dad made a priority, that none of his children comes first before his wife. His wife comes first before any other person. And these are people who are in their 80s. So let's ask ourselves the question: how do we, as a generation, let's talk about the technological we are dealing with right now, and educated women and educated men, how do we make each other a priority? For me, as a woman, no matter how much I accomplish in life, I need a man to do all those great things I want to do, because growing up, I have role models. I'm the only girl out of 4 boys. So now let's ask ourselves the question: what are African men? I'm not thinking about any other men. I don't care about any other men, because I'm married to an African, so forget it. So what are African men and Black men doing wrong? Let's acknowledge that first. 2, why is our women
Can you say what
embracing?
that is? Sorry, I beg your
Always
pardon.
interject.
Can you say what that is?
Always.
What African men are doing wrong, madam, please?
Is a question I'm putting us to all of us.
I see. Okay.
Thank you. What are we doing wrong? We grew up in a culture where we don't know how to make our time for one another. We make our time for our business meeting, contracts, and everything else, hanging out with the boys. So how much time did we make out for our women? The person we say is the love of our life. We have 7 days a week, 24 hours in a day. If I, Adama, can make my husband, the love of my life, my priority, what stops you, as busy as my schedule is, and as busy as his schedule is, to remind him we are a priority? I always say this: if you know me, after God is my husband and my children. Any other thing, I don't care. People that say my children come before your husband, good for you. You can't live in my house. Because if you live in my house, if you know me, my husband comes first before any other thing. So I'm not a woman, but I am a woman that has a strong personality. I know what I want. I know where I am going. I know what my goals are. Now, how many African men can deal with Adama being who I am? I know what I want, and I know how to go about it. But at the same time, I recognize the presence of a man in a society.
Very
So,
good.
how many of us can say here,
Can I
7
answer
days a
some?
week, we buy flowers? Some of you will say, what is flowers? I can't buy flowers for your I don't have time for flowers. Do you know how much flowers cost? How do you express your love? There's a book I'm going to recommend to every man in this platform. It's calling Finding Out What Your Love Language Is. My love language is caring. And we all have a love language, how we identify it. I came on because at the end of the day, we are stuck in the culture of the 80s, but those culture no longer exists. We are all educated, elaborated, we know right from wrong, we love sex. Some of us like polygamy, to AY and them. But the difference about this is men who
Why are
are
you calling my
polygamous.
name now? Why are you?
It's you now, Bukona. You know I'm the number one. I'm the number one. So long as I'm number one, we don't have problem. So men who like polygamy, who can marry to women like me, who can flirt and not be threatened by their position and know that, oh, that's my woman. She will come home to me and she can come on a platform and stay how many hours with you guys? How many men in the African society can put up with educated, a woman who knows what she wants and will
Forefather.
call you out for who you are, and at the same time love you unconditionally? How many of our men can embrace a woman like
Forefather,
that?
can I answer her, please? I'm begging
Please,
you.
Forefather is the moderator.
I'm,
So order
that's
the
why I'm
line.
asking him.
Order
I'm
the
asking
line. Yes,
Forefather.
Forefather is the moderator.
Calm
I don't get
down.
to dictate
Calm
time.
down. I'm asking Forefather. I'm not asking anybody else. Yeah,
Okay. Let's okay.
I'm
AY,
asking him.
AY, two of you. It looks like
It's not two of us, though. I was directing you. I didn't speak to AY at all.
when AY gets irritated with somebody, he just would let
That's not my
AY
fault.
let it go.
That's
AY
not
let
my
it
fault.
go.
Thank
So,
you.
but
Thank you.
I think it's fair. Since he asked to
I
answer.
did ask. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm listening to everything. Wait,
Hold
please.
on, Django, hold on. I think Loco hasn't said anything for a while. If he wants to say, maybe he can go.
No, not even like, why not let it go around since Adama just came right?
And just let me, please. I did ask, and he's trying to give me permission to say yes.
I think everybody wants to ask her one
but
question.
Please, can I give you a suggestion as a woman listening from outside? You are very aggressive. And I'd like you to pause. Your ideas are good, but you're so aggressive that you lose your message and what you want to say because of how aggressive you are. So please take a pause, like Forefather say. And
are you speaking to me, madam?
I have nothing but
yeah, she's saying that your message is
good. Thank you.
All right, why? What's all this ritual? What's the matter with you?
All day, all week, you misbehave.
Oh, thank you. I will continue my lifestyle. Meanwhile, Forefather, do I have your permission?
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Adana, I thank you for coming on board. I thank you for what you just said. And I'm going to be deep because your theories in your output just now is very deep. And I would ask you, do you feel that you have an understanding of men and how men enjoy quiet and silence at some point of every day? How men, as much as they want their woman to be with them, they don't need them in their back the whole time. They don't need them in their ear the whole time. Do you understand that men and women are so different that women stress men out? Have you got an opinion of that? The stress that women provide within the household? Because I've lived through this. I've lived through it. You know, I'm not here like these guys who are just beginners. They're just beginners. They haven't been through anything. And I'm not saying that to boast. I'm just at a different level than them, man. There. And what I'm speaking to you about, where women are concerned, women are extremely exhausting and annoying. It doesn't mean that we don't love them. It doesn't mean that we don't have time for them. The best relationship I've had is with somebody that I didn't have children with. And she was a Spanish Oyinbo. This woman, I could be silent with her for 2 days. We don't have to speak. We don't have to speak. But we know that we're there for each other. She doesn't have to nag me in my ears about everything. I didn't marry this woman, and I really should have, because practically she's one of the best women I've ever been with. Her family, and just the whole wholesomeness of who she was. Now, when I look at her and I do compare, it's like, my goodness. We as African women, we have to be careful of falling into the trope of being
pseudo-European. That's not who we are. We are African men and African women. And if we're not able to tell ourselves the truth without pointing the finger only in one direction, I'm afraid that we're losing the battle. And it is a battle, because in this world, women, and I don't want to be offensive when I'm saying this, women in this planet are almost like a war trophy, which is to say men go to battle and they will not kill the women of the people that they're battling. They will take them along with them. Where Nigerian men in particular are, the position that we are in today, we are one of, if not the number one, amongst the number one men in the planet. We don't have to just be looking at our Niger women or our black women. No, we've got the whole world of women to look at. So if women certainly don't start understanding themselves and understanding what they mean to a man, and their man in particular, then I'm afraid you're going to get everything wrong. By blaming men for everything, you begin on a wrong plethora. I thank you, and I bid you well.
I had a question that I wanted to ask.
I agree. 80%. I agree.
Can I answer this question? Therefore, for that, I'll allow you to answer your
Go
question.
ahead.
Jago, I appreciate you for asking me that question. And at the same time, you said women can be exhausted. Yes, we can be exhausted. And we talk a lot, we yip. But same thing goes to some men. And I can't say that about all women. But at the same time, there is one thing I want to make. If you watch my show last 2 weeks, I said this thing. To be in the position of an African man, you have to be prepared what it comes with to be with a black man in the diaspora. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you women are perfect and men are perfect. We both need each other. But Jago, this is one thing I want to bring to your attention. If I'm talking and you're not listening, and you're talking, I'm not listening, how are we going to get anything achieved? Let's start from there. 2, if you know what you have for me is real, and fuck off everybody. I'm just, when this is, you're dealing with Adam Mana, this is Adam Mana talking to you on the personal notes. Jagu, are you willing to go all the way for me? Like Adam Mana would say, fuck off everyone, excuse my language. Can you do the same thing? The point I'm trying to make to you is this. Women are willing to go as far as you can understand as a man, but this is one thing I want to understand. I want to make clear. It has, as a human being, I cannot give you what you don't have. And you cannot give me what you don't have. In order for you to get involved in a relationship, marriage, you need to discover who you are first. Discovering who you are first goes a long way. And 2, as a unit, do not equate who we are by what values. Because if I decide that, Jaguar, I'm going to be with you in a relationship, I'm going to put up with your shenanigans and nonsense, and vice versa. But at the same time, I'm a woman that likes a man leading. There are women who like being in control, and there are men who like that. So why can't we respect each other's perspective despite how we don't see it, and live together amicably? Hope I answered your question.
Professor Adama.
Let me. The question I have is because there was something interesting you said about you see your husband as first, children second, and that's which is our traditional view generally, where you put your husband first and that kind of stuff. And then you went on to say something about roses every week, and then talk about love handle, which seems to resemble Western definitions of relationship, ways of showing
love language, not love handle.
I speak the truth. If you make me come to America, you're gonna make me another now.
Love handle.
Yeah, you're actually correct. You're actually correct. Love language. Love language. So yeah, the question is, how do you marry your traditional views with these modern views? Why do you think these modern views are beneficial to relationships, especially in the African context? Because the African context is the bigger one now. We're talking about over 1 billion people. Why should we embrace
You see, it's
that
Vicky
Western
again. It's
definition
Vicky
of
again.
it? Go ahead.
Okay, so thank you for that question. They say when you live in Rome, you act like you're in Rome. Why do
Roman.
African men marry white women? So we've gone past that stage where we have a lot of biracial relationship. At the end of the day, I identify a man in front of me as a man and not necessarily his ethnicity. Are there women who go by those values? Yes, they do. But allow people to identify whatever their needs or wants are according to their needs and wants. For me, Adama, I love chocolate. I love black. I love what it is. But at the same time, I love a touch of the Western culture. What is it? I love men who are affectionate, romantic. African men like some African men. I shouldn't say all African men because I've met African men who are more romantic than white men and Spanish men. They will sweep you off their feet with everything. So we need to
Like
learn that
eccentric.
we need to learn that we are culture of our environment. Cultural environment being that we are not in Africa. I don't reside in Africa, neither do you. So if you go to Starbucks like I do, why do you go to Starbucks? Why not you make your own coffee and grow it the way you want to? But I go to Starbucks because I like the chai tea, so many things about Starbucks. So the thing I'm trying to say is the same thing with our women. A lot of our women are not romantic and they don't know what it means to go into bed with a lingerie on, taking shower with their husband, massaging their husband, playing some jazz, and just being romantic. So you have to bring out that personality out of that person and identify why you're dating, what your needs and wants are in the relationship. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the answer. You did try to
Wow.
at it. She answered it directly. So from your point of view, then, how would you say, in the context of moving forward into the future, what would you recommend for the men to do to bring the women along? In terms of on the, especially I always talk about the continent because that's where most of the heavy hitting is happening. So because right now a lot of women feel like they feel like there's something wrong with the culture, and like they are getting hard done by. It's unfair, and you hear that a lot. And so what would you recommend to a kind of assuage that kind of feeling so that it doesn't become quite damaging, because it could lead to a situation whereby it really becomes very, very corrosive within the African continent?
This is what I would recommend. At the end of the day, when you marry someone, I'm marrying that individual. And in African culture, they say you're marrying their family. But I'm backwards. I'm marrying that personality first before their family. And if what we are building matters to each other, we'll tune off the outside noise. Women need to learn to stop making their kids a priority before their husband. Someone will come on the chat or in the comment section and say, Adama, are you kidding me? I'm someone, my kids are grown. So, and from the earlier stage, I grew up in a family where my dad did not make us necessarily a priority, but he gave us the tool to make us to be successful. So, what am I trying to say here is this. For African women, we need to bring out the romanticness in our husband. If you like doggy style, when you're dating him, tell him you like doggy style. If you like taking a shower with him, tell him those things. So we need to, our women are very pretentious. Why do I say this? Because of the cultures. Then, when you see what is going on the social media, the level of women looking outside their relationship and marriage, Then you ask yourself as a man, what are you doing wrong? Because we don't talk about issues. We learn to act like, oh, those issues don't exist. Forget it, they'll forget about it. No. As couples, you sit down. There's something I call check in, check out. For my relationship, this is what I do. Every week at the end of the week, we check in with each other. What did I do? How was your week? What did I do this week that you want me to improve on? And how can I better acknowledge your presence in this? We stay present. Do not drag something that happened 5 years ago and start dragging it on and on. Learn to let go, forget, and deal with the present, because guess what? If Adama dies today, Adama is the only one getting buried. Her forefathers and her parents are not getting buried with her. Hope I answered your question.
Yeah, thank you for that. Does anyone have any questions, so that I'm not the only one asking questions? But if I'm to respond to that, I would say, you know, there's a reason why families are seen as part of the marriage in Africa. India too, and as a matter of fact, China, because individuals sometimes they can be fickle.
It's the whole world
Yeah,
except the West. The whole world behaves similar cultures, except the West. The West is the anomaly where these things are concerned. You see, if I may, we have to try and really speak honestly with ourselves, and not just from our selfish trope, our individual way of doing. You know, I observe a lot, and I observe a lot in my life with women, because of my life within my family that bear me, my parents' family that bear us as siblings. We as Africans, we used to have regular family meetings. They used to bore the hell out of me. A lot of the times I didn't know why I was doing it. I was like, oh, can we just get on with it? However, it has become part of my own cultural living, where I conduct family meetings. And with those who aren't Black, or those who aren't Nigerian, more importantly, they are always astounded with the whole idea of family meeting. They've never seen it or come across it, and I'm quite surprised. But I remember in conducting these family meetings, I will do this with my girlfriend. That same girlfriend from Spain that I spoke to you about, regularly we won't be as tight as Adama is saying, where we're doing this thing so regimentally. No, we weren't like that. We're free people, and we allowed ourselves to be free. But when we had issues, I would bring it to the table. Let's discuss this, because no one's getting away with nothing here. And she would begin doing the same. And she loved and appreciated this whole idea of sitting down to talk about our differences. I don't think we need to register this. We just need to do it. We just need to prioritize. I swear, a lot of the discussions that we have that seem to be giving us so much confusion as individual beings, none of them really confuse me, because I simply have to tell myself the truth regularly, myself. Are you sure that you're
are you telling yourself the truth and you act the way you do on a public platform?
Madam,
Because you know why I'm saying that.
you're doing the same. You're doing the same.
No.
Wait, madam.
We're having a friendly conversation.
No, we are. But let me just answer your question quickly.
Jago is deceiving himself.
Thank you. AY normally has nothing to say, and he just explains why.
AY is just
truth.
With you.
Excuse me, madam. I heard you say that I don't like you. Nothing of the sort. I said it to you. I don't know if you heard it, but I said it openly. Now, I won't ask you to be keeping things for me that don't tell you who I am. When I behave, however I behave on this platform, it is close to my personality. I do behave like this normally. You understand? However, it's not my main. The only way you see my veracity come out is because I have to fight to talk. That's why. And I have a lot to say. I have a lot to share, and that's why I'm here to share. I'm not here to castigate.
Okay, thank you. But all I want to say to you in a public space, this is what I need to remind each other. For me, Adam, I have what is called boundaries, and every one of us staying here on the platform has what is called boundaries. As a moderator on this platform, even if I come in, I have to respect Forefather. Forefather is the moderator. I don't need to like the way he moderates, but I have to respect his boundary. This is the problem I have with you, Jago, and I'm saying it on a live platform so that you get to understand. We in the chat observing you from the outside, how you look. You're very obnoxious. You're
Thank you.
very aggressive. You're
Thank you.
very out of control.
Thank you.
So when you see forefather telling you stop, you make forefather look bad. Even if he says stop, you don't listen to the word stop.
Can I give it back?
Anywhere he said,
Can I give
when
it
he
back?
says to the word, okay, you're just doing it.
No, I'm asking you. Can I give it back? Because I've heard everything you said, and it's fair. You can keep those. You can keep those opinions about me.
Let her finish. I don't think she
Yeah,
has
yeah, yeah. Don't. I've understood her. In what you just said, in everything you just said, is it fair that you yourself came on board and told forefather how to moderate? 1, 2. Is it fair that you
Can
told?
I say something?
Wait.
That's
2.
exactly
2. You
what
can
I'm
answer 2 of
talking
them.
about.
You can
look
answer
for
2 of them.
things.
Calm
No,
down.
Jago, you're not
No, calm
listening.
down.
We need
Calm
to
down.
listen to
The second thing you
understand.
did was to say that
Jago,
somebody like
listen,
Loco
listen for a
P.
minute.
Finish. Just
No,
let her
let me finish. I haven't put it to a 2.
You have your chance to speak. Don't worry.
Oh.
We are not
No,
running anywhere.
you
Just
bro, are you
one at a time. One at a time.
She crashed me before I finished.
I know it doesn't matter. You
It
still
matters when you say one at a time.
Your
You can't
time.
say one at a time and then say it doesn't.
You are not in time dilation. You are going to get your time, Jago. You know
No,
that.
man, that's unfair.
Jago,
But
the thing I'm trying to tell you is, let me tell you my pet peeve about it.
can you know this, Adana? I'm never going to change. I hope you understand that. Continue.
I understand that, but you're getting too old for what you're doing.
I'm a young
as
old
a
boy.
moderator mutes you. You come on the computer and unmute yourself.
Of course, I'm going to do that. I'm a human being.
So that's exactly, you're impulsive. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Okay, I put it down to being human. You say I'm impulsive. Fair enough.
Yes, thank you.
I think you have to have an element
I
of
want you to recognize that impulsive behavior. And for me and the panelists who have a boundary, who can put up with it, we are tired of it. And all we're saying to
I'm
you
afraid
is
I'm never
respect my
until
boundaries. As much as you don't like it, listen to what I have to say and calm yourself down. At the
I
end
wonder
of
if you're
the day,
listening.
you make good points that make sense, but because you're so impulsive and you're overshadowing the moderator, your points don't come across. I
Good.
have the same behavior that I have to check myself. Jago, I work with men. I work in the surgery all day. I'm in the OR. So the point you need to understand that you cannot be the lead at the same time you're leading and you're confusing everybody. Your personality is so strong to a point that you're making forefather who wants to tolerate with you. I told him in a personal meeting, forefather, I'm sorry to say this. He's enabling you because I can't put up with this nonsense, quite frankly. I'm just saying respectfully, sir. Thank you.
I say respectfully this back to you, Adana. I felt that your voice was very annoying when I first came across and with your moderation. But as I learned better, I could see. I could see. Wait, please.
We are not
I could
supposed to
see.
be talking about this here.
And then I came to the point when you were moderating for us, and you moderated extremely well. And what you had to say and the way you did it, I loved it. And I told you it. You see, it's fair for you to tell when somebody is doing bad. That's simple. You know, just join behind AY like Q. You can. There's a big Q. There's a big Q like that.
I can respect
But
your opinion. I recognize it.
opposely, if I'm doing something correct and you don't mention it, that's on you, not on me.
Thank you. And you're so right. And I want to recognize what you said. You said if you're doing something and forefather refused to call you out, but at the same time, forefather is not a moderator that likes micromanaging people. So can you give him that benefit and respect that for the fact he allows you as a panelist that interrupts anybody more in this panelist? Can you please give him that? And when he tells you stop, to stop. And stop unmuting yourself. I'm just saying that respectfully, sir. Thank you, Nest.
I would not do what you're asking.
See, Jargon, you know, there's something to be said for impulse control. No matter, that is part of discipline. And if you want to, because you take away from your arguments, you really do make some of the best arguments here, and you don't want to be taken away from your argument.
It's fair. But you too, we are only human beings. You are a single person doing a job moderating this platform. You know, I've given you the most kudos where your energies and skills lie. At the same time, I've given you the same amount of criticism. I don't feel that that's how people respond to me. But the thing is, I can handle it because I don't give a damn. how you think about me. I give no two hoots, because as soon as I switch this thing off, I'm on with my own life. You two can carry rubbish in your head if you want, but I like fairness, and where there is none, I will come against it. Simple.
Thank you. I respect your opinion, sir. So could we get to the next person? And could you learn to mute yourself once the moderator mutes you and respect it?
Moderate
you don't
for
have
on
to
behalf.
like it. Just mute yourself.
I will
and
not
allow
mute
other
myself.
people to speak. Thank you, sir.
I'm not muting myself. I can keep quiet.
Django, just try to follow rules.
Which rules? When did you bring that rule in?
No,
it's
no,
her
no.
rule. That's her rule.
It's our rule. Okay, just leave it. AY, please go ahead.
Okay, let me quickly take 1 minute. You see,
come in and tell me anything.
For me, right, Jagu is one. I have said to him many million times, like he is one person.
Is this about me? This is not about me.
No, hold on. Wait, you are involved. Don't worry. I respect a lot on this platform. I have personally talked to Jagu as an elder brother. Jagu, you can't be doing this. He said, no, that's the way I understand it. The truth is, when everybody says something, you got to watch it. That's just the honest truth. On this platform, for it, even as we are sitting here now, I can tell you for free, I don't think there's anybody on this page Jagu have not attacked at some point. You can't be doing that. Jagu he's just like Alaba, he has a lot to offer. But sometimes the way you come fighting, it's not helping. For me, I preserve my energy. I strongly believe that tough time don't last. Tough people do, to be honest. The truth is, I can't be wasting my energy on trivial stuff. I feel as a man, I come, even when people are misbehaving, I try to crack joke to kind of calm everybody down. I deliberately do that. It's not that I'm not the person that you can bully at all. I'm not. Don't even come near me. You can't survive. I tell you for free. I don't like fighting people, but don't come near me.
Keep quiet there.
Hold on. You see, now that one I see me.
Look, I started now.
So the truth is,
don't let Loco join you with fight now.
Hold on, please. What I think we should uphold on this platform, we need to respect ourselves, irrespective. You can disagree with people. Let's respect ourselves. It is not too much. Because I'm looking, we are putting on Nigerian politicians, like, if you are giving that office, how are you going to manage the people, though? You got to deal with a lot of people from it. That means you should give much respect to people in leadership. Even as a moderator, these people that dissolve the platform, if I were Rudolph, I would say, hey, come, moderate for 3 months. Let's see what you're going to do. You can't manage the people. I have worked with diverse people from different nationalities. I work with them. I deal with them. You got to pay attention, learn from people, learn why they are saying what they are saying. You got to be patient. You know, there is not two ways to do this. If you cannot be a good follower, trust me, you can't be a good leader. It doesn't work that way. Don't think you will come and take power one day and you want to do. No, you got to still deal with the people. You got to respect them. Thank you, Fofana, for giving me the time.
Yeah, being a good follower, people think it's a joke. You know, some people follow just because they don't know, but somebody that knows and still follows is some of the greatest people, because they know that is what a leader needs, and they can allow things to happen. That is why I always say I follow rules, because you have to allow the leaders to lead, because you're just creating chaos. It's not intelligent to obstruct this thing, people from being organized.
Yeah.
It's not an intelligent approach to
bring in some level of emotional intelligence. That is
exactly
what it is. If your emotional intelligence is 0, learn it. Learn to at least respect people.
impulse control is an important thing. One of the things you teach, you know, I try to anyway, to make sure I don't always, you know, just descend and start, because it doesn't help. It really doesn't help us. So Adama, you see, some of your points, I really appreciate the way you have tried to, you know, get us to understand, and it's valid. You know, you are quite brave. You know, Madam Luke, I hope you are seeing this.
Leave Madam Luke alone. Leave her alone. Please leave her alone.
Adama did love doctor.
I have to keep calling her out because she keep calling us out in the chat. But look, I hope you are seeing this. She's giving us good insight into how women see things. And but you see, this thing that I agree with you that if you're in the West, you take on some of the cultures in the West, and in Nigeria, we seem to be having that now. You see, and the Nigerian one is almost on a different level. They said Nigerian women, almost all of them use this thing. In Lagos, anyway, they use what they call it iPhones, and
And don't forget your favorite, your wig.
Oh no, the wig one. That one is wow. That one is diabolical, man. That one they took it to another level in Nigeria. There, I don't know what is going on in Lagos. I really need to go to Lagos and understand what is going on there. They've turned it into a class thing now, whereby the moment you make money is wigs. That's how you identify yourself as somebody that has money.
And we wonder why a lot of our black women, their edges are gone. You see people with their edges starting from here. You see people with their edges starting from here. At the end of the day, I recognize them because black women do not know how to wear their hair authentic, afro, allow the natural hair growth. At the end of the day, we have to hold ourselves accountable because guess what? Am I going to cough out $2,000, $3,000 for a week? No, I'm not going to. I make that much. Yes, I can afford it, but for me, it's not essential because guess what? I like wearing my hair natural. I've cut my hair, to be on the record, I've cut my hair 22 times because my hair grows so. If you see my daughter, you'll be like, my daughter is one of those people you see on YouTubers that promotes hair products because of how big her hair is. And she's a math student. So the point I'm trying to make here is Africa is blessed with a lot. But at the same time, if we need to fix our problem, we need to start from our own home and ask a family, what are you doing wrong? What are you promoting? And at the same time, what are your children seeing you as parents? It's just like if you ask my children now, who is their role model? My daughter will tell you their role model is her mom and her dad. You see other kids, they'll say LeBron James and Oprah. You don't even know LeBron James and Oprah. How can that be your role model? Can we be realistic on this platform? That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I don't know. Anyway, Loco, what do you think? I Syndicast, you are still there. It's all your fault. All these problems are occurring all around the world. People like you. It's all your fault. All these problems are occurring everywhere. You have to admit it. So we are trying to solve it now because all the way from this in the UK to China, women are having trouble with their men. The men are not interested anymore because people like you insist on treating women as if they are broken glass. Like if you touch them, everything is just going to go crazy. So let's try to keep it in perspective anyway. I don't know. Loco hasn't said anything for a long time. Loco, do you want to say anything?
Remove Loco. He's
Let's
sleepy.
forget
He's
about him.
sleepy.
I'm trying to avoid the
Trust me, Loco is sleepy.
half of talking.
Adama, I understand that email that
Yes.
we've been advised to send. There's no response. People have sent emails, no response, no acknowledgement. If
Okay,
you
can
can
I
look
say
into that,
something? I
please.
want to all our viewers listening. The email gets checked on a weekly, not on a daily basis. So if you send out an email today and expect to get a response today, is not going to happen. So give it some time to get a response. Thank you.
All right, there's something going on. I should introduce this with this thing that we've got now. Yeah, that's nice.
That's dope. That's dope.
Yeah, that's cool, isn't it?
No sound.
I can't hear it. Thank you.
It's being reported this evening that President Biden has lifted restrictions on Ukraine using US weapons to strike deeper inside Russia. President Zelensky has been pushing Western allies to allow his forces to use the missiles. It's believed the decision could help shift momentum in the conflict. Sky Security and Defence Editor Deborah Haynes joins me now from Rio de Janeiro, where the G20 summit is due to start tomorrow. And this news will come as a huge relief to President Zelensky, who has been calling for it for many weeks.
It will, and Joe Biden is actually going to be coming here to...
I just wanted to share it. It's just breaking news. You see, this is why I hate Democrats. They are evil. He wants to leave office now and leave a mess for Trump to come and inherit. That's just evil. And I guess maybe what Putin is going to do is just absorb it until Trump comes into office. Why is Biden? This is what they are devils. So they want to throw this world into a world war or something. But it's okay. I just thought I should share that, given all the stuff that is going on. And I think we should be rounding up soon regarding this topic because obviously we've exhausted quite a lot of areas to discuss. In terms of government, though, we didn't talk a lot about government, but it's fine. We do know that women can participate. I think women have always been able to participate in government when they earn their place in there. Because if you look at Thatcher didn't have to kowtow to feminist ideals before she made it into office. She earned her way into that place. Queen Amina, in history, you have women making it to the top, not because they have to, there was what they call a Me Too movement to enable them to do that. There are ways to navigate masculine societies, and those women that master it can navigate it just fine. The same goes for men navigating this in feminine cycles. And I also think that leadership is different for every area. A woman can lead in the kitchen, a woman can lead in the home in so many ways. A woman can even lead in their domestic environment more likely. She might know what is happening in the home, in the next door neighbors and things around than the man would do. And sometimes the men are away for months. All these men that go on trolley ships and go for military tours and all kinds of business meetings, they're not at home. They don't know what's going on in the home. Women lead in those areas. So there are areas of leadership. And this, what we are talking about in reality, when we say all this competition that is going on, because women are looking to lead in areas men used to lead before. That is what seems to be happening. Not because men lead everything. Men don't lead everything. Let's face it. We don't lead everything. There are so many areas men cannot lead, even if they tried. They cannot. They are not even present to lead. They can't lead in raising the children on a daily basis if they are out there doing other things. So is the area that they are moving into that is led to this misalignment. And in reality, when somebody first made the argument that they cheapened women, I didn't fully appreciate it until when I started going back, listening to old music. I can't imagine modern men sing like that about women now.
Forefathers, sorry.
Modern men will never sing about women like that.
Forefathers, can you do one small favor, please? I just sent you a video now, YouTube, yeah? Just try
let me check it out.
Watch it and see first, then you play it.
Okay, I'll check it out. So I can't imagine these are modern women ever speaking of women like that. I've not seen it. Where is the link?
No, private chat.
Okay, private chat. I'm trying to. Okay, let me see. I'm not seeing any link.
Are you serious?
Which private chat? I'm looking at jargon here. AY and all of them. I'm not seeing yours.
No, your personal from me to you, not the public private chat.
I don't know how the personal one works. Okay, let me find you. Okay, yeah, actually, I need to find you. All right, yeah, you're right there. Let me check it out.
Okay.
So, yeah, I will check it out. The point I was making about
if you watch the video and you play it here, I think the whole narrative that we'll be talking about probably, I don't know, it will go one side, but continue, don't worry.
Okay. So let me bring this guy back in. Sorry. So I can't imagine modern men appreciating women that way. It's almost like women have lost some element of their mystique and the feminine wild in front of the modern young Gen Zs. I don't even know whether Gen Zs even understand the idea of opposite sex. They don't even understand it. They treat women as if they are the same as them. The guys, they are just completely out of it. And I really hope that they don't completely go too far with this. They rein it back in, because you know, in many parts of the world they are trying to correct course now. All this is you see going on in America, part of it is trying to correct course. You know, this abortion ban and all this thing, they are trying to correct course because they realize that some things they've done is not helping them. So definitely we don't want to see it in Africa. We want to try to control the social media going into Africa, because that's a form of weapon. You can see that they talked about it on that Wikipedia this is the information that was out there. They really talk about it in detail. They talk about how we think, how we make decisions, how the elites digest information, how the ordinary people digest information in Africa. They talk about it in detail. When somebody said they literally know us more than we know ourselves, there's some truth there. They have studied us. They know how we think. And if we don't start learning how to control the narrative, we are just going to be playing their game no matter what we do. Maybe all this stuff we are doing right now is still part of the game that they've set for us. Sooner or later, we need to start taking control and turn it the other way around, because whatever they are using against you, you can always turn the tide as long as you become conscious of it. That said, let me see if I can play this video Loco shared. I hope it's not X-rated.
No. Come on, man. What's wrong with you?
I don't know now. Loco can come from left field, right? Yeah, exactly. I don't know what he's gonna do. Let's play it. All right.
Neither my 6 daughters submissive, total.
Take it back to the beginning. Take it back to the beginning. Back to the beginning, please.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Okay, you've seen it, yeah? Okay.
Yeah. That the lady that said she used to be stubborn and she lost a good man and she had to reign.
Yeah. That's an old video, Loco P.
Is there no video I Speak the Truth hasn't seen?
Well, leave him. We're in New York. We know how to see this video. You won't understand it.
So.
Wait. This is new. This is new. It's new.
Yeah, but we've seen it though. I've seen the video.
And when you say old video, because the full podcast has not been released, it's just a snippet of the. It's a new video. Play it forward as I hear what she said anyway.
All right.
I can never be submissive to a man. Neither my 6 daughters submissive, total bullshit. Wow. I'd rather be a single woman any day, proudly, so I knock my chest. Marriage is not visa to heaven. Is your wife a lap dog? If you want an Alsatian dog or a lap dog, a poodle that you say, sit down. I try as much as possible to put in 110% into my marriage. Okay. I went to a Thai restaurant for 3 months to learn how to cook Thai cuisine. I went to an Indian restaurant for 3 months to learn how to cook. And the damn man still goes out to cheat.
Okay.
That's it.
It's well. Nedu, tomorrow, when you...
Okay, that's it anyway.
This I can stop it.
Yeah, there's just want to hear. The others is just the voice analysis, but if you want to listen, yeah. So.
Yeah. No, but okay. Can I ask Loco P? Loco P, what is the point of playing this video? We've had so many of this video played about women who just feel they cannot. So what is the point? I just want to understand.
No. In relation to what we're talking about, like men, women seeing eye to eye, as what did you see the future? So. That's what I'm saying, bringing the video. If it has nothing to do with the topic of the day with others, I wouldn't have made mention of the video. So that was it.
Okay, but at the end of the day, I think it's a personal choice. As a woman, no matter how successful you are, and no matter what your accomplishments, it's been made known. You cannot compete with men. A man is meant to lead.
No, I know. What I'm just saying is like I'm not even going the way you're going.
Okay,
so is this right? Mm-hmm. Like she's just a one lady, right? Mm-hmm. Now she has multiplied what is in her into her 6 daughters.
6.
You can imagine. And
okay, so can you ask yourself, 6 daughters with a mom like that thinks that way? At the end of the day, there's something we say in Igbo. all the man's on what a cross or where if you're no matter what upbringing you have in your private home, when you grow up as an adult, you have a mind of your own. You don't get to follow what your parents say to you at the time. And that's why I don't understand why we can hold a grown adult who is in their 50s for what their parents did 40 years or 50 years ago. At the end of the day, there's something called accountability. People having a mind of their own, okay? If I grew up in a home where I don't want to recognize how my father treated my mom, regardless of what position my mom holds, and I want to come up and say, oh, Adama is a doctor, or this accomplishment, I don't need to listen to anybody, I will become that way because I choose to become that way. And I will raise my daughter up that way. But I want to raise my daughter up knowing the presence of the role a man plays in whatever position you find yourself, regardless of your accomplishments or achievements.
What you're saying right now, did you hear it in that woman's explanation? What you say right now, you read.
But that's what I'm saying. But look up here, you're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying it depends with your environment, family, and your ideology of what you want to embed in your own kids. Look, if you embed that in your kids,
you can't depend on what you're not saying. You can't depend on what you're not saying.
Yes, I agree with you. But if
I saying right now,
no, but if I grow up that way, and your children go to college and they know right from wrong, and see mommy has brought up how many men to the house, and she feels that a man is worth less to mommy, but I, as her daughter, can see that the role a man plays in the family is up to me as that one child among 6 daughters to make a difference. We cannot make one person's opinion as a generalized opinion about women.
No, hold on. Now listen, like I said, right? I did not say general women. You understand? I only said I just brought that video in the relationship with what forefathers were talking about. The main title of the first topic, men and women, this and that. You understand? So I was just saying, imagine one woman, right? Look at the poison she can be able to spew to her 6 children. I didn't say general women, all women. You understand? And if it goes on like that, those 6 children to their own children and grandchildren, now it multiplies.
Okay, so Lokopi, my question to you, sir, is this. Lokopi, listen to you, but you have to let a balance. Lokopi, listen. No, yes, I will let you talk, but make it a balance. This is what you do in every segment. No. Lokopi, you do this in every segment. You promote men. All I'm saying to you as a woman looking outside, you've never said anything and say, oh, the women did this. You always say, oh, it's always the women doing all this. The men, put your narrative too on the men, not just the women. Lokopi, make a balance. You came on my show yesterday and you say the man is a man's word. The man lead. A woman like me know that. All I'm saying is make a balance of when you say that, you say, okay, we have men that say, oh, your 6 daughters, you are useless. You don't make it a balance. You cannot just say it's just women doing all this. Okay, I'm not saying there are women that are not like that. I'm not interrupting you intentionally to boytrass. All I'm boytrassing to you is that yes, we know you're someone who believes on the man leading and everything. I respect your belief, but put this balance for you. Put a man here. Recognize the presence of women as well. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you.
I just said something about one woman
okay from
and her 6 children. You are now accusing me of attacking all women. Is that what you're doing? Because for me, that's what you're doing.
That's not what I'm saying. Lokopi, I've not heard you said a man did this to women. You're always saying a woman. That's what I'm pointing out is as a viewer that wants from the background. Go to the chat. That's what you're known for.
Have I ever give accolades to women?
Even though you give accolades, but you give more accolades to men than the women. That's all I'm saying to you.
Sure, I don't understand.
And you don't understand now. Now, what's not the talk now? You don't understand what's not the talk now.
Don't offense now. Wait, I could leave myself because they give you accolades.
I don't say no. What's not talk. I say make you they recognize. Say we women we still there inside your life. Now what do we talk?
I tell you, say you know there where you did. Are you there where you did now? Me there where I did. When I need them, I carry them.
Now what we they talk? Now all of us they talk the same thing.
So why you accuse me wrongly, Nashu?
But what we they talk? They make a look say now only women they are aggressive all the time. Women they do this. Women they do this. Women don't want to make women mind tell them this. All we are saying is make it a balance. Recognize the fact that we have men that are abusive, violent, they are not good in bed. When I asked you yesterday, you don't even answer the question. So polygamy they exist. Yes, it's true now. Make it talk and the way it talk now. Father, we're having a mature conversation.
Right,
Every one of us here is over 18. Father, why are you being uncomfortable? You have 5 wives. You
have 5 wives. People keep giving me wives. I'm a churchman. You know, in short, I'm not a churchman.
When do we become church? Because I'm here now, you're a churchman. You and AY are the most polygamous. The only person I can say if I speak the truth is my New York brother and eccentric. That's it. All of una. Jefferson is Jefferson forgets it.
Jago is same. Jefferson is the same. So all of us
they are trying to spoil us. But let me show some of the rich culture of our people. Let me just share one thing as a break so that we take it to calm down a bit. Then I speak it to. Why did you go and change your name now?
Respect me by my new name.
You just got used to your name and now you
respect my new name.
Why did you go and change your name now? Let me just play this quickly.
Volume.
Oh, Father, we can't hear what you're playing. We can't hear it.
Black on black, Elea. Mash back on Shelea. Energy like a star. Ramsey like a bastard. The Fulani like Shokutu. Podili called Jakutu. Okala kwe marapa. I think with Taliban. She say I fuck with so many boys like they know and bro that minute. What that minute? What you do infinity? I can like what I just come down. You want to?
Brothers, I don't understand you.
No. It's just a break now. You have to appreciate the beauty.
What is the point?
Is there a breast there? I didn't see any breast. Why
are you saying is breast like that? What is that you're showing us?
You're trying to spoil me all the time. I didn't see any breast. All I saw was a nice young woman dancing. Okay. So, who? I think you want to say something. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. And I want to say something to Adama and Local P. So, Local P, see how you was defending the fact that if those kids go with what they know, only what they know to what their mother teaches them, that's how they're going to turn out. Do you now understand why Black Americans also turn out the way they usually turn out? Because that was what you was just defending. So I'd like you to ponder on that. As for Adama, I understand where Local P is coming from, because we got a saying out here and say, if you know better, you're going to do better. And if you don't, you're going to turn out basically what you know. So I think that's where he's right. Like, if that woman teaches her 6 kids that, it's just going to go on a generational tip. You know what I mean? Exactly. So back to what, when I first started listening to y'all, it was about how white people guys don't talk to women anymore. I don't know if you guys mentioned social media. I don't know if anybody brought it up, like people.
No, all of them are intender. Don't mind them. All of them are intender. Don't mind them. Look at them. They are intender in Instagram, posting over what they don't know. Yes, intender.
Madam, you're doing what you accuse me of doing, or I don't know if you're aware.
And I said this
just. I don't know if you check yourself.
I'm the only woman here.
No, but you don't have to interrupt everybody.
No, Jago, you're interrupting me. The moderator.
No, but you don't have to do it. You don't have to do it, madam.
Yeah, Jago, I'm talking to. I speak the truth. Who happens to be my New York brother, so I can interrupt him.
I see.
You did it to me several times.
For absolute nonsense.
I I don't think
exactly what I'm talking about. Jago, must you put that word
But I don't know how
nonsense
you
in?
want me to accept that. I don't know how
But
you want
can
me
you
to
use
accept
the
that.
word without you come here and you say fuck this
I didn't
nonsense,
say I didn't
stupid,
swear. I didn't
nonsense,
swear.
nonsense,
Forefathers, you
nonsense.
want to take
Stop that,
control.
Jago.
Let's
Stop.
watch
It's
the
not
language.
necessary.
It's
So
not
I don't.
necessary to interrupt when you don't have to, and then
So
give yourself pass to do
moving
so.
on. Moving on. I don't personally. I didn't take offense, and why didn't I take offense? Because even if it was local P said, if local P had said something, I wouldn't have taken offense. If Adama said something, I wouldn't have taken offense because I was inviting them into the conversation based on what both of them already said. I think that is as opposed to if someone just interrupted and took
Okay,
over the whole
I hear you.
conversation.
I hear you. I
That
hear
would
you.
be different. So, but moving on without us fighting or arguing, I was gonna go with the other premise of I don't know if anybody mentioned the fact of what social media has caused with regards to dating, which Adama already pointed fingers at everybody, especially to AY, that he's always on Tinder and he has 3 different accounts on it. So social
You
media.
don't make. Please ask for further to that list. Please ask for further.
So social media is one. The feminist movement, which I think I heard Eccentric bring up, the Me Too movement. You know, because guys get scared. You talk to young kids, you talk to your kids, you talk to your little cousins, nephews. They'll tell you they don't want to talk to women because women would do. There was something they were doing recently, which was in the gyms. They'll set up cameras, right? They set up cameras and they're working out, showing their butt. Guys could just walk by. I think at that time you should have seen this, and they'll just walk by and they'll just take those videos and post it online and accuse the guys of being perverts. It got so crazy for you over the last, like, let's say 24 to 36 months, and people started complaining, and the guys started pushing back, and then they started banning these women, sending them out of the gyms. Some of the guys was pressing charges. So I think like society has gotten tired of the whole feminist stick, which in a way it is the little minority of women that carry out this kind of behavior are actually affecting the women that need the protection of such movements, you know, because as we know, women are really ostracized and women are fragile is not the word I'm looking for. That they need to be protected in essence, because a lot of assaults, for example, are very underreported or never reported because people are scared, you know, of the stigma of saying being an SA victim. But then you have these people now that for their own ego and to just show off on social media and show off online, they they make men look bad, and people have pushed back. And this is a situation where women need these protections. Now they've been taken away from them. So, like, if you ask young kids today, most of them don't talk to women. They don't. They don't approach women. It's not like our age group where we talk to women, we take them out on dates. Like Adama said, you have to learn your partner's love language, or forefathers say you have to learn their love handles. So you,
You will let that go now, eh?
you
You
know
will
you
let
gotta
that go.
you gotta know who your partner is. You gotta be gentle with your partner. There's just certain things you can do to spice up your relationship. And I think in general, without going all over the place, date your friend, marry your friend, someone you like. You cannot go to sleep angry at, except some people, they run away from confrontation and they want to slip it over. If your partner is like that, understand that and let them cool down, and then in the morning or whatever, you guys can talk it over. But if you know that they're not that kind of person, make sure you engage your best friend. I don't mean engagement ring wise, but maybe that too. make sure you with someone that you guys, it'll be hard for you to fight, to keep grudges, and you're not forcing yourself, oh, I just want to be in a relationship because that's what society wants or that's what my family wants. You know, someone you love, like you love. I always ask when people say, oh, what is love? I say, think of, can you give your life for this person? Can you give your life in exchange for that person? Like if you see yourself like that, like I can sacrifice myself for this person, you love that person and you guys are gonna have a wonderful relationship. You know, it's not just about love handles, it's about it's
Seriously,
real love. You know?
you have to weave that into everything, don't you? Chim is back, and I think maybe we can change the topic to so that we can discuss something briefly, something more abstract. For the last 1 hour, so that we can use that to bid people farewell. But Chim, if you want to say something about this, so that we can go something more abstract.
Yeah, for fathers, I wasn't here. So
smile, it won't hurt. It won't hurt.
Why does this girl keep getting at me?
Now when I come in and I want to change topic, it's unacceptable. I want to discuss this topic.
So, for fathers, can you give me a bit of context?
Zoike, we know you're polygamous. Zoike, he will come to your thoughts. Zoike.
So, for fathers, do you want to give me a bit of context so that I'm sure?
Oh, the context we are talking now is that everybody has surrendered now. That the women have to, surrender to the men and completely respect them and do everything that they say. They should be law, just respect them. So the point is, there's still a bit of disagreement from where you left. Nothing has changed. But I will add one thing to. Sorry, let me just add one thing to what Adama said before. I think there's some truth to it. Mm-hmm. Even if that video that we played, the lady was saying that she's like that and she raised her children to be like that. I've seen it in the real life where the mother was like that, but the children are totally opposite. The children go on to build very, very strong homes with their husbands and their husband's family. As a matter of fact, they did exactly the opposite. And there is a reason why that is, because most women are not like that. That woman is an exception.
No, so you see, the thing is, we all have there's always a story behind anybody's behavior. That nothing happens in isolation. No human being just comes into this world, wakes up one day and says, if he's a man, he says he hates women, he doesn't want to have anything to do with women. He now says, I don't know what's the word for the advocacy word for feminism. What's the reverse word for the men? I don't know, whatever it is. Masculinity. Oh, I want to be a masculine human being. I don't want to have anything to do with women. I don't need any woman in my life. It's rare. I've seen guys who said they will not get married. You know why? They had strong-willed mothers. They saw their mothers, not that their mothers beat their father, but traumatize their fathers with words. They will be seeing, as in, this woman will traumatize. They'll be watching their father go into almost like committing suicide. And this is some of them say, that is the truth.
Yes, so I'm agreeing with you, man.
Sometimes
women don't seem to understand. They think it's all men's fault. No. Yeah, let them carry on. It's laughable.
I'm saying for every Eve, there is an Adam. What I mean by that is that for any woman that gives headache, there is a man that also gives headache somewhere. So it's not always what has happened is this, and I understand it. Because of the patriarchal system we've had over years.
Here I am.
and then maybe at some point there were some men who clearly didn't love their wives well enough, take care of them. Then it began to look like, oh, we need to protect women and bring them up. I understand all that. But I've been in places where a woman is traumatizing a guy and the guy doesn't know where to run to. Imagine that woman having boys. They will tell you there's any woman they see, they will run. When they just remember their father going through that trauma, they don't want to have anything to do with the woman. Same thing with maybe a man who bastardizes a woman. If the children, they'll say, if this is what marriage looks like, I don't want to be part of it. So what I'm always saying is this, is that what we need to be preaching is the balance And the balance usually comes when we accept those roles, which is where at some point I tend to have a divergent pathway with eclectic. I'm not saying that
eccentric or what eclectic.
Yeah, I struggle with the pronunciation. I admit. Full disclosure.
Oh, quite eclectic. That's eccentric. Chim.
Electric, eclectic. Everybody.
Please, that leave his name. I can pronounce it. It's eccentric, not eccentric.
Okay, eccentric. So eccentric. So that's why I disagreed with him. Essentially, the point remains. In this life, everything has roles. Some roles are not constitutionally written. It's not going to be written in books. For instance, nobody says there's no rule book that says you have to eat 3 times a day. But we do it. Do you understand? In fact, there's no rule
but dietitians, no, Chim, you can't say that as a dietitian.
No, Adama, the point I'm making is this. There was no rule book of life that was handed over to us. Yes. Square meals. In the same way, there's no rule book of life handed over to us and said, hey man, your job is to go to the army and go and die for everybody. Woman, sit at home and raise children. No, there's no rule book. But society just says to organize ourselves. These ones have the physique to take care of society, go to the war, go to the army, protect society, do this, do that, be leaders. Similarly, it's very evident that the woman has a motherly instinct, take care of the home. Listen, if I go to I don't know what to call it, I'm going to get a child somewhere and I go and join another man to raise a 4-month-old child. How will I feed that 4-month-old child with breast milk? I don't have breast milk now. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's clearly a woman thing. So anybody acting like this, something must be wrong with that person. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't have breast milk I'm going to give a baby. It's so commonsensical. So I struggle with people who looking at what is common sense and you're arguing against it. And I'm like, what are you okay? You understand? And so this fluidity that the world has gotten to, I don't understand it, forefathers. So Jack, anybody who understands it, please help me. I don't understand this fluidity.
I think there's been a kind of pushback going on now because it doesn't make sense. Something that evolution has done for millions of years, and suddenly you want to reverse it and think that there will not be consequences. I just hope that we don't get affected. I think they have the luxury.
One quick input I want to make. Remember that there was a time when our mothers were not necessarily working long term. Maybe they work as teachers. They come home with the children at the same time. They're at home. The dad is not back. Then we started having lots of women who were into the corporate world. The children raised around that area. If you can remember that generation, they have some mental issues.
So,
Chima, because love each and love off. You started now. You see the part where me and you fight now. If I say show the proof now, you have no proof.
I don't have the proof. Hold on now, but Adama, hold on. See, we started having children who were not properly breastfed.
Chim, that's not what you said. You said they started having Chim Waka.
Yes,
please show me now. Show me the record. Chim, you have one.
We all don't understand, but can I ask you a question, Adama? Have you, whatever you think of what Chim said in terms of proof, in your lifetime, have you or have you not seen a great change in both humanity and in the children that we are now rearing? Has it been smooth from like the 50s all the way through to our time now, or has there been certain anomalies that we have to pay attention? I'm asking you because you're asking for proof. I think proof is in with your eye and your reasoning about what's going on in the world. That's where the proof is. But you tell me what you have seen over the last 70 years as such, please.
Jago, thank you so much for your question. There has been a drastic change. And as someone who is a medical practitioner, we see a lot of our kids, not just regular kids born here. We see a lot of our kids being born with ADHD, all kinds of disorder that we can make sense out of. At the end of the day, yes, I want to validate what you say. There has been a drastic change. But What Chim is saying is when it comes to breast milk, and I don't want to. What he's saying makes sense, and I don't. Why I don't like. I'm someone who believes in science and the other part, which is nature. But we need
Sociology.
to. Yes, both of them do exist. But as someone who is into science, we need to talk with factual. And that's why I said to Chim in Igbo, can you back it up with proof? Because you cannot say things without backing it up with proof.
Okay,
Do
fair
they
enough.
exist? They do exist. Yes,
Fair enough.
Jumbo.
Let me
To
let me
answer your
enter,
question, yes.
very good. Let me entertain you a little bit more. Now, in what you've just submitted, and given the fact that we in the world today are bringing up things like ADHD, which may have been happening in our time, but it wasn't coined as ADHD. Now, with all these parameters that we are bringing to the table that can easily be manipulated as truth, we don't know whether it's truth or not. But what we do know is that in society, there has been a great change in the role of women. And that change, whether you like it or not, impacts on the children of that generation. I, for one, I know who my mum is. There was a time that she was so feminine and motherly. It was incredible for us. And then her being a career woman, she started going to work. The way now she would discipline us was it was like we having two dads in the house. We didn't need two dads in the house. We needed a mother. We needed nurturing. But my mother was behaving like a hardcore corporal in the household.
The corporate world impacted her.
So all I'm saying is that I've seen what Chim is saying, and I don't have to ask him for proof because I've lived it. We have all lived it, but we don't want to admit it because of the gender positions. I think it's a failing. Thank you.
But Chim made a statement
Thank you. Thank you.
not
Go
correct.
ahead, Eccentric.
He said that kids who were not breastfed developmental problems. That's false. Like if you look up infant formulas, they actually are better than breast milk. Like do the
What did you say? What did you say, Eccentric? What did you say?
Man, Eccentric, man, you come up with these things, I'll get worried.
Look it up.
Oh, please, let's not calm down. Let's let him talk now. Let him explain himself. Okay, hold on, Chair. Let him explain. Okay, Eccentric, explain.
Yeah, look it up. The infant formulas are actually having more nutrient than breast milk.
No, Eccentric, please, Eccentric. You see why you're making a fool of me? Why are you like this? Please let me handle myself. I'm backstage.
He just raised the argument for you. Now he's saying formula milk is richer than breast milk. Jesus Christ, man.
No. This is what you need to do. If I'm wrong, I will take it. I'll take the L.
Eccentric, you're very wrong. Be careful when you're
very wrong. Let me just tell him what Eccentric. See, hold on, man.
No,
do you know that in the late 90s, companies started expanding maternity leave for women and started giving men paternity leave. Do you know what led to that?
What led to that?
Oh, they began to realize that listen, we've been having women work in the workforce who don't have enough time to breastfeed and take care of
it's because of breastfeeding. What he's saying is true. Is breastfeeding. The power of Anna is very. You see, if I stand up now, you guys will shut down this network. So the power of Anna, Eccentric, acknowledge it. Please just tell us you take back what you said. That's all I'm saying, please.
Eccentric is not going to take it back. He always doubles down instead. So let's move the topic on. I'm sorry, Jefferson. I know you wanted to have a go at this. It's just one of those things, so that we just use it to wrap up. I just wanted to ask whether within our cultures, do they have any concept? Because I know Christianity does have it, Islam does have it now, of the purpose of life. I know we had religions, and I know we had a sense of maybe there is the ancestors go to this plane, but it's not very clearly defined, like you see in the Christian faiths. And does our traditional beliefs and religions give any idea of the purpose of life? Did they explain it? Because I am worrying. The reason why I'm asking is because it's almost as if these abstract things is very, very hardly a kind of done within our culture. So that's why I'm asking, do they have any idea of the purpose of why we are in this world and what is going to happen when we pass on? So I don't know who wants to start with this. I'm not sure I want Eccentricals to start before it starts causing trouble. Before it starts causing trouble again. Maybe we should start for Jefferson that hasn't said anything.
Loco P with us here, or Loco P is
By the way, what I said about breast milk, it's not true.
Thank you. Yeah, you're taking it back now. Okay, let's start from Jago. Since Jago is on the far end, they will come. Okay, let's start from Jago, because these are, I think Jago will handle this. AY, Jefferson, Chim, Adama, I speak the truth, that seems to have called himself half of Turkey in Europe. I don't even know what the point is. Loco P, thank you. And all that. So yeah, Jago, please go ahead.
Thank you so much for bringing me up first. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I've just been enjoying the show so much. Can you repeat the question real quick?
Yeah, the question is, like in the Yoruba tradition now, do they have any purpose for life? Because it's one thing to say you have pantheons, you have all these things. What is the purpose for our existence?
Okay, I will speak a little bit on that, but I'll speak more to my own point of view. There is a Yoruba pantheon that basically does depict that life is continuous. It's a continuum. And so does Christianity do that. And my belief is upon that line. I see life as so intrinsic, as so full of learning, as so mysterious, that in our beginnings, in our infancy, in our adolescence, as school kids, our parents put into us that we have to work hard in order to have a good adulthood. Now, the fact is that's been proven, because those of us that didn't necessarily work hard at school or didn't achieve academic prowess or some level of training that allowed us to become adults and mature, responsible adults, whatever failing took place in our infancy, it tells in our adulthood. I think that there's a big learning in that a lot of us just take for granted that we're going to grow up and be who we are. But growing up and being who we are, as we now know as adults, takes work, energy,
but
effort.
When you say continuum, what does that mean in terms
of?
Well,
what I'm saying is the continuum. I'm putting this example forward to get us to understand that the continuum from school, college, university to your working life, that is a continuum. And as long as you are playing the game, as it were, as correctly as possible, your adult life should be quite happy in terms of your wealth, which is what we're fighting for mainly. And therefore, your wealth conducts what you gather in terms of wife, family, house, car, all the rest of it. Now, this doesn't end by the time we die at 85 or whatever the age may be. I believe it does continue. So the purpose of this life is about learning and about getting ourselves ready for what is called eternity, which means in science, they can prove this, that energy doesn't die. It just dissipates and forms something else.
But that is your opinion, though. The question was about, I think I will come to that where we'll say, okay, what do you think? But in terms of our traditions,
okay,
what do they say about life, the purpose of existence?
Okay, I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you now, and I it's a difficult question to be honest, but I believe in the African pantheon, not just Yoruba, any African pantheon. There will be a lead from the life that we live in the physical to the life that we practice in the spiritual, which is why when it comes to the word religion, I have a big problem with it. There is truth, and then there is religion. There is reality, there is faith, there is prayer, and then there is religion. Your religion can be absolutely anything. It could be that you're just going to work every day and you're doing it religiously. It's more than a aspect. It's more an, what's that type of word called? It's more an adage rather than a word that stands alone. So when you look at religion and faith and African spirituality, I strongly believe that African spirituality does underline the worth of the spirit and the fact that the spirit never dies and the fact that there is a continuation after death. I believe that is very African. Thank you.
Thank you. AYs, yeah, so what do you think? What is the purpose of life based on
Tunaja, can I go? Tunaja, can I go next before AY? I gotta go, please, if you don't mind.
Okay. AY seems to be fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's my ogre. He's,
But you need to stay here and hear what I have to say.
Chima, I'll be on the background. You know you're my brother, and I'm coming to Canada. Ask him, come work. You know, here I did in the make. Yes, man. Forget all this sexy nothing. You're sexy nothing in my face. I just see you as my brother. My belief is when you die, you die. There's no life after. That's just my belief. I'm an Adventist. I'm a Sabbath. When you die, culture-wise, if you're a Christian, I don't believe there is life after death. A lot of people believe that, but my Christian belief as an Adventist, I don't believe in that. So at the end of the day,
Adama, sorry, Adventists don't believe life after death.
if you die, you die. Is that not what I said? You think you will die, so you'll be worried about those people taking over your four wife and everything.
No, he's just asking for clarity. He's asking for clarity.
Soji, I know where AY is coming from.
No,
believe me and AY. I know where they are coming from. I know where they are coming from.
Adama, they use crayfish cook.
Yes, I use crayfish, and as an Adventist, I grew up here. I eat everything, so I'm not your typical 7 days Adventist. So Jefferson yes, so yes, if I'm one of your wife, if you die, your brother will come and take over me. So wherever you are dying, you will die. You will not come back to life. So.
Oh God! So you think he's worried there?
I'm crazy worry you.
So all these selfish men like AY and Jefferson and forefather that want to worry about who will take over their women when they are dead, is their brother or one of their bestie that has been eyeing their women. So forget it. You will not come back and start inheriting me. You will not know.
Adama, the question was like your tradition now in in your hometown, the old cultures. What is their religion? What do they believe?
My religion is if you die, you die. That's it.
But how about your heritage?
I'm telling you my heritage. If you die, you die. That's it. Someone not forget it. Okay. That's it.
Okay.
Yes.
You are gone.
Yes, that's it.
But it's not. But no, maybe that's true. But what is the purpose of life? Because
the purpose of life is the purpose of life is those children you have created. The family have to come together and find a way to raise those children. So people like you that worry about your wife who will take over those concubines, we have helpers that will help you with it. We have admirers. I know where your problem is. It's on top of that, forget it. We know you. So you and your wife, forget it. So if you guys can take that many concubines, you need help with it. So people that will help you guys. Like AY said, how can AY marry 4 persons when he dies? The 4 women will be like that. So another man have to step in the road now as AY. I help him out with those 4 women.
Okay, I see.
Thank
that
you,
nothing
sir.
we say now, everything we say, you that tag of polygamy is not going to get
It's better than you guys, except people like eccentricals and Loco P. Loco P is old. People like Chim. You know, he's married to a woman like me. I get married to him. That's it, Oga Ozubo. So forget it.
Chim.
Jabu, you get Jabu understand the part I said, but you see, people like you guys forget it. You guys think you die, the women will die with you.
I'm understanding you from the reaction of Chim.
Yes, people like you, Jeffersons, forget if you die and you think they'll say your women should be sacrificed with you. Me, I'm not dying with any man. If you die, you're dying by yourself. I love you. I can't die with you. I love you that much. Forget it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, it looks like the first Southeastern person believes that you die, and the purpose of life is you die, and the women will go to the family members and friends. Okay, that's where we
Extremely
are.
depressing.
AY.
Extremely depressing.
Yeah, AY.
Yeah.
So where are we on
Well,
this?
So in the Islamic perspective, the purpose of life is to worship true God.
No, is it the Islamic perspective or the
No,
Edo,
our traditional
Edo
perspective.
perspective? Yes.
Leave him now. He thinks it's
Okay, let
Arab.
me say this, right? Let me say this. I'm not the one that follow this tradition stuff. So I will speak on what I know. Let me speak on what
Which one be tradition stuff?
Hold on now. Hold on. Okay, let me explain what I know. The purpose of life, right? The purpose of life, as I know it, is to worship true God. Other on its whole terms, and other is conditions. So if I want to expand on this, these conditions. So basically, whatever you do, you are technically worshiping God. I'm on this platform, for example. For me not to insult people, for me to respect people, it is a behavior of me worshiping God. For me to go work, get a job, and take care of my family is kind of a worship. For me to help.
Sorry, I think
on.
you misunderstood the question a little bit. I'm saying, like, in Edo culture, I'm trying to get an idea of what our our beliefs were before now.
You see the problem now. You are calling. See, first of all, the Edo culture. I don't know why you're talking about Edo culture. Edo is too big. Edo is not like a single entity, right?
No, I understand what you mean, but just give us an idea. The point is that whatever you know, because this information, I think there's something to be gained from it if we understood how they perceive reality. And
okay, let me speak on that. My understanding, I will speak on my understanding of the purpose. My understanding of purpose of life, right? Let me leave religion out of it.
Not your understanding of life. What used to come before? What did they used to believe? What is the purpose of life from the point of view of the Ogiso, the first Ogiso, and the second Oba? What did they believe?
That's the issue. First of all, I don't understand those traditional stuff. I don't know that line.
Oh, you don't?
So
Okay.
I'm not gonna be able to speak on it. Maybe local people can help you with that.
See, that is very important. You see, that's why these are important.
Yeah. But in general, that is why it's difficult for me, right? In general, my belief or purpose of life is be good to your family, help the needy, help your community, help in building your community, help in doing good. Not community here can be your country, right? So help in doing good, helping it just like now we have crisis. You're able to get into power, you gotta serve the people, you gotta try to make things better than you made them. I mean, that's just my understanding of the purpose of life.
So what do you consider good?
So good is very diverse, right? For me, removing a bad object on the road, I'm doing good, right? For me to help the needy, I'm doing good. For me to provide job for my people, I'm doing good. For me to serve my people, provide basic amenities, I'm doing good. You know, for me to it's really unlimited. Just for you to improve the situation of the people, you do good.
Okay, I think that a lot of people will accept that. If one wanted to go deeper into what good means, you could go to a point whereby somebody would say, by doing some of those things, you could lead to societies that lead to even greater evil. But let's not go into that debate. I think the question about good, I think maybe we can have that debate some other time, in terms of not the debate, discussion regarding that, because it's good that we understand the idea of being good, what it means truly, because often it's based on perspective. It's not always based on some law that was carved in some realm that is unreachable. So you see, what I'm beginning to glimpse from this is that most of us are not aware of what our traditions say about the purpose of life. Jefferson, thank you for your patience and thank you for joining
Let me
us.
say this before you go. The truth is, the tradition you refer to, right? A lot of us don't know this stuff because we were not raised in that way, right? In a lot of Nigeria, we are raised either as Christians or as Muslims, which I think in those days it was kind of like the same orientation in terms of doing good. Both religions believe in do good to your neighbor, love your neighbor as yourself, those kind of stuff, right? You know, so I think the issue of tradition is where I will listen to somebody to speak on the perspective of tradition. Thank you.
Thank you. Jefferson, yeah, welcome. So, in the tradition, I don't know if you are aware. Something tells me that most of us don't know. I don't think I know too. I don't know what traditions in Nigeria say about the purpose of life. I just know that the traditions exist, but they never really talk about the purpose of life. Maybe it's got something to do with the fact that when you come, you're supposed to do certain things and go and join the ancestors in some kind of realm, like the Vikings believe in Valhalla and stuff like that. So you see that there's something in other cultures that they seem to have something that they are looking forward to, the purpose of life. And ours, I'm not sure whether we fully understand it. Maybe we've lost it. So that's the question, Jefferson. What is the purpose of life based on what you understand about our traditions and culture or religion?
All right. So, just like I'll put it this way. So basically, based on what AY said, that most of us were raised Christians and Muslims and all of that. Yes, I can agree with him to some extent. But again, it all behoves to us as an individual and also our parents to actually find out who we are. I remember growing up and also not knowing so many things. At least I knew things from a certain perspective, but I also took some level of interest to understand my culture from as an Igbo man and what we do. Okay, prior to my own discovery, I know that we the Igbos, we believe in reincarnation. We believe this. I'm going to speak on tradition first. We believe in reincarnation. Yes,
okay.
And yes, and we also believe that anything that doesn't belong to you, you don't take it. Like, or I'll give you a very significant some example. When growing up, we have what we call Odara. What we call Odara in Igbo land is what the Yorubas call Abalumo. So when that tree grows to maturity, it has a spirit. So according to tradition, it is said that you don't carry stick to go and pluck it. The one we're kids, we just we try to play a fast one to carry stick, stone the tree so that the Odara will fall down, and then when that falls down, we'll run away. They say if they catch you, you buy goat or whatever. You know, as crazy as all this small tradition is, at least, but growing up, I'm going to understand that it is like a tree of fertility, like that's something that is attached to fertility, you know. That's just a little understanding I have about it, you know.
So when you say they believe in reincarnation, do they believe in it as a vehicle of what? Like, is it a vehicle to, like in the case of Buddhism, or is it Hinduism, to
No, I
finally
won't say
build yourself, or just after you come, is it linked to your activities on what you do when you are alive? Then it does it affect your reincarnation, or it just happens?
Well, I cannot give you much detail, but I know that, for instance, once one of our ancestors go, obviously some years back, and then maybe if someone is reborn, there's always a saying that, oh, this guy has come back. And when he comes back, you will see some traits some maybe he has a scar, or he resembles have some resemblance, or he behaves in a certain way. So any elder that is there that witness the behavior of this child, will say, oh, that culture has come back again. I'm using the name for example. So that is how.
Okay,
That's the way we explain it. Yes,
the way you describe it now sound like a belief that some people return in the form of human.
People return, yes,
and not necessarily everybody. I don't know whether everybody. And the question still
no, people do return.
Is that sin? Is that normally seen at that time as that being the purpose of life, or is just one of the features of things that happen, but not necessarily?
Can I speak on this, because I had similar this thing with Jefferson, and I was supposed to go next before him, before Mr. Turkey came back now. So let me just, since we're on this Igbo aspect, if you permit me, let me just shed a little bit of light.
Go ahead.
So yes, there is the concept of the Igbo mythology, and like Jefferson rightly said, the Igbos believe in Chukwu Okike, the giver of life. Now, in the Igbo mythology, there is no hell or heaven. It does not exist. Igbos don't believe in hell or heaven. That is where the reincarnation now comes. The reincarnation is that you always come back to improve on your previous time on earth. What I do know, and like he rightly said, is that, for instance, when my mother will say that and that's why you see some women will call their son Nnam. That Nnam they are calling their son, people think it's just Nnam because he's a man. No. She's saying this person is my father who has returned.
Yes.
Do you understand? If anytime you see a woman who is vast in the Igbo culture calling her son Nnam, typically it's not just that she's just saying, because Nnam is a title for men. It's just like saying my man. She's not just calling him man, she's calling him my father who returned. A lot of people, a lot of women, Igbos believe in that concept of reincarnation. This person is my father who has returned, or my uncle whose life was cut short. He didn't exactly fulfill all of his acts on earth. He has come back through this person to accomplish that. Igbos believe strongly in reincarnation. Now, whether I, as a person, believe in it is now a different issue altogether. But that is what the Igbo mythology is all about.
You said something just now about.
So you see that I understand what you're saying. So that thing is actually related.
I'm trying to get somewhere with what he just said.
Now.
You said that. Sorry, you said that this person hasn't finished their act on earth. Mm-hmm. So when they finish this act on earth, what happens after that?
Now, the person because Igbos believe in endless reincarnation. So the person can constantly keep coming back to improve on the good they have done, keep improving. Now, that is where I think the perception of that if somebody was a bad person, for instance, he may not come back. Because that's my understanding. The person may not come back. Because I've never seen anybody who said, okay, this person was a bad person, and he came back again. I have never seen it. He's always coming back to come and improve. Now, that's why I said to you, even
that the good guys that come back,
exactly.
Can I quickly back what both Jefferson and Chim have said within the Yoruba context? You know, we have names like Tokumbo, which means the son to return on this earth, and then we have names like Tunde, which means after death, and it happens a lot in my family. For the Tundes who are there, after death of the father, a son will be born. It happens a lot, and that's how the name Tunde comes. So that plays straight into the reincarnation that both gentlemen before I spoke are speaking about. Now, I would end like this to say that it is the same within Yoruba tradition in reincarnation terms. The only thing is that the Ifa is supposed to give you understandings and rulings how not to come back, how to skillfully, between life and death, enter into the realm of the ancestors. So that's how it goes within Yoruba.
Now that is interesting. You now say that there is a system that it was in place to get you to the realm. Is it the realm of? It looks like the realm of the ancestors is the ultimate. Is that it for
The realm that would be the
I
realm
don't know
of
what they teach them.
eternity.
Sorry, guys, I don't know what they
Eternity.
teach them in sociology these days in African anthropology. When I studied African anthropology, exactly what Jagu just said is what we were taught. They broke it down for us from the Igbo, the Efik, the Yoruba, and even the beneath this thing. This I can see if I go back and look for my notes, it's all written there. You understand? Even sickness, the place of sickness in that anthropology, we were taught what sickness means, how sickness comes, how to avoid sickness, and all those kinds of things. It's quite interesting, but I've lost some of the knowledge, I'll be honest, because it's been a long time.
Let me correct
and
something.
see, sorry, before
actually,
Turkey guy comes in.
Tokumbo
Sorry, you know I've not finished now. So
Well, I just wanna-
like for instance,
please.
the breaking of the kola nut and the palm wine, all those practices that are part of our customs and traditions, and they are meeting. They have some level of how will I put it, mythology and belief of afterlife. You know, so like when in Igbo culture, when we bring kola and we bless it, they say anywhere that brings kola brings life. It's not just a mere show; it's symbolic. You know. So those are one of the practices
There's somebody, one Udoka, posted something that looks quite interesting.
Let's see. Okay, Udoka, let's see. Yeah. Know when the person completes his job on earth, he will join Chi. I and we come back 7 times. That is the reason we say okay, I will reincarnate from. So after 7 times, what happened?
Then you do what Jagu said. The person now goes to meet the ancestors finally.
What did they screw up?
I don't know.
Then they end up living next to forefathers in London.
Oh God!
Tim, what is Chi? What is Chi? God?
Yeah, Chi is God.
So hold on, Tim. So as a Christian, do you believe in these traditions or this culture? Do you
I'm not
believe?
raised. Okay, so AY, 2 things. I'm a Christian, but I also know the history of the Igbo tradition. Now, whether I follow it is a different thing altogether, but I know it. I know it.
But do you believe in it?
I don't believe it. I don't
follow
it. No, I don't believe it. I don't follow it.
Okay, I wanted to be clear on that. Thank you.
It's not as if it's not entirely a death sentence. It doesn't show that more aware of your culture.
Let me
because
find
here's
out.
the thing: in as much as we want to, Papa, let me just round up. In as much as we want to stand for what we want to do, it's not good to be out of tune or out of place with your culture, and that's a lot of mistake that we are facing currently back home.
Jefferson, I understand you. Somebody like me, okay, if I'm not gonna do anything with it. So why am I interested in even learning it? Right? That's just my whole issue.
I understand. It's your own opinion.
No, you're not going to do anything with it, so you're not interested in learning it. You see, now
I think that's why.
No, let me explain. You see, and I think that's why. What in short? Let me ask him. So before I assume, why did you ask him? What you asked him about what he believes?
That is the reason why I'm asking you, because for me, as a Muslim, like you can't be confusing these 2 things, right? I know a lot of Christians that also behave that way. They stay away from the cultural things that face religion. So I know Muslim and Christian do that. There are people, even Muslim Christian, that still kind of like say, I do it. Oh, give what belongs. So that's why I was asking him. I needed to know if I know
we've been had this discussion, and you
Yeah.
gotta first realize, take the eastern part of Nigeria, for example. Most of them are just 2nd generation Christians at the very most of them. So most of them still follow the traditional beliefs. And even those that still practice Christianity, now along the southern border, even Islam, most people still practice their traditional beliefs, even though they try to keep it a secret. All you got to do is have a conversation with them, and you realize the same way. In fact, they practice their traditional beliefs way more than they practice Islam or Christianity. That's why you could have, for example, Samuel Ekba on here. He told us, he said he practices both. He said he practices both of them. He said, I practice Christianity, I practice the tradition, which
African
makes no
tradition.
sense. Which makes no sense if you think about it, like from what you're saying and what Chim is saying, because you cannot serve two masters.
Yeah, that's my
You know what I
opinion.
mean? So yeah. So, but that's their understanding.
But I speak the truth. There are, so when it comes to culture, there are some parts of culture that conscience-wise, I don't feel that doing them will breach my Christian faith. I'll give you an example.
Right.
When you are getting married, there are some cultural things that are not, you won't call them voodoo, you won't call them anything. These are just
true.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
I know
what?
how
Like,
with these kinds of
we
things.
got to be careful. Like what?
Okay, so let me give you an example.
Right.
When you are getting married, you first of all, you don't just go and you marry. You know the way people marry Hollywood marriage. You just see somebody and you marry the
You just say, I love you, sweetheart. You don't marry.
Exactly. So you do not go to your father-in-law to seek the consent of her daughter. It's a taboo. You go tell your father that there is somebody you're interested in. If your father is the first child in the family, then he can just call his omonna, his brethren, and say, come on, our son is about doing something. And then they go on a mission. If your father is not the first one, he will go and tell his older brother to say, come on, my son, who is your son also. And then they now go as an emissary to go and knock on the door. They will take permission to say, come, there's something, you know, all those, I know if you've read all these, they do it in movies.
Right. Even things fall apart, you see all this stuff.
Exactly. I believe that's the way it should be. It's a traditional.
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with those. Absolutely nothing.
Exactly.
And if you look at even Christianity, you look at Islam, they encourage borrowing from the old traditions that predated them. They didn't say just discard them. Like AY, you know, like for example, hijama, for example. Hijama predated the Arabians before the advent of Islam in Arabia. Right or wrong? Yeah, but
yes,
it wasn't
correct.
outlawed insofar as it was a healing method, seeking for hands in marriage. This is all respect. The only thing that they say is just don't bow to that any other deity except God or Jesus or Allah or whatever, you know. So,
okay, if that's what they said. I just wanted to play this just use it to refresh our mind before we go. We are going to be running off very soon. Let me just play this quickly. I think this is about an Islamic miracles. This I didn't know they do that. I thought it was only Christian that did this. Come, you see, I didn't know. I thought it was only Christians that did these things, but it turns out that it's universal. We Africans, we really do like to confuse our people, but it's all right.
You want me to take that, or you want to take it?
That's actually madness, to be honest. I don't know what she's doing.
That's not like that is not even close. Okay. So what's happening right now? I'll say. Let me start off by saying that's not even close to anything related to Islam. If you listen to what the person was saying, if you understand Arabic, it wasn't, because when you doing healings like that, you do it is supposed to be called what is called rukia. Okay, so with the rukia, there are certain incantations that come
Sorry,
from.
was the person speaking Arabic?
No, they were speaking whatever language they would speak.
So it wasn't. There was no Arabic there.
No, none at all.
So they were not practicing Islam then.
No,
there was
no. And
That's
second
not
of all, say there was a healer in an Islamic setting. It would not be the woman. They wouldn't be dressed like that. It would not be a woman, and she would not, just because they're not even related to all the. There's no way she's related to all those people. Number one, the woman is not playing a leadership role for men in that sort of setting. Number two, what they were chanting was not even in accordance to the Islamic prophetic treatment, which is better known as ruqyah. So that was what she was doing, was just whatever they innovated, which.
But is that not the same for this thing? Christianity. Most of the stuff they are doing is not what is written in the Bible.
So, forefathers, thank you for bringing that up. So, you see, I'm, you know, you hear me a lot when I say there's always fake of anything. In Christianity, if you remember, for those of us who have read our Bible, you will hear sorcerers.
Mm-hmm.
You will hear people who magicians, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And even Jesus himself warned about it. Mm-hmm. You should be careful with all those things, because the thing is, people do and magicians who do those things, they don't do it for humanity's sake. They do it for glorification. You can tell when somebody starts videoing something, it tells you they're trying to prove a point. Real healing, you will hear it, you will know the person, but you will not see anywhere it's recorded in terms of physical. You forget about it because it's spontaneous. It's not something you prepare.
They won't even for privacy reasons and for stigma reasons, they won't even record it.
Thank you.
They won't record it. So you don't want to stigmatize a person that is being healed. You don't want to
because the intention is pure.
The intention is to heal.
Let me add something to what I have just observed. I speak the truth. Are you Muslim? Just so it's not for anything. You don't have to even answer. But I know that AY is Muslim. The reason why I say I'm asking is because I noticed that Chim was able to address the issue based on just like objective thinking about what this tradition is involved in. And AY is one of the most intelligent people we have that comes on these panels. And yet he doesn't know much about his own background in terms of this in religion and what they believe in.
Nah,
so hold on. I'm not. Hey. Let's not start getting into our feelings now. Let's not get into our feelings.
I'm just saying that I've had discussions with him for hours and days, and that man you're looking there, if he tells you some things, you won't even understand it. Let me just start it like that.
Okay, but that's the point I'm making now.
Versed.
That's the point I'm making. So how is it that he is now saying he doesn't have any idea about this? You see, now hold on. Is it because he's trying to share information about a religion that is not his? That his religion is so kind of aggressive towards other religions that
I can share information. To be honest, it's not that I can't share information. But okay, what that woman was doing that's not religion, that's not Islam,
it's
right?
Not.
To be very clear to you, right? There are
in her eyes, does she think she's practicing Islam?
No. She does not.
So she doesn't believe she's doing Islam?
No.
Share her number, she will tell you no.
She will tell you no.
Yeah. I think
hold on, let me just confirm what I'm seeing here.
What is
okay? So what she's doing?
No, hold on. What's la ilaha illallah? That's one. No.
Wait. Let me say something. Why AY said I don't have an idea. I'll explain it. Because AY, as smart as he is, sometimes is not like the most eloquent, right? So what he meant by that is basically what in a crasser term, would be like, that's rubbish. That's nonsense. That's basically what he was saying. Because
Okay, that's not Islam, yeah. But
you
that's
get
why
what
I
I'm saying?
asked him, in that woman's eye, does she think she's practicing Islam? You see,
No.
that's where he should have said yes. In her eye, she thinks she's doing
No,
Islam. The people there thought she was doing Islam too. That's why
well,
they're saying la ilaha illallah.
you will think that someone that does not have an idea of the religion or the Arab way of living in terms of their theology will think that, right? So what is going on is akin to a black person born in China saying, I'm Chinese. Just, it makes no sense, right?
Not when the person is speaking. No, that's not what she's doing. She's doing
Okay.
stuff that may
I'll
not
tell you
fall
why it
in
makes
line
no.
with
I'll tell you why.
Islamic practices,
No.
and the people around there think she's practicing Islam. That's
Okay,
why they are saying la ilaha illallah.
So listen to me again. Listen to me again. What she's doing is akin to a black person born in China saying, I'm Chinese. And why do I say so? I gave you examples of how. So let's assume a person was going to try to carry out the healing called Rukia that I just mentioned. See, the problem is this term.
Did she tell you that she's doing Rukia?
Well, that's what she's trying to imitate. So exactly. So the problem is explaining these things to you. I'll have to explain more things. And
I think there's a lot of waffling going on. This is a very, very simple thing. It's like, I think you are doing that thing where that you are doing that thing that we have shared thousands of videos of pastors doing things that are not in line with
it's
the
not the same. It's not. Listen.
How is it not the
Listen.
same? The people
Okay,
there
so
are saying lie, 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 and you're not addressing the point.
Okay, so just listen again. Listen again, just listen again. Anybody, you can start saying lie, 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 lie. Does that mean you're Muslim?
No, but when people are gathered together, hold on now, let me finish. Anybody in the north who can go ahead and say in the name of Jesus. That doesn't make them Christian.
Exactly.
However, the context that they are practicing that this thing on is based on Islamic this way of doing things. That is why they are using that term, lie, lie, la, la.
Okay, but listen, this is what we're trying to do. This is what we're trying to bring forth, right? Is it a Muslim person conning people, or is it a formulation like the fake magicians and all those other sorcerers that Chim mentioned? So you have to understand first, when you want to carry out these kind of healings, right? There are stated ways, there are stated things that you have to do. First of all, for example, a woman cannot do it, especially to another man.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean they don't do it though. I don't know why you are busy making all these cases.
Forefathers, just hear me.
Christians do the same thing. I didn't see anywhere where the Bible said women are allowed.
So that means they are saying in our women no they talk at all for Islam. You know they talk at all.
Are you trying to say that in Islam people don't deviate from the traditional beliefs? People deviate all the time.
So exactly. People can deviate, which is what they call bida. All right. But this is just based in essence, which is why AY is not even interested in the conversation. This is just clownery.
You're talking.
No. I guarantee you he's not. He's not interested.
I don't know. As a matter of fact, the premise of my initial question was that he chose not to be interested because you see that in Muslims sometimes.
No.
Okay,
they try to curve anything that comes close to, like, within their faith. That seems to kind of taint them in the way they believe in their faith. Move away from it.
Anyway, just give me 1 second.
Let me explain to Forefather. Let me explain to him. Well, sorry. You see, Forefather, what is going on there is actually what I said is not Islam. There is nothing for you to define it as Islam. I think KJ grew up in the north. He might understand part of what's supposed to be going on there. So usually when people have bad spirit, like in Islam, you call it jinn, right? So you use like Quranic verses to get them out of their body, like when somebody is possessed, a kind of like how Christian would say
exorcism.
Yeah. So when somebody is possessed, right? So what you do, there are Islamic way of doing this stuff, right? Of getting those jinn out. So if you are ever around there, you hear the jinn speaking, people communicate with them like you gotta leave this person, right? So in doing that, there are some recitation you need to do, but it's men that do all this stuff because women cannot even handle it. So a jinn can go out of somebody and move
And
it to
go
your
into
body
some-
yourself because you got to be strong to do that, to communicate, to perform all those stuff, right? It's not like it's something hidden. It's not something evil, but it's just a way of helping people getting them out of this mess, right? So when you doing that, you see the people die in a clean environment, like in the mosque, pray for them, keep praying, then you look for a way to get them out. Women, again, they can't perform this function, and that
They
woman was not
won't
even
even
reciting
dress like
anything.
that.
Yeah, she
They
was
won't
not,
dress
she's
like
not,
that. A
yeah,
woman cannot
yeah.
do it. They won't do it in that kind of
Even,
environment.
let me say
And
this.
the incantations are going to be
But
different.
why are you acting as if you can't see what your eye is seeing?
Let me say this. Hold on.
Okay,
Even
you're
as a
not trying
matter
to
of
listen.
fact, like as Speed the Truth said, that woman, she can't even be dealing with those men.
Can't be
He's not married
authorized
to,
to
they are
do
not
it.
your family. So even for a Muslim imam to do that, what I'm saying, you dealing with women, their family member
Her
have
family
to be
members
there.
got to
Their
be
sister
there
have to be there. Like they have to sit with that person
in
to perform
private.
that function in private. They have to. You have to give the instruction what to do because this stuff come with a lot,
Yeah,
right?
but that is the same thing like saying like some imams are preaching hatred when they say people should go and commit heinous sins because of this is jihad and
It's
all
not
that.
the same.
Oh, it's not the same. So that one
No,
is
it's not the
Islam.
same.
Are you telling me those extremist
No.
preachers
Listen.
are correct to
Hold
preach that people should
on.
go and kill other people? While
Can I say
hold
something?
on now,
Okay,
hold
now
Bro,
let,
no
no,
that
no,
go there. Oh. You go
Let's not.
no,
scatter
I
this
don't know
channel.
why
Oh.
the discussion was going somewhere else, but because you guys you're becoming very
No,
defensive
but you
when
could.
I
No, it's
asked
not
AY that question.
defensive.
there is
Nobody's
no issue.
defensive. You got to listen.
There is no
AY,
issue of
You are
please, let me
saying
take
that
it.
she's not. See, you don't understand. I'm not saying she's practicing the perfect Islam or even the conventional Islam, but I'm saying she's practicing a form of Islam.
No,
You like
she's
it or not,
not. Fofana
She's
is an
not
she's not
practicing.
doing that in the name of Islam. She's doing it in the name of Islam.
Please
No, she's
Then okay,
not.
now you tell me if she's not, then why are they saying la ilaha illallah?
AY, please let me take
Hold
this.
on now. Let him answer that question, please. Why are
Let
they
me.
saying la ilaha
You keep
illallah?
cutting.
Come
You
on,
keep.
don't do that. Don't interrupt,
But you
please.
keep cutting
Let
me
him
off.
answer.
It's
Let
like,
him
do
answer.
you really want to understand?
No.
Or you
You
That's
didn't
the
if you
answer
don't
me. I
want to
think AY
understand,
is
it's
more likely
fine.
to answer the question. Let AY answer it.
no.
Why are
Wait.
they saying la ilaha illallah?
So
If they're not practicing the form of Islam there.
That's the right part of it. Can I say something? Because I want to get
even when
out.
she said
No,
lie, lie,
hold
lie,
on. Just hold on. Let AY answer, please.
even when she said lie, 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 it doesn't make the person doing anything right. It doesn't
No,
lie,
it's
lie,
not
lie, lie.
about
Anybody
right.
can
Is it?
say that.
No, my point is that in that context, and then not
Sorry.
doing it based
So
on
which
Islam.
religion has
It's like
Laila Ilala?
it's like somebody doing something. Hold on. Let me finish. It's like somebody doing something, saying in the name of Jesus, and yet while they are doing it in a kind of a ritualistic kind of way, then you're saying, oh, they are not practicing a form of Christianity. Just because they are doing something that is perverse to Christianity doesn't mean in that context those people are not doing it in their own head, believing that they are doing some form of Christianity.
Is
That
it
is
okay
the point
if
I'm
I
making.
is it okay if I talk? At
Yeah,
least
go
give
ahead.
me just give me that
I think
respect.
Forefather is not ready to
Yeah,
learn.
you keep cutting me off, and you know why you're doing it because
Let
you
him
know
speak. Let
it
us speak the
is
truth.
not concise enough to explain
Okay,
it.
be concise then, please.
Do you see what you're doing now? So do you want to hear it or you don't want me to? You don't want
Just
to
a
hear
few
it? 'Cause
seconds I said something.
yeah, because
Concise.
if you don't want to hear it, then
Let him speak now.
I speak the truth. Go ahead. Just let's forget about
yeah,
this. Go ahead.
he does this antagonistic thing that we're all having a good conversation, just so you can understand where, because I know about these things. So this is what is going on now. You can say lie, lie, la, la, all you want. Again, like AY is saying, there are rules to this thing. For example,
We know that.
No, you obviously don't know it. So
We
there are-
know.
you
I'm not
obviously-
saying this is a conventional one.
He obviously he's not trying to
Oh,
listen.
God.
That's his problem.
Okay.
He wants someone that this is what you guys do. You want to hear the person that will not explain it properly. And we don't have to fight over this. It's something like understanding matters. And that understanding respect also comes in. So this is what happens. And I'll start again before you interrupt me. There are rules to this thing, right? To the Islamic prophetic healing method. That is what it is called. In Arabic, it is called ruqya. Ruqya, in fact, predated Islam. Islam did not start ruqya. That was why when I talked about hijama, he understood it, but it flew over everybody else's head. When we was talking about tradition with Chim, I mentioned hijama. Only AY understood it when I was saying you can take from the past. He's already getting frustrated. He's not listening. So you can take from the he can take from the past and incorporate into the present, like Chim made reference to the wedding thing. So what she's trying to pretend as if she's doing is called ruqya. Ruqya is an Islamic method of healing, which the Christendom will call exorcism, right? In that ruqya, there are certain specifications which you have to adhere to before you can carry it out. She failed every single one of them. Now, let's start by who can carry it out for a fellow man. Only a learned Islamic scholar.
We know that already.
Can only a learned Islamic
Everything you are explaining, I've already told you. I'm not saying that she's following the right method, but she's doing it in the belief that she's practicing the form of Islam.
I just have 5 minutes. Can I say something?
I speak the truth. I get where you're coming from. I agree with you that she's not following the rules.
That is not where I am going.
Then get to where you are going, because that's what you are explaining so far.
All right. You know what? I give up. Go ahead. You have it.
All right.
You're welcome.
Forefather, let me say something because I want to go.
Yeah, my ignorance.
Okay. Forefather, this evening I just came to thank you. I wouldn't have said anything. I've been listening to people behind, but I came to thank you because of the way you have put your leg on their neck.
Wow.
And I like it. I like it because these are people who when they talk about Christianity, just yesterday, AY and he was shouting here that all this is fake, that deceiving people are doing this. When it has to do with Christianity, see the way both of you are struggling to defend what that woman is doing. You are just struggling over yourself. Both of you can open your mouth and say, just
what's
like
your
you
point?
open your mouth and condemn Christianity and condemn pastors. You are not able to open your mouth and condemn that act and accept deceiving Islam. You are saying it's not Islam. It's not this. It's not that. You see? Forefather, thank you. You know, I've not thanked you for a long time, but this one, the way you put your leg on their neck.
He didn't put his leg on my neck because you don't even.
No, I see the truth. Wait.
Hold on.
You can see. So as they go by, we are discovering other sides of the two gentlemen. Okay, because look, this is the same people. Go back to that video, and you see how they were condemning Pastor.
Let me tell you what we were discussing yesterday. Why KJ is paranoid?
No, they can't do that. In this short video, you can't explain.
Yeah, but this topic is interesting though, because I noticed that when we are talking about our ancestral worship and everything, you guys seem to be a little bit cagey about it. Then we come to this lady, you be a little bit cagey about it. Then it's like, what is that, man? There is this thing that you guys do. I don't understand it. I see that not only in you, I see that everywhere.
Thank you. Okay? Put your leg on their neck. Continue. Don't
all right. But is it okay if I speak? Because you keep interrupting me. So what I would not accept, right, is when falsities are made on my name. Because this is why people ask me certain things, and I do not appreciate what you're doing, forefathers. I think it is very ignorant of you, because just yesterday here, right, you were the one attacking me about me defending Judaism in Igbo land. But now you have KJ coming and lying, saying that I condemn Pastor Adeboye, I condemn Christianity. You've never heard me go against any religion. I will explain what I know in as much as my studies have enabled me to know. So
No, see, we've all here, all of us here. They are not saying you are condemning Christianity.
No, he said no.
We are condemning the pastor's statement
He
and the thing
said,
that he did.
Did you now?
The same thing can be said for that lady. You have to, but what you are doing is say, oh no, she's not even touching Islam at all.
That's not what I did. What I tried to do was explain. Now, based on what the statement you just made, you just told another lie. When did I condemn any Christian pastor? When? Tell me when.
You mean did you commend Pastor Adeboye?
No, hold on.
Did I even get in that? Hold on,
I see the truth. I see the truth.
AY, please. Because this is the problem I have when people just decide to just lie on you. Did I get in that conversation? Have you ever seen me get into that kind of conversation?
Okay, now let me ask you instead. I don't know whether you got into the conversation. No, hold on. Now, calm down.
No, I'm not coming down. But you just said
you are not coming down. You better come down.
Why would you lie on me? Why do you?
I didn't lie against you. That's why I want to ask you a question. Hold on now. Calm down.
And you just
oh yeah, you see that? You are confirming the point.
What
I see the truth. Please hold on. Calm down, please.
Because you are not
Let me say
rational right now with your argument.
I'm not rational. Why would you lie on me?
Yes, because what we are talking about. Oh no, you see, you guys are now calling all the people to come and start attacking you now. Yeah, this could have just gone smoothly by saying that woman,
you are touching a soft spot. You know, anything I do with religion is very delicate. Some people can kill for religion. So that is the issue. Once you say the wrong thing now, they can have your head for it.
Here yesterday, I talked 2 days ago, I talked about if you hear me say anything, I speak on what I know. I don't speak on.
Can I ask you a question?
Let me finish. I speak on what I know because you have a tendency to interrupt me, and then when people start talking about, you join them, and you actually always started, and that is a very messed up thing you do. Yet 2 days ago here, we had conversations about traditional African religions, which I was defending, and you were attacking me over it. I was defending, I was defending Judaism and the traditional African religions in CBD and all these other things.
I was defending that.
Exactly. So why did you say
I defend African traditions, and I'm not here to apologize for.
So when I was speaking about Judaism in the southeast in Biafra, you were saying I was wrong. You were saying I was wrong. Now again, like I tell you, I do not come here to denigrate anything.
We'll dance like this next year.
I speak on what I know, and I try to pass on knowledge. KJ just came and made a false statement.
Let me say,
and I do not appreciate that.
I say the truth. Thank you, Father. Let me say something, please. You see, KJ was just being childish, to be honest, because yesterday what we were discussing, right? It because the statement Adeboye made, Adeboye said, if not because of his prayer, Naira would have been 10,000, 10,000 to $1.
Everybody shout hallelujah.
It's not that they were criticizing him. KJ was defending him. I got really pissed. I'm like, why are you guys listening to this kind of nonsense? Though this is getting too much. I feel they just this is the fact, right? So me, to be honest, if not because of this channel, you see all this religion and this tribal nonsense bullshit, I don't even deal with them. I just do my thing. Like, I feel religion is just a personal stuff. You should stop using it to disturb the public. That's just my own belief about religion. So KJ was saying that I think we would have just deal with the issue of ground. But I will say it again. That woman, she's not practicing anything in Islam. She's just bold nonsense stuff she was doing. I mean, there are people that will do stupid stuff. Everybody know. I mean, Kenneth Levy did not, KJ Levy did not. They know women don't even have this role in Islam. So there is no two ways about it.
If she is practicing it in her mind, does she believe that she's practicing a form of Islam? may not be conventional.
Let me give you an example. So if I take the Bible now, I take what I said, oh, Jesus' name, I'm doing. People will think, oh, I'm a Christian, right? I'm doing one thing about Christian. So there is nothing you can explain she's doing. There is no meaning to anything she's doing. Even the so-called Rukia we're explaining, that's not even.
So are you trying to say that in Islam there's nothing like fake prophets?
Of course, there is
so
no religion
why
without
can she
fake
not be
prophet.
one?
So first of all, a woman cannot even be prophet rather than
No. And I mean fake preachers or fake woman, whatever you want to call it. Why can she not be one of them?
No, with leadership in Islam, you can have.
But isn't that the point of being fake? If you are not authentic, you are not following the doctrine.
That is where you get it. Hold on. In Christianity, for example, you can see a woman that is a pastor, right? She's a Christian pastor. In Islam, you can't see a woman that is a mom.
Actually,
Women
in Christianity, women are not supposed to be pastors. It's something that started happening. So it's more recently when it started happening, people start saying there were people that used to say that those people are not real Christians.
Hold on. That is a different topic entirely, right? But you will not see anywhere on planet Earth where a woman will say, I'm the imam of that mosque. No, it's not.
Okay. See, you are not understanding the concept here. It's like now, there was a time there was no gay reverend. Hold on, please. There was a time there was no gay reverend. And if any reverend shows up as being gay, most people are like, that's crazy. It's not possible. Yeah, it's rubbish until it became a thing. But the point is, those people are practicing that faith in a way that is not conventional. And you can say that the person is not Muslim in the way a gay reverend in the 1945 can be regarded. He's not a Christian because there's nothing like a gay reverend. How can this guy be a reverend?
The problem is you don't want to listen.
Because
his argument is that because it's a woman.
No, this is not argument. We need to learn.
Hold on.
No. I mean, it's not a negative. It's your point of view. That
let me just say this. I will leave the topic. Let me just say this. You see, you are using Christianity to judge Islam. No, in Islam, for example, I mean, there is no discussion about that. Islam will not accept.
This is beyond Islam.
Right?
This is not about Islam.
Wait. Hold on. Are you saying there's no? Are you saying that people don't do something wrong in your religion?
I don't understand.
Now you're telling me.
Hold on.
In your religion, they don't do any wrong. They don't use your religion to.
No.
Hold on. This is what I want to
address. Can you give me a minute?
I'll bring you in soon.
No, maybe it's not. We'll discuss them. We're there to discuss them. You're saying in your religion that they have not within the sphere of Islam done anything that is wrong.
Let me say this, Jefferson. Let me
against the tenet of your faith.
Let me address this because based on what he said is the same thing forefather said, and that was the main thing that ticked me off when he said, "Well, you're basically supporting," and we were talking over each other, so maybe people didn't pick it, but he was like, "Oh, so now you're supporting the terrorists and all this kind." I'm like, "What are you even talking about?" So that's not what we're talking about. If you,
it's the same thing. It is the same thing.
Jefferson.
No, it's like something wrong. I don't understand. This is the problem. This concept is a very simple concept.
So let the other person talk.
Okay.
Let one person.
Okay, let Kede talk now. Since maybe he might be able to share.
Agree to now.
Because you are not making
because you keep
I agree to now.
I'm sorry.
Jefferson is interrupting. You're interrupting. And
I agree to now.
You're not making
actually came here.
It's quite straightforward.
I actually came here.
Not only two of them. Please let me make my point. Please.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. And Jefferson, I really appreciate if you just. Is this guy nuts? So, this is what they're saying, forefathers. There are, if you took the example of people, for example, blowing up a building, kidnapping people, or terrorism, in the name of Islam. Those you could very well say, well, the Muslim will say, oh, he's not part of my religion, it's not part of my religion. But this guy practices your religion. So he is doing it in the name of your religion, in the name of Islam. Whether he's a good Muslim, whether he's a bad Muslim, that is up for debate. An outsider does not know the difference. You as a Muslim, you know the difference. That is on one side, which is why I took umbrage to the statement you made, like, oh, you're supporting the terrorists. Like, what are you talking about? Now, let's think, we've agreed on that aspect. Now, let's come back to the crux of the argument, which is this woman in the video. And I would appreciate if you do not interrupt me or pretend like you know what I'm going to say next, because you've shown more than once that you actually have no idea. So it'll be imperative that you take the time and just have an open mind and listen to someone that actually knows what they're talking about. Now,
yeah, talk now. Say what you want to say.
What is always wrong with you, bro?
No, let's be respectful, please.
Listen to you. Say what you want to say.
Jefferson, please let me speak.
Please, can you stop talking to me? Stop talking to me. Don't be talking to me. Every time I talk to you, you're talking about pharaohs using airplanes to fight wars and white people coming from Arabia. Like,
yes, I said so, and I stand by it.
So this
you have a problem with that?
So this is, you are a lunatic. So this is what we're going to say. There are rules to certain things. As you know, the Islam is governed by what is called the Sharia. A lot of people, for example, in northern Nigeria, they do not have an understanding of what the Sharia is. The Sharia basically is the basic rules that Muslims have to live and abide by on everything they do in life, every single thing. Like I explained to Dr. Damages when we were talking, you cough, you sneeze, you pee, you have sex with your wife, that is the Sharia. Now, if you were to take that Islamic prophetic medicine that woman was pretending to do, there are certain things that she did not do one thing right. This is what we're saying. She didn't do one thing right. Whether the environment, whether as her dressing, it wasn't modest, which a woman will not even be able to carry that out anyways. Whether the incantations that were supposed to be read, whether the only thing that you guys are holding on to is that phrase, la ilaha illallah. That's all you're holding on to. But say there are 20 things, I can list at least 20 things that she had to do, which she can't even do as a woman. That even eliminates everything anyways. Okay. So let's even say she was a man. Let's pretend now that she was a man. And as a man, he's allowed to do that.
For that, I think he has explained enough now. I can't take all the day to explain to
let me come in now.
Let's assume she's a man.
Let me come in now.
We waited for him this long. Let him finish it. Let's assume she was a man. So carry on, please.
Let's assume it was a man. Even at that, everything else, the only thing he would have gotten right is sex. The environment was wrong for that. What he was saying is not Arabic. It's not in the Quran. I understand Arabic. I speak it. AY understands it. AY speaks it. None of it was Arabic. So whatever they were doing was at best, it wasn't even innovation. It was just basically a formulation. Because innovation would mean they took part of Islam and twisted it in a certain way and took this part and took half of none of what she did, not one was Islamic. Not one. Not one thing.
Thank you. So now I came in because of my big brother, KJ. I was actually in bed and then I had to say, you know what, let me just join in because sometimes when the suit is sweep.
That's like this.
God forgive me.
Wow.
When the soup is sweet, you lick finger. Now, this is it. We had a lot of videos. I've seen a lot of videos from fake imams using the name La ilaha illallahu Muhammadu Rasulullah to do fake healings. Just the same way we have fake pastors using the name Jesus in Jesus' name to do fake healings.
Exactly.
Times without number on this platform, we condemn such pastors. We call them all manner of names. It is equally good that sometimes we discuss about Islam. And my special thanks to forefathers for making this possible today. You see, that is why I call you goat, and you don't know why. Now, we have, in my upbringing, while growing up, the first time I know what juju, you know, we all know what juju is all about, right? The first time I know what juju was from Islamic imams.
I'll explain this to you when you're done.
They call it Jayasun. They will tell you they want to do Jayasun for you. They will give you
explain
juju.
to you when you're done.
Yes.
It is the first time. The first time I know what juju is from Islamic imams. I'm not saying Muslims, so I'm saying their teachers, the Islamic imams. Now, at that time, I now come to the conclusion that Islam is all about juju. That was my belief. I never knew that Islam, there are good people. No, I'm being honest. I never knew that there are good Islams that have nothing to do with juju. Let's be frank here. Now we have a woman that provide healings with the name La ilaha illallah Muhammadu Rasulullah, means there is no God but Allah. That is Islam. You don't find that in Christianity. You don't find that in any other religion. And we've had terrorists that do their operations with the name Allahu Akbar, meaning their God is the most high.
But
It
Kenneth,
has nothing to do with Christianity. Hold on. No, hold on. It has everything to do with Islam.
No,
now,
I said, what did I say concerning that?
No, I'm coming now. I'm coming. I'm not trying to, I'm just trying to expose some things. If we can condemn bad practices in Christianity, in traditional worshiping, we should also be bold enough without sentiment and condemn bad practices in Islam. Not coming here to tell us that, oh, it has nothing to do with Islam. Oh, she's not, that a woman is not even allowed to practice or whatever, or moderate or lead in Islam. No, this is pure Islam. And we've seen the men actually doing it. In the comment section, I shared a video, and these are not even Nigerians, so these from Arab countries. Fake imams doing fake yasin, doing jayasin. It was, and they were caught. Right?
It's true. So let me explain.
So I shared the video with Pofadas to play.
Right,
and there was one that I was looking for from Nigeria. You see how dirty the thing is. See, it's even worse than the one we see in Christianity. Because Christianity, they will show you that they are criminals, they are hustlers. But this one,
if I'm not mistaken, just make me laugh.
Kenneth's submission was clear to me. And for the last hour or so, if I can, before you go ahead, if I can, my brother, if I can, just a minute, please.
I speak the truth. You're making our point, and you are letting AY get away with it. I speak the truth.
Kenneth has explained succinctly in no amount of time. What's been going on for the past hour has veered from the conversation. We are now speaking about the ethics of Islam as opposed to what we are doing in our traditional means. Yes. Not to say we believe in this, but we must admit and we must be fair that we've changed the whole topic. Nobody's involved apart from the people who are. It's terrible. It's terrible.
So, Kenneth,
they're terrible.
What you said is absolutely right. Okay? And if you would admit, I already referenced that. I already spoke on it. I used the example of a terrorist that uses the Islam to attack people, right or wrong. I did say this. And I said it is a Muslim will say, well, he's not part of my religion. But an outsider looking from the outside in will say, well, he said it in the name of Allah, right? Because this person actually practices. So we would agree that such terrorist is a Muslim. Now, whether you want to say he's a bad Muslim or a good Muslim, that is your prerogative. That is subjective, right? So we agree on that. Nobody, I would think nobody in their right mind will dispute that. What we're trying to explain to you as someone that understands this thing, see, like Jayasin, for example, that you mentioned, is in Arabic what they call sihr. Okay, so sihr basically means black magic. End of story. What we in Africa know as juju, what they know as Santeria in Latin America, what is known as voodoo in Haiti and all those other islands, Dominican Republic, whatever. So that's sihr. The thing about sihr, why should I really explain this or no?
Yeah, explain that because I know this deep. Explain. I came here. I'm here.
Can I share more? Maybe this one will be acceptable. Let's share this one. Maybe this one will be acceptable to this. Should we share this one? Because the reason why we are talking about this is because
different.
This one is different, eh?
It is different.
Okay, let's see now. Let's see.
Papa, I shared one to you now. Oh God, let me share it again. Now, Alberto, you must go press. Okay.
Bonjour. Bonjour.
Kini witi wo, bye.
Ah, que si je suis venu en paix. Alors, écoutez-moi attentivement.
So let me tell you why I said that is different.
Why is this one different, please?
All right, so please, and I would appreciate if you, because I think you're so.
There's no Allah there. Even.
Why is it when I talk you keep trying to freaking?
I'm just trying to add.
No, Father, let him speak now, please. Let's be respectful.
Well, he's been speaking for a long time. We've been trying to get to the bottom of this.
Father, hold on now.
If he's had to use so many words.
Do you want to understand? Are my words too much for your brain? Is that what you're telling me? They're too much.
You're not trying to.
Come on, man. You're going extreme. Come on.
Don't try to just speak.
You gotta just no. Don't tell me anything, KJ. Propaganda, just back up, please.
KJ, yeah, that's all you say because when you have no point to prove your
so Kenny,
you default in
okay, we may have to move on from the conversation.
Give me 1 minute, Father, please give me 1 minute, Father, please, before you move on, Father, please. KJ, hold on. Fofana, hold on, KJ.
It is disappointing. It is disappointing that such a simple point has been complicated. It's really disappointing.
So Kenny, address you. See what you just showed us right now, right? You could attribute that to a fake imam, right? Absolutely. Just like you can attribute a terrorist attacking in the name of Islam to Muslims. Rightfully so.
That is what we are saying about the woman.
No, that's not that's not what you're saying. But I don't know what you know what, just
that's exactly what I'm saying. But that's not what we are saying.
Give me 1 minute, Father.
That's not what we're
please,
saying.
Before you move on.
We're saying it is different. They are two different things. Now, if I was to go into how, for example, a lot of your preachers, let me take it there now, if you guys want to take it there. A lot of your preachers that claim to do exorcism and healings, they don't have any powers. They don't. And a lot of y'all know it. They go to this kind of men. Yes, they have no power.
But we are willing to say it here, but you are willing
to say it.
We say it all the time.
Let me finish. I'm not trying to argue with you. Let me finish what I'm saying. I didn't come in here to, I don't know why each time I talk, you just keep jumping down my throat. So if you want to take it there, a lot of these people are simply put magicians. just like a lot of the preachers. And where do a lot of those preachers get their so-called healing powers from? From men like that use AY used terms that was flying over a lot of y'all's heads. None of y'all even understand when they mentioned the jinn, when they mentioned the siha, when they mentioned, none of you got it. You didn't get it what he was saying.
So wait, hold on. Are you now saying that they are wait, hold
I
on.
got it. I know what is gin. I know what is gin.
Are you now saying that in Islam they are not fake imams?
You know what I mean?
That's that are wrong.
So I'm saying
that teach wrong teachings.
So a lot of these people, especially in Africa, a lot of people in Africa, a lot of these so-called healers, so-called imams, so-called pastors, both sides of the aisle, most of them, whether you guys know it or just don't want to admit it, a lot of them are magicians. A lot of them are sorcerers.
We know, at least we admit it. What are people make wrong?
Okay, tell me him and a woman doing it.
So hold on. So a lot of them go get their powers from that video, that kind of man that you just showed, that know how to invoke these things. That is where a lot of them go.
No, I speak the truth. I speak the truth. I will agree with you that a lot of pastors are fake.
I said a lot of pastors are fake. Imams, everything.
Yeah, but talking about where they receive their power, they come to forefathers. They come to traditional worshippers to receive their power.
They do that too.
They come to traditional voodoo men to receive their power.
Father, give me 1 minute. Let's before we close this.
You know,
I speak the truth, please. Please, 1 minute before we close this. You see, the what we discuss here, there is no need. It's not issue of. It's a process. It's a time for us to learn, right? What Ekene said, Ekene, to be honest, 99% of things he said were actually true. Nobody is denying they are not wrong people in the name of Islam doing all those evil things like voodoo. They are there. Nobody is denying it, except you are just foolish, right? So, so you see the difference now between that man you're showing and that woman. That woman, for me, there is no discussion. This one, I can tell you, oh, this is a fake Muslim that is doing some shady stuff.
What makes them different?
Because, okay, for women, right, a woman's not supposed to be in that position, saying using the name of Islam.
But isn't that the same thing as a gay man being a reverend?
Oh my God! No, you get okay.
You don't have any difference. The only difference you are saying is that because she's a woman.
You are not listening. Let me explain to you.
Okay, tell me again.
Let me hold on. Let me explain for that. When you say imam is in a position of a pastor, right? So when you say imam is a leader of a mosque. You can't call these people imam. There is no need to say they are imam. No, you don't have to be an imam for you to even do all those stuff. You just need to be learned is Muslim for you to perform all this stuff. That's the difference, right? Even the issue of gay, for example, a Muslim will not compromise for a gay to be an imam in a masjid. It's not going to happen anywhere in the world. You don't compromise.
What is the difference between a man and a woman in the Islamic context? That woman is doing it, the man is doing it. What is the difference between them?
Just like we were discussing roles. It's just that we were discussing roles earlier, right? In Islam, men have their roles, women have their roles. Women cannot take the roles of men. You don't do that.
What if women do it?
They can't do it. That's where you don't see any.
Did you say there are no gay imams?
We know in religions they do these things, they pervert it.
I beg now. Did you say there are no gay imams?
Do you know any mosque where you have a woman imam? Do you know?
I don't know, but we have seen a woman healing.
I've seen gay imam, and I've seen a woman.
Which mosque?
I've seen a woman leading. Hold on. I've seen a woman leading a prayer. Islam. I've seen a woman in front.
Okay.
Let me see
I don't know the mosque, but they are open. They have no name. It's an open field. I've seen gay imam. In church, it's on the news in Kano.
I've seen it. So I'll tell you where I saw a gay imam.
I want to speak. Can you hear me? That I have the
yes, please go ahead.
So tell you, I speak the truth. Please wait. Now, just like Kenneth said, you say when you say these things with your full chest, I begin to be afraid for you. some just 2 weeks ago, there was an imam who had children under him, who was raping those children.
Oh.
Okay, and sending them out. It was on the news. It was on national news in Nigeria.
Where?
In Nigeria.
Tell us.
In Nigeria.
It's not impossible, is it? You're saying where like it's impossible. Let him land.
Give Father the link.
Video now, and I will look for the video before this program finishes. I'll send it to you. So now, what this
propaganda? No one will ever believe what you say.
Where I'm going to and why I came in is because you see the way you are struggling to say that guy, that woman is not practicing Islam. We know that we as Christians, we give you the opportunity to speak your mind. You even call the people rubbish. They are brainwashed. Hold on now. Let me talk now. You have been talking. You said, when I want to talk, you will not allow. Let me talk. Why? You say they are brainwashing Christians. They are deceiving them. We give you the opportunity to talk. But now, just to even admit the fact that these people they are Muslims and are deceiving those people, you couldn't do that. You are trying to teach us the whole Quran just to explain it.
No. There is nothing to admit.
Hold on now. Just to explain this small point. Exactly. You are telling us all the Quran verses that you have.
All right. KJ.
Now,
KJ, your matter.
I speak the truth.
You know, even when you see black, you call
Stop
it.
fighting KJ. Let him land.
KJ alone. He's making a good point on this one, though.
We know the truth. I don't want to stand by it.
You see, this is why it becomes a bit painful for some of us. You speak about our own religion and lifestyle freely. We don't fight over it. We allow you to express yourself. But when we get to say the same thing of your own, you all go up in arms and begin to call us unthinkable.
No, you are.
Let him land.
Let's play this one now. Let's see another woman leading the prayer here.
Women don't normally
woman leading prayer here.
I knew that was what was going to play.
I'm going to play that one.
So what is
that one
she
again.
perseverance.
No, all these people that think that women cannot lead prayer, all these
So
thank
God for social media.
Media is holding all the evidence now. They're not hiding.
Thank God for social media.
Let me explain something.
You know why? There was a time I was explaining on this platform that I was once a Muslim, not I was in search of the truth, right? I was jumping from one to the other, in search of the truth.
That's a woman leading prayer again. That is my point. Just because she's a woman doesn't mean that woman is not doing on
forefathers.
So she's not a Muslim now.
I would.
How is this even complicated? It's simple. The original. No. I speak the truth. Okay, we have had enough. You've had enough time to explain.
Prayer.
She is actually. That's the topic of the video.
Share the video. Let me see.
Which video?
Okay, let me share it.
Even when you catch them,
understand. Let me move this. I don't think you understand. You understand what let me find this thing properly. So I can get this right.
I'm gonna try.
I will help you with more. If you need more, I will help you.
Are you seeing it? Woman lead prayer for men. What do you want to say again?
So let me.
We don't ask people questions about who they are. We want to hear your story because we all learn from it.
She's literally leading prayer. I don't know
what Father, she's not leading.
Oh my God, that's the title of the page. Are you reading it? That's the title of the page itself. Jesus Christ, why are we arguing about this? I'm surprised.
Forefathers,
you should know this is possible.
Okay, no, it's not possible, and I'll explain to you why.
This is not you don't want to
let me land. Let me explain why.
So that is not her leading prayer. Okay.
No, it's not leading prayer.
Can you please? Can you please?
It's not leading prayer.
Literally the title.
Let's explain. She's not leading prayer.
Explain.
She's leading worship.
I understand.
She's not leading prayer.
Don't go on forever. You got 1 minute to explain it.
There's no 1 minute to explain because you left.
No. You are not going to be going for 3 minutes every time. No way.
This is the point. Listen,
I didn't even take 3 minutes to play this video. What kind of talk is that?
Madam, look at this. Salute you.
Man, it hasn't come round to anybody again. We're stuck here for over an hour, an hour and a half, and everybody thinks it's normal. It's not good. This is not how to run a platform.
It is either. This is what we should do, and this is why I love talking to Rudolph and his likes, because this is a clown show right here. This is idiocy.
With you at the head clown now.
So-
You are the head clown.
Let's
What are you
not do
talking about?
ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
We have to be objective, and I expected more from you. I feel it.
You want
And
me to have 1 minute, but you keep interrupting me. How is
when
that
we
fair?
get into a religion, you just
is
become,
not about
you don't become,
religion.
you are not
I
objective
don't
And
anymore.
another time they will bring
When you
out
see
their
other people's
lion,
religion, you
the
want other people to remain objective.
lion out of the
It's
cat.
not nice.
Fofana.
See, my experience has taught me that whenever we are having conversations, you can have conversation with Christians regarding their religion. They can be objective with you. You can do it with Hindu. They can be objective with you. But generally, not all of them. Generally,
What about traditional worshippers? Are you excluding us?
yeah, they can be very, very objective too. They are not objective.
What you're doing, and
no, that's my experience. I don't know what I see
understand.
for everybody.
Can
That's my
you
experience.
let me talk? Because what you've been doing for the
Look at what you're doing now.
For the
Look at what you've been talking. They gave you a lot of chances to speak.
Each time you do this thing where you interrupt me, it is either we want to learn.
We've been letting you talk. If I give you 1 minute now, you're going to ask for 3 minutes. 1 minute. You've got 1 minute if you want to talk.
You didn't
I
give
know
me
Sabi
but
for
if you
now.
want to give me 1 minute,
Calm down,
Get
calm
to the
down.
point. You want to talk for 1 minute,
If
I'll give it to
you
other
let me
people.
talk, will you
Get
let
back
me
to
talk?
the topic.
Calm down, please.
Let me talk.
Maybe we
Will
can
you
make
just
this a
let me
topic.
talk?
We can make this a topic some other time, so we can deal with this topic.
No, you're not going to deal with it because you will never deal with it. Why? Because you people are gleefully being influenced.
Oh my God!
It is
please, will you let me talk?
Either we want to learn. I speak on Christianity. You've never heard me castigate Christianity, even when I speak on it.
Nobody's castigating Islam.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Nobody's finished. Let me talk. You have to let me talk.
Excuse me, everybody, for a minute. Forefather, please take control. Allow this guy to land. Allow him to land.
He refused to land.
I know. I'm saying to you, please, guys, just a minute. Please, guys, just 1 minute, please. We have to return this thing to a normal conversation.
Me land.
Let him land. Let him land. Do not interrupt him, please.
Why are you being rude
Let him land.
today?
1
What is
minute.
the problem? And you always do this. And it is
1 minute.
childish. Look at you again.
1 minute.
I know you're not slow. What's wrong with you?
1 minute.
Let's be adults.
Which one is
Deal
your
with the conversation. 1 minute, please.
Fofana, calm down now. Let's
What is
run
wrong
a
with
good
you?
program.
It
Please.
is either
Okay,
you
I will
want to
time it
learn.
now.
I am not here
time
to defend.
everybody.
I am not here to defend anybody. All I'm trying to do, just like I will do with the Jew, and I will do with the traditional religion, which you've attacked me when I speak on, defend the Jews in Igbo land, when I defend traditional religion, you attack me. I am just trying to express the little knowledge that I have. You will agree that on this panel right now, the only two people that have any idea or a semblance of understanding of the Islamic faith are myself and AY. I am not carrying on in an emotional manner. I have agreed, for example, with Kenny on the terrorists, which you threw insults at me at, but I let it go. So just let me land. That's all I'm saying. Very simple. With this video that you showed just now, there are set rules. Again, try to listen with an open mind. AY says something very pertinent. You cannot use the doctrines of Christianity to weigh how Islam is practiced. If you do that, that would be like when a Muslim holds a Quran and says Jesus is not God, and a Christian holds a Bible and says Jesus is God, but they want to make their point from a Bible and the Quran. Now, in Islam, whoever's phone is that, could you please turn it off? Thank you. So, in Islam, for example, there is whose phone is that? Like, what are we doing?
The phone was meant to ring after 1 minute that you were given.
In Islam, because you gave everybody else 1 minute. So in Islam, there is something called the Sharia. All right? The Sharia dictates how the religion is carried out. for example,
including cutting
women
hands and legs.
cannot lead prayers except with fellow women. That is one. So that woman right there, if there were
No,
no,
no, I have a video where a woman is leading prayers and the men were behind her.
well, I like
Islam.
This one is for men too. I don't know.
Kenny, but like I said, listen to me again.
Leave it.
Hold on. Like I said, always listen when I say something. I said
Nobody
there
is like
are
this here.
rules.
Everybody is on the equal playing field. Don't do this to people. Don't do this to people. I speak the truth.
Can you
Don't
please let me talk? So, like I said, there is, Kenny, I hope you're listening. There's something called a Sharia. A Sharia is a guideline. You can do it like this and only like this. You cannot do it no other way. From everything related to sex, to prayers, to even how you clean yourself in the toilets, to how you sneeze, how you eat, whatever you want to do. This is the guideline. So in that guideline, women cannot lead prayers for men. It is impossible. It is not allowed. Once you start doing
But
that,
remember, initially, you guys said that women don't lead prayers.
Oh, so no, I never said that. I agreed. And I said, you're going to see even the gay Muslim. I told you that, right or wrong. I said, you'll see the gay Muslim, you'll see the women Muslim. But now I was going to expatiate on that and explain why you will see that. There are rules. The women are not supposed to do that except with fellow women. A woman cannot go in a male congregation and, for example, stand with the men. She cannot stand in front of the men. A non-gay person will not be allowed to lead prayer. Now, let's be clear on that. I don't think you can pull out in any Islamic text that there is any bar to a homosexual leading a prayer.
Father, we speak now.
But no, you can't speak. Let me explain myself. I know you.
Your time don't finish. Your time don't finish.
Are we here to learn?
Let's be fair now. Let's be fair.
Let's
be fair. You can't start teaching us the whole history of Islam just to make a simple point.
You guys got it. Nice.
It's not fair what you are doing.
Your time don't finish.
Please, I want to speak.
Don't
I want to speak for Father.
Let's allow AY to speak so it doesn't look like we're ganging up.
They're not gonna let me speak.
Muslims, they are underrepresented group. We don't want to marginalize them.
I speak the truth. You have just said now, none of us here know anything except you and AY that know that. But you two will not agree on the same issue when it has to do with Christianity. You, AY, you make your own point. You insult.
Why do you keep lying?
You see, you
on me
keep interrupting, and you don't want people to.
No, I will interrupt.
Extremists. Nobody asked you. Allow KJ talk.
Why do you keep interrupting?
Why do you say
we should
I
keep quiet?
said anything
Quiet
about
5 minutes.
Christianity?
You still have not had enough time.
When did I say anything about Christianity? Don't lie.
You say too many things about me too now. Come on, let's.
My brother, Paul Father. Do you know how many times? Paul Father, I've been quiet for a long time. Do you know how many times you would have kicked me off? Do you know how many times you would have kicked me off?
No, yours is insults. Yours is insults.
What insult? Doesn't this repertoire deserve insult? This is a very insulting.
You see this man? There's a man in that.
Mine is insult. What are you talking about? Mine is insult.
Okay, now let's get back. Let's get back to topics so we can round up this. I think we can deal with this topic some other time.
This is a dustbin subject. Can I come in, or can somebody come back to the point?
Maybe you may want to review the video if you want.
We'll do it some other time where we discuss how different groups relate to conversations objectively, because it appears different groups are not very they relate to conversations differently based on
because people are trying to be childish.
I think we'll benefit from understanding that.
Father, let me say this.
We have been discussing Christianity here. Nobody has ever thought about it. Don't say different group. Say the Muslim community don't.
No. I mean, Christians are more open. So Muslims are less open. Who knows? We'll find out something. I think it's a fair conversation to have.
The problem is. Hold on, wait, please 1 second. The problem is in a situation like this, people are so eager to have a one-up. So it is challenging.
No, that's not even if it is so what? If it's for the right reason.
Someone like Kenny really wants to know? And can it actually know certain things about what he's talking about? That is as opposed to you have every other person, yourself included, just making a jest of it, throwing out homonyms, insulting people. Then you have, I'm not going to talk about this.
That is same
but
thing
yes,
that is done on this channel.
but when
Nobody wants to
when
be constructive about this. I tell the truth, I think you've had more than your fair share of speaking.
Fofana, give me 1 minute. Fofana, give me 1 minute.
1 minute, okay, go ahead.
What has Speak the Truth was saying, right? It's actually saying the truth in terms of it's different when somebody want to learn. Like if you want to learn, it's like I will explain this to you, right? Like he said of Kene. Kene kind of have knowledge because he lived among the Muslim a lot, right? So that's why when he make all this his summation, I said he was 99.9% right? It's not that they are not people, they are not deviant. You cannot have a religion of over 2 billion, you will not have deviant. Who is going to say that? You will have deviant.
Exactly.
But it's how you can't call them imam, you can't call them this. There are, of course, if a Canada is speaking, he knows there are certain things Muslim will not take, right? It's just like we're talking of, except they don't know, you know. But the thing is, I think we should learn between ourselves, you know. You are a Christian, you are a Muslim. To me, in the end, no matter what you believe, if there is no humanity in you, I don't have business with you. You should have humanity in you. But what people believe, I think your relationship with God should be a personal thing. That is why
I want to know something. I want to know something today.
That is why. Hold on, Connect. That's why when we started this thing, I didn't really want to discuss it because I see that when people are ready to learn, it's different. You can't.
I don't think it's accurate. I don't think it's accurate. You can have no. Hold on. I'm getting fed up of this. Hold on. I'm getting a little bit fed up of this. We do this all the time. I've spoken to Somalis. You know, those guys are. If you think you are Muslim, you've not even started. I've spoken to Somalis about this, and they do this all the time, where they waffle around, and they want to tell you the history. It's almost like they want to even combat you in the process of just trying to explain a simple concept.
Yes.
What kind of waffling is that? That is
waffling.
There is something we need to understand. When it comes to Christianity, pastors will use the same Bible, and confuse a professor, thereby making the professor to submit all he has to this pastor in the name of seed sowing. Now, in Islam, they have their own, which is taqiyya. It's a skill. They are taught how to use this. So I am not surprised if AY or Speak the Truth is taking 1 hour to explain something to you, and at the end of the day, making you to convert to Islam. It's natural. We understand that. Now, there's something I need to know. Yeah, I speak the truth. I speak the truth.
Wait for him to land.
There's something I need to learn today. For Muslims, right? They are required to pray 5 times a day. And from my understanding, which I think is not applicable to other Muslims. I mean, it's not like Islamic doctrine. They always, before they pray, they always use water. They call it ablution, right? They always wash their blockers. Washing their blockers is actually what interests me, because it will make your blocker to be very neat and not smelly, for the rest of the day. So, is it part of the doctrine that you must wash your blockers? I want to know, please.
I need to answer that question. Hold on, guys. I need to answer the question.
Okay, you guys are making jargon very.
No.
Feel like it's very well behaved right now.
Yes, I said. Hold on. No. Let's take this seriously. I need to explain that. So,
can we get back to the original topic?
Let me answer, then we move. Let me answer. He needs to know.
This one is very important because that was I need to know.
Okay, hold on.
Get back to that later.
Hold on. In Islam, right? So there are different levels of purification. Purification of the heart, purification of the body is part of Islam. Purification of the body involves you go to the washroom to pee, you use water to clean yourself so urine will not go into your clothes to avoid. So that's
ask him what it is.
purification.
How did
hold
Jesus
on,
used to
hold on.
pray?
Even when you shit, right? After cleaning your body, you use water to clean your body to make sure you are clean. Then you do ablution, which is wudu. You know that. So purification of the body is very, very important as the prayer. In fact, if you don't have it, you don't have prayer. You waste your time. So it's very important. It's a doctrine in Islam. So get that.
Ask him.
Okay.
How does
I think
it?
it's a good practice. That hygienic stuff
I
is
just
good.
want
Yeah.
to
So
please.
at least your wife no go see say you dey smell.
So
But while doing that, AY, after the purification, right? And as soon as I'm coming out to kneel and I saw big Ikebe passing, am I allowed to look nyash? Because
no, you're not.
Oh my God!
Let's move on.
Let's get back to the conversation.
They like Inya. Kenny, they like Inya.
Okay, can we end this now? Come on,
Please,
man.
let's end the topic.
I will call a stop to
serious
this.
Question.
Leave it. There's no serious question anymore. Please, let's leave this. The original topic was that in our traditional faiths and our traditional religions, like the way we used to believe in Chi, Olodumare, I don't know what the Northerners used to believe in, or the other, Shekiri and others. What do they believe? What is the essence of life? What is the purpose of life? Do they believe in, like, you go to some ancestral plane that you're going to live a certain life? What is their aspiration?
What faith are you asking about?
I am asking about our traditional beliefs. What do they believe in that is the purpose of life? You know, like in the case of Islam, now you say, okay, the purpose of life is to worship God and go to heaven. And Christianity, the same thing. Buddhism, they believe in reincarnation until you ascend to. I'm not exactly sure where. I'm not exactly sure where. Hindu believe in something like that too.
Why are we going back if Chim already explained?
Forefather is always going back to
no, because they have different opinions on these things. There are different opinions.
Your opinion?
On these things.
Chim already said it.
I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
So Chim already
Forefather
said
is always going back to this nonsense.
I have to go back to the topic now. You want us to be arguing that Muslims are a little bit touchy about discussing Islam.
Can I answer Forefather's question so that we have some way of moving on?
Jago, I like this your TV. I need to come and take it.
I don't even put it on, man. I'll give it to you, my brother.
Let me ask you a question. How do you?
What is this? I speak to stop.
Come
on. Allow Jago speak.
Let me just ask my question.
Let me speak. Allow me to speak.
Can we follow the moderator, please?
He's not allowing me to
moderate.
You don't block my voice by now. You don't block my voice.
You just cut
allow me to moderate now. We are just having to go at Jago a moment to go about this. Allow me to moderate now.
No, you got it. Don't worry about it.
Thank you.
I got you. Don't worry. I got you.
Nice one. Yeah, Jago, please go ahead. What is our truth?
You know,
this is even.
I've heard your question, and let me just come in order to speak. You know, the last 1.5 hours, I've been listening, and I learned nothing. I've been listening intently and wanting someone to land in a space that I can grab. I couldn't grab anything. If anybody thinks that they were explaining anything here, they explained zero. So let me just move on and say that was a wonderful waste of time. My time in particular. Wonderful waste of time. Said nothing that edifies anybody. Two people who are from the Islamic faith were asked a rather simple question.
You don't know what faith I'm from.
Which?
All right, so don't tag.
Okay, whatever you believe. Which those who believe that they, you said it to me before, but don't worry about it. Wait, let me land. You see, this is not what to do. I didn't speak once when you guys were doing it. I just spoke to calm people down in order for them to speak. Okay, that's fair enough. Let me speak.
You've come with your.
I have, bro, but let me just speak. Okay, oh yeah. Anyway, my brother, thank you for all of that. Meanwhile, I'll continue by saying I learned absolutely zero, and I'm here with ears to learn. However, the level of pontification and coming down to zero and repetitive nonsense that I heard amounted to zero. So with all the waste of time that we've done, the simple question that was asked was, and AY at least tended to it, which is to say that there is nobody who's perfect. Of 2 billion worshippers, we must expect that there will be anomalies. And I enjoyed that. But I still wanted to stick to the question that was being asked. He was asking particularly of both Muslim and Christian believers. When we look back at ourselves as Africans, is there a level of movement spiritually from the zone that we're in right now as fleshly beings into the spirit world and beyond? To answer the question only from a Christian or Muslim point of view, forefathers were saying there's an issue with that. Why don't you know anything? And I don't point the finger at anybody before they get twisted up. Why don't we know anything about what is ours? Forefathers is asking from a point of view that he admits he knows little. AY admitted also that he knows little in this aspect. So forefather puts to us why. Why do we know so little? Why aren't we able to objectively? It doesn't mean that we have to imbibe ourselves within these other practices of faith. It suggests our knowledge base and what we are able to keep in knowledge for ourselves in order to tackle other positions that the world has. And I believe that's fair. That's a fair question. It's rather an intellectual question, and we should speak into that intellect. No, instead of that, we're defending all positions, and it was just a waste of my time, to be frank. You people that should be able to teach something, you taught nothing because you're too full of your own, what do they call it? Sorry.
Just being in defense of what you stand for.
Well, basically, the defense is too much.
Instead of being objective.
Wait, bros, let me land. Thank you for that. Basically, I haven't got the word I'm looking for, but generally, the defense is too much for an objective conversation. You cannot have all of the chips in a conversation. I know many of you think that I've got all the chips and I'm going to keep it. No. It just gets like, are we children here? Are we kids? Or more, do you just want me to accept what you're saying? Do you just want me to accept what you're saying with no retort? I don't believe that's a conversation. I don't believe that's how to have a conversation. Exactly. Kenny came and he made certain questions. To me, those questions weren't fully appreciated or answered. They were packed again, full of defense. Full. Explain, expose, let us learn. This is my frustration. I'm not trying to point the finger at anyone. I'm just trying to say, look, man, for an hour and a half, we learned nothing. And anyone who can tell me what they learned, apart from that, we're terrible at communication. What did anyone learn?
We learned that some people are very touchy about discussing.
There you go. That's what I learned.
I can say one thing for Jagu. Hold on. You see, what Jagu did just now, this is why I have Jagu here. Because he's at his best when he talks like this. Nobody can argue with what he said. And he literally enunciated the original conversation quite well and why it is important. And somewhere along the line, we just lost track because of people.
We didn't lose track because with all due respect, please, I'd really appreciate it. We did not lose track.
Sorry, please, can I say something?
Jefferson, let Jefferson say.
Sorry, can I say something?
Yeah, Jefferson, go ahead. You have had your say a lot.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're doing it again.
Sorry, thank you very much for giving me the audience.
But don't worry.
Jagu is extremely right.
I got you.
Look, no matter what we stand for, I pray. I'm not going to use any religion to pray to or beg any of you. But whatever you stand for is your business. But please, I pray that you need to try as much as possible to be objective. Don't take everything hook, line, and sinker. because that is even the genesis of our problem. People cannot think, they can't take this through, they can't check things, irrespective of what you stand for. You must be able to check and recheck and recheck. Nobody is saying you should not follow whatever you want to stand, because that's our issue. It's unfortunate that most of us, even within our Christian faith, even within our Islamic faith, they no longer reason anymore. They can't check things for themselves. They can't be objective for once. They can't ask questions. Is this how you think that's how God created us? You think God created us to be here to be stupid? No.
I'm telling you.
God did not create us on this planet to be stupid. God created us for us to be objective.
That has to be said.
And is that
It has to be said.
You know what I'm
look,
probably...
let me tell you, I practice Christianity. I'm not saying, but again, too, when I see things that are variance, I still check them out. I check them, I learn, and I relearn. I don't always see things from one perspective. And that's why I'm telling you, and that is the reason why we as a continent, we are deluded right now. Even, and with due respect to you, Ewa, and is it...
Why haven't you interrupted him, Forefather?
Due respect, let me tell you something. I have to say this. Hold on, I have to say this. With due respect, even our Islamic brothers that are in the Middle East, yes, they stand by the Quran, they stand by what they stand for. But sometimes they won't come and tell you. They equally still recheck what they stand for. They recheck them if you don't know. You think
what is your point? What have we not rechecked now?
You think the Christian faith they still don't recheck what they stand for?
What exactly is your point?
What I'm trying to say, we have to be objective as a
this one that said there was
irrespective of what you do. Even if you want to be even if you want to be a Muslim till you die, even if I want to be a Christian you die, we must be objective. Let us think for ourselves and impact the society.
Why haven't you
make sure that there's
do
humanity
you see
in
what
us?
you're doing to
That's
them?
what I'm telling people to do.
Every single person.
Thank you.
Forefather, to be honest, hold on.
Let's allow KJ to say something, please. He hasn't said anything for a while.
Okay, thank you so much, Forefather, for the opportunity to speak again. I wish that we can be organized and let the discussion go line by line so that everybody can get a turn. There's nobody who has more knowledge than the other person. And yeah, I came in because I felt that people were being defensive when it has to do with the discussing the issue that was on ground. And Forefather did a good job. So let's go to what the question that Forefather has asked. In the Igbo land, there are many forms of worship. Now, the Igbos believe in reincarnation. They also believe on the higher powers, a god called Chineke or Chiku Okike Abiyama, which means that they know that that God that is the creator of the heavens and the earth has a son and has a way and has angels and all that, smaller gods and bigger gods that help to carry out his instruction. But the traditional Igbo belief is that between life and death, they coexist. And that's why the Igbos, when their people pass, they don't have a separate burying ground for them. They are buried either in their compound and some of them buried in their rooms because they believe that the dead also have a place to play in the society, in the land of the living. They guide the living. Whether that is true or not, I do not know because I do not practice traditional religion. But I'm saying what you can easily be able to research and find out. However, because the practice of the Igbo traditional religion or Igbo traditional practice is so close and sometimes almost the same with that of the Jews, sometimes it is believed that the Igbos are part of the Jews. But Professor Lumumba of Southern Africa has even gone ahead with his research to say that the Igbos claim that they are from the Jews, that is the other way around. The Jews came out of Igbo land. Whether that is true or not, I have not gone to do that research, but this is his research. And it is on the internet because AY is laughing. You know, whenever they talk about Igbos being part of the Jews, it's so funny to them. I don't know what is so funny to them. You see, because
I'm looking at my phone. It's not because
I'm
of you.
To you something. You're laughing over it. What is so funny? You can claim to have come from
I'm not
Germany. We don't care. So why is
just
that
face what you say? I'm not talking to you. No,
So just
I'm
allow
looking
me
at
to
my phone.
Now, I also quoted a source that information had come from. So you can actually, Professor Lumumba is a very popular historian and a writer in Africa right now. So it's not a question, it's not a hidden. So now, back to what Forefather said. That is the thing that I know. In the land of the Igbos, they believe in reincarnation. But whether those of us who are Christians now still believe there's reincarnation or not, it's a different question. It's a different answer. But that's the traditional, that's the practice in Igbo land.
Okay, see, the question I asked is a little bit subtle. It's close to what you are answering. Like, this is the things that happen. We have a reincarnation. We have, we have this coexistence between the dead and the living. However, is there a purpose to it all? That is the question.
Father, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Let him finish now.
I'm asking him now.
Before you, so you can finish.
You're
everything.
asking him. So when
why
time
are
you
you interested? Hold on. Why
like,
do you call traditional religion why do you call it our?
Because
hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. Are we telling you we are traditionalists, all of us? And is that what you worship? Can you be full disclosure? Disclose if you are a Christian or you are a traditional worshiper. Can you disclose it before we continue discussing this topic?
The reason why I'm asking is
because you are the moderator. For full disclosure, can you disclose yourself?
Can I answer?
Go ahead.
The reason why I'm asking the question is because I want to understand what our ancestors used to practice.
If you want worship,
can I finish what I'm saying? I don't know why this is irrationally irritating you. Maybe because you are so indoctrinated into your religion that you feel it like it challenges what you believe in.
No, it does not.
No, let me finish what I'm
my
saying
position
now.
with traditional.
Let me answer the question. I will answer directly so KJ can carry on.
He asked a question about traditional belief, and the traditionalist is there to answer.
You're a weirdo, bro. Can carry on, but I should not speak.
Hold on now. It's very, very important we know who we truly are. Instead of going to believe people that live in desert telling us how to live.
But answer my question.
That is very, very important.
Don't
hold on. I've answered your question. The reason why. You asked me why am I asking is it because I am practicing? I'm telling you that I'm asking
said,
because
are you a traditional worshiper or you are a Christian?
I'm not discussing this in my personal.
He's somebody that would want to learn about this arena. That's how he began. Don't confuse him. Don't confuse him. If you are saying that, I'm trying to answer for you so that there's peace and instead of fruitless arguments. The guy forefathers began this whole question when I think I was the first to speak, and then I was going on a rant of my personal belief and understanding. He told me to stop, that he wants me to speak more towards the viewpoint of our traditional beliefs in Africa. So I switched and I answered his question. Instead, you guys that can't adapt to answering such a question, you now brought the whole Islamic issue and we spent a wasted 2 hours.
Who did?
2 hours.
No, it was Forefather.
No, engage him, bro. AY, don't engage him.
Yeah, that's right. Don't engage. Because AY can't think for himself.
No. It's Forefather that raised.
Yeah, you're gonna put talking to AY dead. I'm not referring to you.
So I want to respond. I want to respond to Forefather's question. And I'm responding to this question because you all know that I'm a Trado-Christo believer, right? So, but I will apply the traditional part of me in responding to his question. No, Igbo people don't, Igbo ordinary. Ordinary means spirituality.
Did I bring that up last time or no, Kenny?
Can we let him finish?
Did I bring that up?
Don't engage him, man. Don't engage him. Don't engage him. Don't engage him, Kenny. Don't engage him. Don't engage him.
It's okay. It's okay. So Igbo spirituality do not believe in
You're almost 70 years old. You're almost dead.
Oh, come on, man. What is this today?
I'm still alive, bro. And I still got my mouth.
Does not believe in
that
heaven.
doesn't perturb me. It doesn't perturb me.
Jago, you
go away then, you freak show.
So can I speak?
Go away.
Idiot.
Okay.
Control this thing now. You see,
Igbo
it's calling someone an
spirituality
idiot.
does not believe in
Not
heaven.
you, AY. No, you are not talking to you, AY.
Chukuna malugo yo biadiocha Agaranya chogo kowe bili Agaranya chogo kowe rienio Owe chuku bezie chuku Nuche chukwa busigi fegemeo Nuche chukwa busia ifegemeo Nifo solo ne asi alibazie
I like the last line. If this Yalibazia. Oh, it's unfortunate that some of us don't understand what it is saying. But this is what I was trying to say. When it comes to ordinary Igbo, which means Igbo spirituality, it doesn't really believe in heaven nor hell, but rather it believes that when one dies, the spirit travels through different realms. And the realms through which this spirituality, this person's soul or spirit travels, the ultimate goal is to end up with their ancestral realm. So ultimately, they believe that you go through these journeys to also come back, which we call reincarnation. You're coming back to amend the mistakes you made when you in your previous life. And then if you get it right this time, when you die again, you will never come back. You stay with your ancestors. But if you were not able to correct it on your second journey, there is a chance, you still have the chances of coming back the third time or even to the seventh time. That was why earlier, I think it was Shim that was saying, either Shim or Jeffrey, Owage, Owamo, Owasato, or Iwamo Owasa. Yeah, Owamo Owasa. So, which means you can reincarnate up to seventh time. But when it comes to, I think I've forgotten the next question, the other question you asked. But
what happened after 7 times?
Yeah, after 7 times, if you get all those journeys wrong, you can't you won't have the opportunity to remedy it again. You are done.
Are you going to go with the ancestors or you're going to go somewhere else?
No, you can't sit with the indie chair. Indie chair means you know how the Christianity you have saints, right? So you can't sit with the saint. You are done. Your spirit is done. You're not coming back again. But if you get the 7th time right, or you get the 6th time right, you will dine with the ancestors in the chair. So you have a life there.
So the 7th time you didn't get it right. So where do you go? Nowhere.
You're done. You're done. You're forgotten. You're done. Your spirit is gone.
You're
die
gone.
completely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Die completely. Okay.
So
that
for
is
those,
very clear. Thank you for that.
For those that believe in heaven, that's fine. For those that believe in hell, some equally believe in purgatory. Some also believe. Let me even put this. Some believe that when you die, you are going straight to hell. Then it's from the hell your next destination will be determined if you are going to heaven or if you are still going back to the hell. AY will know this very well. I'm coming. I have 3 things here. Foreigners, I have 3 things. One religion, Christianity, believe that when you die, you are going to heaven. If you believe in Jesus Christ, you are going to heaven straight. The other religion believe
or hell.
No, or hell. No, if you believe in Christ, if you accept Christ as your Lord and personal, and you live a righteous life, you are going to heaven direct. That is Christianity for you. Then we have traditional worshiping. It says if you die, you don't have any heaven or hell. Your spirit will be wandering. Then we have another religion, Islam, says if you die, you are going to hell direct. So
Wow.
it's in the hell.
You
It's
know,
in the hell.
listen,
Even Muhammad himself, Muhammad says that even he is not sure of his destination. Muhammad says that he's not sure of it. So Islam believes that you are going to hell direct. It's from hell your fate will be determined.
Forefather, you need to stop this nonsense. There is nothing like that in Islam. You need to stop that nonsense.
No, that's not true.
No, let's start. No, I will provide proof now from Quran.
From Quran. Now, you guys, help me out here. Calm down. You see, I have to. No, regarding the topic though, we have to stick to the topic. Kene gave the most complete answer that I've heard this evening. Him and Jagon gave very good answer. I wouldn't say good answer. At least give me an idea of how they think about existence before, because this is important that we start understanding it. And so, who wants us to go next?
Let me speak.
Please, I've been trying
first
to
of all,
forever.
Can you
don't worry, you're going to go next.
Hold on, you are not in a position to speak things that are not true in Islam. What you just said, that is evil, complete evil. There is nothing like that in Islam. But however, I hold on. I need the question of this traditional religion. I think there is a lot of confusion.
What is Bazak?
What is what?
Bazak. What is Bazak?
Bazak just means limbo.
Limbo. Okay.
No.
Quran chapter 75 verse 55. Okay, go on.
This is
Quran chapter 71 verse 55.
Stop interrupting him now. Let him just speak. Otherwise, they will be like we're ganging up on them.
This is where the problem is. It's so easy for people to speak. Like what Jago was speaking, he kept saying, "Oh, he didn't learn anything. No question was answered." And how can we deny that? Or it's just that what you're gonna say that I will accept. What you want to hear, that was not what was said. And this is Jago I know. Usually, Jago, if you don't, he believe in one-way traffic. He's a one-way traffic man. If you don't give the answer you want to hear, he always dismiss people. That is his usual, is his nature.
Thank you for that. Thank you very much.
No, I'm not trying to put you down, but that's who you are. You are very strong with your opinion. No, hold on. It's not an insult, but that's you, right? I myself, like, I'm very open to learning. I might not agree with what you say, but I'm very, very open to learn. That it is just my nature, right? So there is no need. This traditional religion, when we started discussing it, I told Father, I said, I don't know anything about this traditional stuff because I don't participate. I have never participated. I will not participate. But I'm also open to learning. I know my friend from the East, he has explained ordinarily to me, like, how those stuff work. I'm open to learn, to hear from people. But my problem with these traditional worshippers, there is no defined direction. People just speak, blah, blah, blah. And my question I wanted to ask Ekene, now, he says it's a trado Christian, kini. My question is now, how do you now relate? You are a Christian on one hand, you are a traditional on another hand. Okay, in this stuff you are saying now, what do you believe? Is that not like a confusion? What do you now? Do you take the? Hold on, let me finish the question. Do you take the position of, okay, Christian believe if you die, you either go to heaven or you go to hell? You said traditionalists believe that you keep reincarnating or stuff like that. The question is, now when you die, what do you think will happen to you? What do you believe? Like, is that not a confusion? That is where my problem is. If I want to be a traditionalist, I will be fully a traditionalist. I know I don't have business with any other thing.
Do you want me to answer you?
Yeah,
yes.
Answer.
Okay. I'm not confused because traditional belief and Christianity, they all believe in Chukwu Okike, which means God the Creator, God Almighty, right? So both religion believe in God Almighty, and both religion believe in praying to God. Though traditional believer doesn't really believe in prayer, but having a communication with God, which you can equate to prayers, right? Then when it comes to whether you go to heaven or hell, I think both believe in living, the ultimate goal for both religion is living a good life after this earth, you know. Christianity believe in going to heaven where you enjoy life to eternity, right? Then traditional believe that you can still make the one shot. In your one shot of journey, you can live a good life where you can now dine with indeed cheers, right? So it mustn't be
But
seven
you
times,
know
you know.
it's not all Christians that believe in heaven, life after death, right? Heaven and hell, right?
Christians
it's not all Christians. You know it's not all Christians that believe in that. Are you
believe in
aware?
what?
That there is hell and heaven and hell.
I don't know about that one.
Can I say
Yeah, I
something
don't know
real
about
quick?
that one. I'm just telling you what Christianity is all about. So, and I don't think you, as an Islam, you stand in the right position to tell Christianity what
Like
their
Jehovah
doctrine is all
Witness
about.
that believe in
No, we have
Jehovah
Christians here.
Let's allow
Forefather, can I make a quick
I
submission?
was supposed to talk. You can't go.
No. Let's allow. A lot of people have been asking for. I speak the truth to speak. Half of Turkey is inside Europe.
Thank you. Address me by my right name, Nick.
You're making life
really
difficult.
done
Why
it
did you change
justice
it?
to our speak
Half
the
of
truth.
half of Turkey is inside Europe.
Hey,
See,
listen, because
let me point it out to you. Really done it justice to our speak the truth. You didn't allow him to speak at all. To be honest,
no, he's a shady.
Fine.
I don't know
He's
why,
mad shady.
but I feel it
No,
was
no, because
deliberate. I
he
don't know
spoke
why.
for 3 minutes at
No,
a
I
time,
didn't.
and he
I
never
didn't.
made.
This
And
time you kept cutting me off, and
if you
I'm
check
gonna.
the video, you will
Can
see
I
it.
please talk? You're doing
Now,
it again.
I'm going to give you 4 minutes.
You're not
please.
gonna give me 4 minutes. Let me just talk. If you want to cut me off,
He
cut
wants
me
to
off.
argue with me instead. 4 minutes is not enough.
Cut me off if you want to cut me off. You've been doing it all night. Don't give me any
You
time.
see,
Just cut me off.
so 4 minutes is not enough now.
Dude, I don't care. I could be done in 1 minute. I could be done in 4. But if you want to cut me off
Okay,
in
I'll
20
cap it at
seconds,
4 minutes so other
cut
people
me
can
off.
speak.
You haven't been giving anybody time, but now it's me. You want to give me time.
Nobody have given up to 4 minutes.
Dude, you haven't given
Nobody.
anybody time. You're not God. How do you know how much time? Everybody been talking. Anytime I want to talk, you keep shutting me off.
Have
Now
5 minutes.
First, you want to give me a minute. You want to give me 10 seconds. Like, come on. If you want to cut me off, cut me off. It's cool.
5 minutes, please.
Man,
Just follow.
okay,
Just follow.
shit. Just follow. Please don't talk to me.
I'm not talking to you, Sam. When? I'm not talking to you. But I'm not talking to him. I'm not talking to him. Bruh, I'm not talking.
Can you mute him so I can talk, please?
I really have issue with you.
Go ahead.
You can't be
Thank you.
Very crass and on course. That's how you know he's a lonely man. So, Kenny, first of all, when we come here, it is imperative. This is why I have an issue, right? It is imperative that when we come, we speak fact. We speak on what we know. We speak with evidence. And this is why I have a problem. And you know you're my man. I'm not denigrating you in any way. And this is why I have the issue with forefathers, because I had this same discussion, this same exact discussion in a lovely manner with the guest and Rudolph. Whenever I speak with Rudolph and I speak with the guest, it is very professional. And this is why I love Rudolph, because he knows to keep certain people away, if not entirely away, no matter how they beg in the private chats. He won't let them in, or he lets them in at the very least, because he knows everybody's antecedents. And maybe you need to start imbibing that way, because some people on here will go and start arguing with the guests or whatever. So, Kenny, back to what I want to say. You quoted Quran chapter 71, verse what again? Can you please let him speak? I want everybody to hear it.
55.
55.
Yeah, and I'm not done. I still have tafsir.
Again, this is why we have
Yeah,
to be careful.
because that's where the confusion comes. I still have the tafsir.
Sir, again, this is why we have to stop pretending like we know what we don't, because it is dangerous. All right. So this is why I wanted AY to keep quiet so I could tackle this
So
question.
if you can also read tafsir 1971 to 72.
We will read all that. When you write it, we will read it, because 71 only ends in 28 chapters, in 28 verses. So you added an extra 27 verses that
That is where the distortion of Quran
Let me
comes.
finish. Let me
That is where
finish.
the
Let me
doctrine of
Kenny,
Quran comes
let me
in.
finish. Let me finish. I am well versed in theology, so I don't understand when you people come on here, you make misconceptions, and it'll be like. And this is why I say, when you come into something, it is either you want to learn, you want to have a valid, good discussion, or you come with preconceived notions. And again, not you, because we've been having fun. It was fun having you on here. You know, you throwing in jokes and seriousness and everything. And to a large extent, you actually do know some of what you were talking about. So back to what I want to say. This same chapter 71, verse 55 that he quoted is usually quoted by Christians. But guess what? There are only 28 verses in this section of the Quran that he quoted. So which 55 are you quoting? Now, let's dive chapter 19 that you quoted. I know what you're trying to pick out of there. You, again, I am not trying to teach you guys. I'm just trying or to tell you about the Quran. I'm just trying to explain to you how Islamic doctrine works. Okay? So, you know you cannot take things in isolation when it is the Quran. You would know this. You say you've practiced Islam before. You sometimes you have to seek clarification with what? The hadith. You cannot rely sometimes entirely solely on that. You want clarification, you go into the hadith. But I'm going to end it there. All I will just say is when we want to get into these conversations, it will be nice. Let us not come into it with preconceived notions to antagonize people, to tell lies on people just because we want to one up one person. We start banding everybody together or start all this nonsense that was going on for hours where this one wants to talk and that one interrupts and this one wants to talk and that one interrupts, or someone comes and says, oh, well, because you know this thing, I think you might be Muslim and you're getting pissed off. And no. Let's engage each other. What you don't know, let the other person speak, and what you know, the other person doesn't know, let them listen. But now there's people in the comments right now running off a 71 verse 55 Kenny that doesn't even exist.
Okay. What about the Tafsir 1971 to 72? Doesn't exist as well?
Kenny,
where it says, and I quote,
okay, so you asked him
Yeah.
about Bazak. And what did I tell you Bazak meant?
It says doom or something like limbo,
No,
yeah.
I didn't say doom. I said
Limbo.
limbo. In Arabic, it means limbo. It means a barrier, something dividing, which is just like what the traditional believers say, your spirit could be roaming, right or wrong. We just discussed with the nanny. If it doesn't go to hell, it doesn't go to heaven, it roams. So with the Islamic sect, they believe this thing. So Bazak is the barrier between hell and heaven. That's what it means in Arabic, barrier. But for you to think Bazak means
That's
hell,
purgatory. That is purgatory.
yeah, limbo. It's limbo,
Chamber.
basically. So to now come around to people and say it means hell, again, that is misinformation. So we have to be very
No,
careful.
I asked because we all know that Quran is being doctored. Just like
Okay, so
the
in any
Bible is
event,
being doctored. A lot of things, yes, a lot of things are being removed from Quran. I'm telling you. Then what about the Tafsir? The Tafsir 1971 to 72.
So Kenny, in any event, I will end with this. When we want to speak on something and we want to prove it as fact, it'll be nice for us to go check the evidence. Research doesn't hurt. And that way,
Exactly. And that is why I said, can we make reference to Tafsir 1971 to 72?
Please,
what
let's
is
move
your
on
point
from.
about
I think it's
1971?
okay.
No, my point there is that it stated
These
that
are very
everyone,
unnecessary, to be honest.
every soul,
Kenya is
all right,
just
will be brought to
Kenya
hell.
is
Then the righteous will be saved.
Okay.
Every soul will be brought to hell.
Let's allow KJ come in now. KJ has been trying to come in. Now I think everybody's satiated now. Okay, let KJ please come in.
I'm just having fun here, man. You know, some people are trying to rewrite the Quran for us this night, but I would not want to dwell there. I just want to, if Ewa has a problem, let him remember that a certain writer some time ago called Solomon Rushdie. What was that his book again? Salman Rushdie. Do you remember him? Anyway, that's not for today. I just want you to know that we also have a good knowledge of your Quran.
You don't have any. You even if it's not religion, you are Mr. Propaganda. I can't even listen to what you're saying.
You know when
you are the
when the left don't have a good point, they call you a propagandist. You're not the first. I'm used to that.
Actually, even on comment section, people know you are propaganda. It's not me.
You are in England. Is there a man from England called Salman Rushdie who wrote the Satanic Verses? Can you remember any book like that published some time ago? You can research it. So
What is your point, from Salman Rushdie.
What's your point?
You
Salman
can
Rushdie was not from England. Salman Rushdie, he was not from.
You just speak unadvisedly. I want to put you on the spot.
You're not putting me on the spot.
No such book existed. I want it to be on record that there's a book like that in history.
But Salman Rushdie is not from England.
I want to say, bros, now you that complain, say people always interrupt you.
Because you give again,
you
give
false
information.
To allow other people talk also.
You give false information.
Let other people
Salman
also talk.
Rushdie is
You've
not
been
from
talking
England. Simple.
I've not even spoken. But when I want to speak, you start talking.
KJ, what is your
give
point?
You my time.
Propaganda machine.
No, for that, I give my time to speak the truth. Let him talk.
Because listen, again, when we want to talk, especially on testy issues like this, on issues that rile people up, it is imperative that you come with fact, evidence. You cannot just come and stop making up stuff or suppositions.
You see, when it has to do,
everybody should go.
When it has to do with Islam, it riles people up. But when you have to discuss Christianity, you bring your mouth and put into what you don't know.
Again,
and we give you the privilege and the opportunity to
are
talk.
You talking
and
about
those people
me?
Who are leaders of this thing, but your own, it rats you up. But when you have to talk about other people's religion,
whether it be Christianity
or Islam, it becomes a problem to you. Why?
KJ, I mentioned Salman Rushdie. That was all I brought up. I was correcting the fact that you said Salman Rushdie was from England. He is not from England, which is what I want to correct. And I've told you all night, you keep lumping me up with, oh, you say, have you ever heard me denigrate any religion on here? You have never. So why are you trying to give the audience the impression that this is a part of my character? It is not. And each time you mention,
I don't give you my time. Talk whenever you like.
So
if
each
you
time
like
you
talk, you can talk from now to tomorrow.
KJ, you are bigger than this. Actually. I don't know why you go on the childish route.
When you are tired, you let me know.
All right, I'm going to be tired in like 30 seconds. So each time you castigate and put wrong assertions on my name, I will dispute it, because you've never heard me come here to denigrate any religion, be it Islam, Christianity, traditional religion, Judaism. Yesterday was Judaism and traditional. I don't do that. That is not my character. So I think with me, I am more vexed at the fact that you guys are being childish. It's like, we have a one-up on Islam. We're going to attack them, just like yesterday. We have a one-up
exactly
on
what KJ
the
is doing.
Yesterday, it was 4-5.
What's happening?
Oh, now he's going to mute me. Yesterday, it was forefathers attacking the Igbos that made...
Forefathers, we can't hear you.
That made us, if you know, upset.
Sorry, you can't hear me. Sorry about that. See, try to hear me out here. The reason why this is because that was a relatively simple question for somebody like in Christian faith to discuss. And you all are partakers when we talk about pastors and all this. Nobody's saying,
I am not.
Can you let me finish? Can you let me finish?
But don't include me in it.
Can you let me finish? Nobody's saying that you are denigrating any religion.
I don't participate when it's Christianity. Don't include me in it.
If you don't participate when it's Christianity, okay, fine. If
yesterday,
you never
you say you just
I cannot remember clearly whether you never participate, because
I don't participate.
it's very hard to dodge it in this panel where you hear a pastor made a statement sometime.
Yesterday, you just said I spoke on Adeboye. You kept saying it, and anytime I tried to say I wasn't even here yesterday to talk about Adeboye. You kept saying you did. You did.
But
I didn't.
The point I'm making is that have you not been here when we were talking about a Christian?
Father, let me ask you.
Hold on.
Good. Let's leave it at that. But I'm trying to give you the reason. People, I'm trying to give you the reason. See, hold on now. Let me just finish my point.
I do not participate.
I'm trying to give you the reason why people feel this way, especially AY. I've had this type of conversation with AY before. I reminded him that, okay, like I was talking to Somalis, and every time they talk about Christianity and they will be laughing at black people for using white Jesus, Pan-Africanists start having conversation. So why this, people keep using white Jesus all the time, that we don't do that because we have Muslim, we do this and all kinds of stuff. Like every time we're having conversation, they will have a go at what the Christians are doing. Then somehow they always feel the need to reference what Islam tells them, which is different. But are you sure that is true? Because let me finish my point. Are you sure that is true? That you guys also look at something when you're worshiping, when you're sort of running around, when you're going around that Kaaba, is that normal behavior that you say is this thing? And some people want to go and touch those things. The reason why I said that to that the person that day, I felt like they are doing it to other people, and they don't know that they are all practicing similar faiths in a way. So when I called the person out that day, the person from that day he stopped. You don't do that anymore, because you have to understand that what you are discussing about other people, you too are part of.
Let me ask you a question.
And it's not fair that you don't
can't
do it
keep
both
going.
ways.
Hold on.
So when he was going for 5 minutes now,
let me ask you a question. I will need you to continue. Father, can you tell me any day on this platform that I denigrate Christian or any other religion, or you measure speak the truth? Can you remember any topic where I denigrate religion?
Like I said, I just said
now
it.
You want to run
you see that you won't let me finish. I just said it just now that you didn't denigrate religion. Hold on, can you let me finish? I said it's not like you just came in here and say churches are useless. No, you didn't do that. But when we are talking about like Pastor Adeboye doing something wrong, you criticize him too. When a pastor says that he raised somebody from the dead,
Adeboye is a person.
That's my point.
It's a person.
Oh my God! Is he not a person? Is he not a person that is worshiping Jesus?
Let me explain something. No. I think they're hold on. You are not acting like hold on. Yesterday, the topic of discussion yesterday, when Pastor Adeboye said, if not for his prayer, Naira would have been 10,000 Naira. What happened? KJ was defending those nonsense. Even KJ, I was like, you can't be defending this rubbish. We need to stop. I don't have business. I don't get involved in people's religion. That's your business. So you cannot. No. What you are saying now, you are saying on a public platform. That's why I said. Can you point to hold on, KJ? Can you point to a day where you see me or any other person denigrating Christianity?
That is not the point. You are not denigrating Christianity. You are denigrating the person. The point I'm making is that when the same thing wants to happen with Islam, you both defend it.
No.
But that is the point.
Hold on, Father. This is a good discussion. When this topic was raised, I explained to you. Even when Kenneth said, "Oh, this is what is going on," I said, Kenneth is 99% right. I went there, I said, for the woman, I said, this woman, she just total bullshit, because there is nothing to even explain about what she's doing. She can call herself mostly whatever, but that's rubbish.
You see, if he had just
said that,
if he had just said that, what he just said just now,
that was what I said.
But you didn't say that. You said she's not Muslim. There's no way she would be Muslim. That's the problem.
Father,
I said, you can't. In her own eyes, she not perceive that she's practicing Islam.
Hold on.
She said, no, she cannot be Muslim. One asked her, she will tell you she's not Muslim.
Please let's not go back here.
Hold
Please
on,
let's not go back here,
you
AY,
were
if you can
not
avoid it.
listening. You
You
were not
literally told
listening.
me, ask her, go and ask her whether she's a
Please,
Muslim.
AY.
She's gonna tell
AY,
you that
please,
she's not
eh?
Muslim.
Hold on. Forefather, I don't like what you're doing. Go back to that video. I see that was exactly what I said. You can play the video
Did you
here.
tell me that? Did you not
I
tell me
said
that?
yes.
Go and
That
ask
was
her
what I
and ask her
said.
whether she's a Muslim.
Forefather,
She will tell you that she's not Muslim.
Can I say something?
Did you not tell me that?
AY, 1 minute.
No, I'm asking you a straight question. Now, did you not tell me that if I go and ask her whether she's a Muslim, she's going to tell me she's not Muslim?
Okay,
that is where the issue came.
Allow it. Let KJ speak, please. Let KJ speak, please. Please.
Let me say something.
Let KJ speak.
I think AY, I think you are not trying to understand what Forefather is trying to put out here. That regardless of your religion, be it Christianity, traditional belief, or Islam, your religion is not beyond criticism. We can criticize your religion wherever we see something going
Any
wrong.
individual in that
Any individual representing, I mean, like pastor, imam, or dibias, they can be scrutinized, they can be criticized. Do not exonerate anyone. So do not make it to look as if it is okay to criticize religion, Christian clergies or traditional clergies. But when it comes to Islam, is a no-go area. No, it shouldn't be like that.
The woman
Yeah, it should be open. No, like what forefather said was truth. If you had condemned the woman, this issue wouldn't have prolonged to this extent. But rather, what you said was,
woman. I said
you try to exonerate her from Islam, trying to say that she has nothing to do with Islam. She's not. Yeah, she's not a Muslim and all that. You understand?
Father, believe what you want to believe. That's your problem. For me, I'm a Muslim. I don't hide my religion. That's who I am.
I came into discussion.
If you don't like me, be a Muslim. Have fun.
That is fine. Nobody is stopping you from being what you want to be, but you have to be objective and stand by what is right. Don't follow any religion blindly without being objective.
Come on, guys.
No matter what you stand for, you have to be
Because
objective.
it's not even healthy. It's not even religious, really.
Okay, I'll ask a question.
Can I say something?
With all these things that
allow
are
KJ
happening,
to
you say
talk.
because it's your religion, you support the evil that they are doing.
Hold on. Jesus Christ. What is going on here now? Let's allow KJ finish, then Jefferson talks. Then I will just greet everybody.
I wanted to speak, or I did say.
We have to go home now. We have to go
home. But I'm just saying, I said that AY should speak, and then I wanted to speak. But fair enough.
For clarity's sake, and yesterday when I left, I still AY still quoted that, and I still quoting it. When I came here yesterday, I did not come to defend Adeboye.
You want to lie again now. I know. You can play that video. You want to lie.
You see, that's your problem.
Everybody was here.
You have been speaking since you didn't. I didn't interrupt you. Let me talk.
You cannot be lying. Stand in one place. Let's know where you stand.
Very funny. You see that's always the problem when people come with a mentality to think
that we are attacking you yesterday. Almost everybody was attacking you.
You want to own me. Now,
lie.
This platform, the last time I checked, was have your say. So I have the right to come to this platform and have my say. And I had my say yesterday. And this is what I'm going to say. I'm going to recap all I said. I said, first and foremost, that Adeboye has led this ministry for long and had, said a lot of things that may not go down well with people. In this instance, please go back to that video and watch it. I would have preferred that he would pray that the food stuff will come down to maybe affordable, just like it was like 8 years ago. I would have preferred that he would pray that the naira, instead of stopping at 1,700 naira to $1, will come to $1 to one naira to $1. I think that's what I think God would have done. And I gave an example. I said, when God wanted to give the children of Israel manna in the desert, he knew the number they were, but he gave them more than enough. So the only instruction was do not keep overnight. But every morning as they woke up, they saw manna and they carried as many as they wanted. And I give another instance where God has dealt giving people blessings and do not give them blessings be little or they have more than enough. So If God was answering that prayer as he has said, I think it would have been much better that he would have kept the way he had always done it. However, I said that. However, certain individuals are dealing at different levels because there are different levels of spirituality. As far as the spirituality is concerned, and I even say irrespective of whichever religion you are in, it has levels. Okay? What you know in primary one is not what you know when you're in the university. It may be the same language, the same course, but different languages. So this is what I explained. I never, for once, I'm not a Redeemed Church follower, but the way you are speaking, supposing I was a Redeemed Church follower, I would have been annoyed because you are saying the man was lying people and deceiving people.
No, let people go and watch it.
Sir.
You are lying,
I'll
sir,
leave you to say
KJ.
whatever
I
I want
tell
to.
you,
We
are
never
lying. I
said,
swear to God.
and in this platform, every man of God who calls them man of God or God of man who tries to deceive people, when we bring them here, we do not leave them. Everybody have their say, including you. You say whatever you want to say, and we don't say anything about it. The only reason why I came to this platform this evening was because forefather was trying to get people to even agree that the woman was a Muslim, which both of you were refusing, that she's nothing, has nothing to do with Islam. A woman cannot teach Islam in Islam and all that. And I came in laughing. I told Father, I have come to thank you because the way you put your leg on their neck, it was what brought me to this platform this evening. Bros, it's not a
KJ,
fight.
even if you put gun on my neck, I will. What I said,
I
I
am
will
not
repeat
here
it.
trying to convince you.
That
I'm not trying to
woman,
bring you out
she
so all of us
don't.
can see your ignorance.
There is no
That's
basis to have that. To say she's a Muslim, she's whatever. There is no basis for that discussion. That is my position still. I'm not like you who change mouth every day. That is what I said. You are right.
Thank you. You know, I said something earlier on. When you lack understanding,
So, Pastor Adeboye is not a Christian now, right? Can we say that now?
Let's allow Django to round it up today. Then you guys will start wishing, our people, for the week, what you wish for them for the week, and till next weekend. Jago, please go ahead.
I thank everybody for today's contributions. I think it's been a good day generally, and I think also there has been big patches of diatribe and people just being too sensitive in a discussion that asks for our intellect. Earlier, Adama, she came on board and she accosted me, and I'm cool, but I can hear through all her sayings that she got me completely wrong. She doesn't know who she's talking to, has no idea. There's more to be said on what we think we're doing here. I'm wondering if people are here simply to entertain themselves, which is cool, that's not a problem. Or if we are here really propagating an intellectual discourse. Many times I keep saying to this panel, we've got difficult discussions to have. We've got really, really difficult discussions to have. And I'm not sure that we can actually have them. People are so self-indulgent that they believe everything that's coming out of their mouth is the only thing, or cannot be challenged, or they will get angry because they're being challenged. I'm sorry, I'm not like that. I don't care what nobody says. I know I'm not like that, because why? I can have a discussion. I can have a discussion without swearing or with swearing. I can have a discussion with basketballs or without basketballs. It's up to who I'm speaking to. Who I'm speaking to would really assist me in my conduct when I speak. The fact that people, none of you, I don't care, none of you are actually used to being in serious discourse. You're not. And I know you're not by all of your utterances. Everybody's offended for nothing. I'm somebody, I don't care what it is, I've graded from a salesperson to a lawyer to a politician to who I am. And I've never been a politician, but that is the grade of communication that I've had in my life. People are thinking, can you do that in a public? Yes, I can. And I know how to. I doubt whether any of you can stand in the positions that I've stood in. I doubt it.
I think, Jaguar, I think you
can I land, please,
yourself.
Bros?
You overrated yourself.
Or maybe that you can see like that. Wait, let me land. Don't be offended by what I'm saying.
Let's try to calm this down.
No, let me land. I'm speaking. I'm just speaking. Just
Way
hear me.
overrating yourself.
Oh, you said it twice now. Do you want to say it again?
Go
If you
now.
want to say it again, let me give you an opportunity before I continue. Say it again. Okay, then shut up. Now, all I'm putting to the place, whatever you think about me, I'm not a young boy like you people. And I'm sorry for those. I'm sorry for those who are older than me on this panel. I'm not speaking necessarily to your experience, but I am saying that the consciousness that I have on coming to this platform is based on our country called Nigeria. That's how it's based. It's based on my care for my people in that country and in the diaspora. It is not based on hopeless, hapless pontification. It's not based on me sword fencing with any of you people. I don't want to sword fence with any of you. But don't bring it to my station when it doesn't belong to me. There are too many of you that speak my name and put lies and untruths about who it is that I am. Unfortunately for all of you, I'm totally secure. None of you can budge me from my position unless you're coming with hardcore intellectual sense. If you're coming with just, Jago thinking, that is, I can just throw that in the dustbin because it doesn't belong anywhere. You're not saying to me against what I am talking about. And I would ask for all of us to grow up in terms of their own emotional intelligence and the intellect that we should be challenging, not the personality. You people are completely always challenging the personality, which just obscures what it is that we're here to do. I end.
Thank you. Do you have any message for
my brother, I have great messages for people like AY. Brad, have a great week.
No, not the panelists, the community at large.
Oh yes. Okay. Oh, okay. What do you mean, sir? Sorry, can I get you right?
What message do you have for me?
For the week.
Okay. Well, AY is included in the pantheon of who we are as Africans. Yes. And I wish him all get ready to cook my jollof rice at Gusio, because I'm coming to meet you there very soon. For us as a people, I've said a lot just now. People don't understand the level of love that I have in my spirit. Because of what I say, you believe that I'm a person without love. And I think that's a shame that you would judge a man like me like that, because it's just not true. And it is obtuse and it is kind of offensive. Having said that, bruh, I'm not so dark in my spirit that I can't wish a man life, love, and happiness. I'm not so dark in my spirit that I can't wish a man a great week this week. I'm not so dark that I can't wish a man wealth. And as you receive that wealth, come and give me my 10%. Thank you very much.
Thank you. AY, so what do you think? And, what are the well wishes you wish?
Jago, good point, sir. But the truth is the truth, right? Even you that is talking, sometimes you think you know it all, to be honest.
There you go. There's no point. All I put out is what I do know.
And that was here to address some points, right?
And I put it all in the dustbin, what I had to say. Because it was nonsensical.
It, right? Of course, I also kind of supported her. Like for me, I have said, I mean, I rated you a lot, right? But you know where we have issues. You know it. So I don't need to say it here, right? So, in all we do, I think the topic we are discussing, right, is when people are not ready to learn, you can't teach them. You see, the topic we are discussing, you want some certain answer. Somebody that is in that situation is telling you, this is the answer. You say, no, you are not going to accept it. You're not ready to learn. I think that is where the confusion is coming from. You want people to answer you in some certain ways. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. Also, I think the issue of faith you call it, listen, if everybody put card on the table, you might be shocked. So let's not even go there. There is no need for whoever you think you are. If you are, I don't care, to be honest. I have a lot of respect for people. I try to keep it as that. I believe I can learn from anybody. That's just me. That's the way I work, right? I don't think I know anything, right? But I can learn from people. People can also learn from me. I think respect is very, very important, whatever we do, you know. I know we want to speak, like the other thing I wanted to speak on, forefather, while I was questioning forefather. Oh, you come here, you talk about Christian. I don't even, I'm not, you see all this tribe nonsense people come here to talk, religion. Naturally, I'm not the person that go into those nonsense stuff. That's why when people say, "Oh, you hate this authentic," I'm like, bullshit. You don't even know what you're talking about because I'm not going to argue, defend myself. Whatever, people know me. People know me down to my house. They know I don't even deal with this foolish topic. People are very passionate about here. I feel I call myself I'm a real I believe in humanity a lot. I believe in success of everybody. I believe in everybody winning, basically. So I think we need to keep speaking respectfully. I want us to speak on topic good, but when somebody is telling you this is the particular way things are done, you got to also listen. You know, we have assumption in our mind. We think they are right. They are not correct. Like this topic we are discussing, I know Forefather we've discussed this kind of topic. Forefather, I know he has some hard position on some certain issue. Until you push him to learn those stuff, he's never gonna take it. You know, you have that Forefather too, but you don't get it. You know, Islam is a very beautiful religion. That is why even in the world today, nobody is carrying gun say come and join Islam. Even in America, Islam is the way faster growing religion. Even in all over the world, actually, even in China. So even in India, go and check this
Are we going to
information.
wish our people
So
good week ahead?
I just wanted to just brush out those stuff. If what you don't like it. It's okay, but still respect it. I wish everybody a good week. Hopefully we enjoy our week. And Jago, don't worry. Were you ready to come to the state? Don't worry, I got you, man. Anything you
Thank you,
want,
bro.
I'm here
Nice
for you,
one.
bro. One love.
One love, bro.
Thank you.
Mm.
All these creepy one lovers. It's all right. all this stuff. Jefferson, he's coming to come to you. Jefferson, please. What are you going to wish our people for the week ahead? You know, what message you have for our people the week ahead? Something light.
All right,
Something
thank you.
nice.
All right, thank you very much. You see, there's one thing I've understood in life. We're all different, and it is what it is. So I want to restate what I said again. I will say it here again. That irrespective of what we stand for, what we want to worship, let me say it in pidgin English, make we get sense. Unfortunately, most of us don't have it. Even if their religious leaders are even lying, they will stand by what they will keep on supporting what they stand for without being objective. I think I have a problem with that. I personally have a problem with that. I'll say it again. Let us have some sense. Let us be critically thinking. If anything is wrong within what you practice, don't support it. Even if it is written there, even if it's written in your holy books. Sometimes some things need to be questioned. We are human beings. We are human beings. But you know, everything day in our hand. I'm not going to bash anybody tonight because I don't have that energy. I've already said now that we should have some sense. And then I wish everyone what I just said now, a lovely week. Let us be objective. If we are objective and tell ourselves the truth sometimes, we'll be productive. But if we want to continue playing the rat race, the people that are allowing us to play the rat race, they think they don't know what they are doing. The top elites, they know what's up already. They are just using our brain because they know that irrespective of where we stand for, we'll be fanatics. We have Christian fanatics, we have Islamic fanatics, we have traditional fanatics, we have fanatics everywhere. Fanatics that are not being objective, that can't think, that cannot reason. Even when they have a conversation, they can't even have a conversation. And Jagu said everything the way it is. You might not agree with him, but he's right about this one. I beg you now, let us be objective and let us have respect for one another. I rest my case.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Nice one.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So I love this evening's moderation. You know, sometimes it's good to be. There's a word somebody used. But anyway, let me forget about that. Forefathers, thank you for trying to make some things clear for everybody to see. Yes, we all now agree that Christianity have their Jesus Christ, a white man from the Jewish, I think it's Jewish, right? Nation. Islam has an Arab man from Arab country. But we have our own. Our own is our spirituality ordinary. You know? So we all now understood that both Islam and Christian are all tapping from the foreign land. It's only the traditional ordinary believers that believe in indigenous gods, you know. So that fact being said, we also now agree that all those man-made religions, none is infallible. I mean, they have the tendency of being fallible. That's what I mean. For that fact, do not fight for your God. Do not create enmity with your fellow human being for a God that is actually a foreign God. If I may use that, might be wrong with that. So let your God fight for himself. If your God is incapable of defending himself, I don't know what kind of God you are worshiping. On this platform, we've come to realization that nobody knows it all. We have our brother here. He's an historian. He's vast in religion and politics. I speak the truth. We have our honorable KJ here. When it comes to journalism, leave it for him. Politics is there. Tradition is there. And though religion, Christianity. We have our forefathers, ancestral man. He's vast in everything. You know, security, science, leave it for him. We have Jago, Mr. Pontification. He's full of wisdom, you know. You see, he is vast in his own area as well. We have our brother Jeff Fassin. This one is on another fire, you know. And then on the comment section, we have people like Mwachuku. That one is Mr. Justice. Do for others what you wish to be done to you. And then there is Mrs. Luke, Madam Scatter the Ground. She knows, and she's there defending the women's side. So we are in a new week. I will wish you guys what I wish myself, which is success in whatever good that you're doing. Don't put your hands in illegal things. Whatever that is Lego that you are doing, I wish you success in it. You will step out with boldness and you come back with that bag, you know. In as much as some people say that we are not in abroad to make money, I don't know what you come to abroad to do. It's not to make money. So I wish you also a good week. Do not create enmity while coming here. The platform is for us to rub minds, share ideas. Who knows? Maybe one day if I'm on the street of Suwani, I will jump AY or if I'm on the street of UK, I will jam Jagun.
Oh, you jam me, oh. I go treat you with Rolls Royce level, or more.
You see how? You see how? So I don't believe in fake love. Oh. If you are saying one love, let one love be one love, not fake one. Good night, everyone.
Wonderful, my brother. Love that shit.
And I think half of Turkey is in Europe.
Yes,
Please go ahead.
And also at my signature, Moors means black Muslims. Now I'll go on. Thank you. So, in the end, Ken answered everything. At least that was the part I came in and I heard. Moving on, I think today you got a F if I was to grade you. Terrible F. I would have just rusticated you and kicked you out of college if I was the dean of the university. So, because listen, it is either, like I said, we want to learn or we don't want to learn. But what I've noticed, even growing up about Nigerians, is that they tend to be very biased, tribal, and bigoted when it comes to religion, which are actually what we witness today is exactly what is keeping that country behind, where people pick on what they do not understand. They are scared of knowledge. They are scared of what they don't know. And the only way you can bypass your fears of another person is understanding that person, not by shutting them up, not by casting aspersions on their names, not by making up things that they didn't say just because I want to win. A conversation is not who wants to win. And this is the problem we usually have on this show at times. I want to win, and I'm going to do everything it takes for me to win. I'm not going to say what is right. I'm not going to say the truth. It doesn't matter. I'm just going to spew all kinds of garbage, interrupt, shout. Listen, forefathers, let me tell you something. There's only one thing, actually two things that can take you far in life outside of money. Guess what? Class and charisma. If you don't have class and charisma, forget it. You're not going anywhere. And you know the sad thing? Money cannot buy you class, and money cannot buy you charisma. So when you act in a crass manner, you act in a manner that is street-like. Someone like me, I really don't want to associate with that. Remember when I first came on here, you tell me, "Oh, you got to speak up. You got to argue. You're talking too slow. You're doing this, until all this shouting things." It is so. Take a cue from how Rudolph runs it. At times it is fun. Yes, I understand. Sometimes it is fun, but when it starts becoming antagonistic, you got to curb it. Take a cue from Show. Take a cue from Rudolph. You can actually, me and the guest today, Rudolph would let us talk. We talked it out. Go look at the show and watch when it got to a stage he had to, and I don't want to say anything now because we're going to get riled up again. But at some point, you got to start, there has to be some kind of class. You got to be associated with some kind of class. I personally don't want to be associated with crassness. But it is what it is. Like, listen, whatever. Like, everybody, good luck this week. Have fun, But you got to start. Some sort of class got to start being imbibed in this show. It's like it was a nut house today.
Yeah, thank you for that. What's that? Half of Turkey is in Europe, and Moors means black Muslims. I really thank you for that. KJ, please go ahead with your submission. What do you think about for the people?
Okay. I thank you, Father, for today, and every person who has been on the panel and those who are in the comment section. You guys are really fun. Madam Luke, I hear you, I see you, and many other people. both those who love me and those who do not. I greet all of you. I have just a few things to say. One is that I will, build on where Jefferson stopped. As a Christian, the Bible tells me that I should be like the Berean Christians. The Berean Christians go to church or to gatherings of Christians. They listen to what the preacher have to say. They go back home, they open their Bibles, and they read for themselves to find out whether what the person have said is true or not. So if what the person have said is not true, they discard it. The Bible is not the only tool that you can use to divide the word of God. There's also concordance that you can use to assist you to understand. Pentecostalism is not the only levels that there is in Christianity. After Pentecostalism, you still have the apostolic and the prophetic. And in that level, you are supposed to be able to understand what the Bible is saying because you're now reading with the mindset of the writer. And so God is able to give you an insight. It doesn't come just by one day. It comes by learning and being on top of the word of God. And that's why yesterday I came in to tell, one guy who was saying, as if we don't know what we are. No, we know what we are reading. We know the God we are following. And we know how to be able to design it. Be able to decide whether what the person is saying is true or not. That is totally for anybody who wants to really follow the Christian religion to go and find out. My experience will always be my experience. If I have experienced God in a different way, there's nothing anybody can tell me, whether in this panel or outside of it, that will make sense. Because you don't know what journey I have taken in my lifetime and how it has brought me. And so you can decide in 1 hour, 30 minutes, or max 3 hours of doing this program, and you think you know me, you actually or know what I've been through or have an understanding of what the world is all about. But I think it's totally wrong. And even I want to give an example. When you go to the university and you do your master's, do your PhD, at the PhD level, your professors who themselves may be a PhD holder are the ones who teach you. They don't, after you finish getting your PhD and you're now presenting the paper, they come and tell you, I taught you yesterday, so this thing you are saying cannot be right because am not the one who taught you? At that point, you are also accepted in the intellectual level or as an intellectual, and so you are able to take a stand and defend the cause. So let's come here and not think that when you come here, because you probably have read all the book in the world, means that the person who is making a presentation does not know what he's saying. It doesn't give you. I mean, if that's the case, then we should shut down the schools. But professors are still being made out of professors, from the first professor to the next one and next one, and it's going to continue. The world's not going to end. Secondly, I would say they also in the scripture he said that you should what? I wrote it down. That you should bring your reasoning to God. It doesn't say you should come with when you are coming through the church, you leave your slippers on, you leave your brain outside, coming with your no. You cannot. And some of the pastors, some of people who are in the preaching, do not even know some of these books that I've talked about, that they exist. So when you go to a church, when you are listening to a preaching or what, be able to go with your mind and reason. If what God is saying, if what the person is saying doesn't align with your spirit, please don't do it. Finally, I will say this to everyone who is being on the panel. I wish you the best this week as you go. May your little effort bring big results. May God direct your path. Your leg will not take you to where God has not given you protection. He will only take you to places where he has given you protection, and you come back. Every day of the week, we give you a new understanding and a new breakthroughs in the things you lay your hand to do. Remember, the Bible says that it's little efforts that bring big results. So may your little effort bring mighty results this week as you go. In Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
To Nigeria, 1 minute. To Nigeria, 30 seconds.
Forefather, before you go ahead,
this thing that you brought to the table at the end of Sunday, I think you've done it now for the past 3 weeks. And I think I've got to applaud you for it, to be frank. It's another initiative of yours that I hope is not rubbished. Your initiatives, the backstage, that's your initiative. And whilst it was running, we all enjoyed it in one way or the other. Practically, those of us who are not necessarily close on the platform had a way of deliberating in the backstage. And I personally have to say I appreciated it. I don't know about everyone else, but I appreciated it. This thing that you have now come with before we close the show on a Sunday, even the way you say goodbye when you're hosting to not just us on the platform, but you include everybody in the platform, in the comment section, and those who have donated money. I'm afraid, I'm ready to attack you at any time because you do a lot of rubbish. Nobody can argue with that. But the things that you do well, I salute you, bro. I salute you, truly.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Let me see. Yeah, hold on.
You wanted to say something?
Yeah, so I'm happy that Jagu is really praising you today. That's good to know. Hopefully this is going to continue. You see, Jagu said something. He wrote something that I've never been fair to him. I don't know where he got that. Unfortunately, Jagu is one of the people I hold very high on this platform. To be honest, for me, when people are saying the right thing, when they start on the path of truth, I never, ever discriminate against them. When I'm speaking on topic, I don't look at where you're from. I don't look at who you worship. I don't look like the color of your hair. I don't care, to be honest. People that I'm close to, you see me most, like forefather, we naturally align on a lot of things. That's why people have come to me on this plan. Oh, you and forefather are so close. I'm like, no, it's not like that, because to me, I know it's strange to them. How can you support somebody on a lot of things that we just align on a lot of things? Even when nobody agree with him, I feel we align on a lot of things. That is my position. I'm an individual person. I believe what I think is the right thing. I will start for it, even if the whole world are against it. That's just me. That's just who I am. So I'm not gonna bet that. Jagu, I love you as a person, but you know my war with you. I'm
It's
never
okay.
hidden it to you.
I'm always up for a war. You know that.
You know where we differ very strongly. That I will never support you when you're doing that.
It's okay.
I will criticize you if I have to.
I can take it, bro. I can handle it.
Yeah. So it's not that I hate you or there is
No. I tell you what, bro. There's been a lot of unfairness on the show against everyone. I don't think any one of us has not suffered some level of unfairness. I always think, however, that when there are certain... It's okay what we're doing. It's okay. It's okay. I understand. Please just allow me. It's 2 seconds. It's 2 seconds. It's just that there was when there's levels of unfairness, or especially against we as panelists, I would think if we're not backing the fact that there's some arbitrary level going on, I think that's poor of us. There was a time that I was being thrown off by this electricity, and I was telling you, sorry, I'm just saying this is a small thing. I expected more.
Let's do that. We've talked.
I expected
we're
more.
going to deal with this backstage. Let's not do it here.
It's okay. I just expected more from you. That's all. Nothing more than that.
Thank you. I appreciate you all for coming. KJ, thank you for coming. Whenever KJ shows up here and is happy, something is going on. And this is twice he's done this. Something is going on. Thank you for joining us today, KJ. Half of Europe is in. Half of Turkey is in Europe. Thank you for joining us today. You're a little bit mean, calling me all kinds of names. It's all good. AY, thank you for joining us. I appreciate you today. Jefferson, I see you there. Thank you for joining us. Jefferson looks like he's playing a computer game or something. What is he watching us or something?
He's
Jefferson.
working. Jefferson is making money.
He's okay. Thank you for joining us, Jefferson. And Jago, as always, thank you for joining us. You know, you do have your moments, sharp moments that I consider quite invaluable on the panel, and I think you should understand that people do appreciate that, because sometimes you just think that all people do is criticize you. It's not true. They do appreciate your contribution this in on the panel. When you are on fire, you're on fire. So Melvis Hems, thank you for joining us. I see you there. Chibike, I see you there. Why am I naming all these people first? Let me shout out the people that paid money now. The money matter. Tope, thank you for joining us, paying this $10 and also joining the panel. This in the chat. She's been contributing forever. I really appreciate you. Always supporting. She's been very supportive of the channels. And Tope again here. As you can see, she's dominant. She's doing her work. You know, all these men, we had a conversation about things, and men. Look at the women. They're the ones supporting the channel. Again, Oscar Blackbone is here. $2. You know, $2 is good money. And another Oscar Blackbone there. And finally, a black beauty. The women are overrepresented here. And the topic was mostly masculine, and the women are overrepresented with the donation. You know, these men, it's all right. Let's not go there. Let's not go there. Let's just leave it at that. let's just leave it at that. If for real, I see you in the chat. Thank you for joining us. Oscar Blackbone is there. Nwachuku, I see you all there. Let me thank you all for coming in. Man, you guys have been quite engaged today. Okago TV, I see you there. You've been very engaged. Niger Patriot, I see you there too. Thank you for joining us, Niger Patriot. I really appreciate it. Florence O, Madame Luke. Madame Luke, yeah, she spent a long time just making a mischief in the chat. Thank you for joining us. Hi, Beauty 10. Thank you for joining us too. I see you there. I appreciate you all. Let me see if I can. The Soji Adamo alias Jagun is on the chat and in the panel too. Thank you for joining us there too, Jagun. Who else I've not named here? CTV. I thought it was Sin TV. Now it's CTV. Okay. Well, thank you for seeing here, CTV. I see you there. Lighthouse, I see you there too. Thank you for the support and chatting and being very engaged in the discussions. Udoka, I see you there. I think somebody made me highlight his comment. Udoka, AB, I see you there too, AB. Thank you for joining us, AB. A Black Beauty, I see you there too. Thank you for joining us. A Black Beauty, always there. Supporting the movement and the discussions. Who else is there? Okay, I think I've named almost everybody that is on the chat so far that I can see. I'm sure there's going to be an exception, and I probably miss somebody. If I miss you, I'm sorry. It's just that sometimes I can't catch everybody. Boom Boom Ray is there. You see, he is Boom Boom Ray. Now he's half of Turkey is inside Europe. It's okay. We're all, nobody's perfect. Let's get on with it. All right. So I think I will be closing out now. Adama, oh my God, how did I forget Adama? Adama, thank you for joining us. You were also on the panel, the bravest woman of the week. And, you have to admire her for coming in on this hot session that has all the intrigues of things could go wrong. So I really appreciate you for coming in. Things could go very, very wrong today. And she was here and gave her side of the, her point of view. I really appreciate you. And I really wish you all have a great week ahead. Like I always say, a fruitful one, and hold your head up and, break boundaries. Nobody should be able to put a wall against our people, and there is no reason for us to feel like we don't belong anywhere in this world. No conversation we should be engaging. If anything, we should be breaking boundaries and having conversations that has never been had, if possible. And I really appreciate you all. Till next time, I will catch you guys, and let's play us out with the Nigerian anthem. What can we do? Thank you.
Arise, O compatriots, Nigeria's call obey, to serve our fatherland. We love and strength and faith.
The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. Hey, that's so. Oh yeah. Arise, O compatriots, Nigeria call obey, to serve our fatherland. We love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in